Part 1, Chapters 1 and 2 of The 100th Chance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine. The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. Part 1, The Start. 1. Beggars. My dear Maud, I hope I am not lacking in proper pride, but it is an accepted, though painful, fact that beggars cannot be choosers. Lady Bryan spoke with plaintive emphasis the while she drew an elaborate initial in the sand at her feet with the point of her parasol. I cannot live in want, she said after a thoughtful moment or two. Besides, there is poor little Bunny to be considered. Another thoughtful pause, then, What did you say, dear? Lady Bryan's daughter made an abrupt movement without taking her eyes off the clear-cut horizon, beautiful eyes of darkest, deepest blue, under straight black brows that gave them a somewhat forbidding look. There was nothing remarkable about the rest of her face. It was thin and sallow, and at the moment rather drawn. Not a contented face, and yet possessing a quality indefinable that made it sad rather than bitter. Her smile was not very frequent, but when it came it transfigured her utterly. No one ever pictured that smile of hers beforehand. It came so brilliantly, so suddenly, like a burst of sunshine over a brown and desolate landscape, making so vast a difference that all who saw it for the first time marveled at the unexpected glow. But it was very far from her face just now. In fact, she looked as if she could never smile again as she said, Bunny would sooner die of starvation than have you do this thing. And so would I. You are so unpractical, sighed Lady Bryan. And really, you know, dear, I think you are just a wee bit snobbish, too, you and Bunny. Mr. Shepherd may be a self-made man, but he is highly respectable. Oh, is he? Said Maud with a twist of the lips that made her look years older than the woman beside her. I'm sure I don't know why you should question it, protested Lady Bryan. He is extremely respectable. He is also extremely kind, in fact, a friend in need. And a beast, broke in her daughter with sudden passionate vehemence. A hateful, familiar beast. Mother, how can you endure the man? How can you for a single moment demean yourself by the bare idea of marrying him? Lady Bryan sighed again. It isn't as if I had asked you to marry him, she pointed out. I never even asked you to marry Lord Saltash, although, as you must now admit, it was the one great chance of your life. Again Maud made that curious sharp movement of hers, that was as if some inner force urged her strongly to spring up and run away. We won't discuss Lord Saltash, she said with lips that were suddenly a little hard. Then I don't see why we should discuss Giles Shepherd either, said Lady Bryan with a touch of querulousness. Of course, I know he doesn't compare well with your poor father. Second husbands so seldom do, which to my mind is one of the principal objections to marrying twice. But as I said before, beggars cannot be choosers, and something has got to be sacrificed, so there is an end of the matter. Maud turned her eyes slowly away from the horizon, swept with them the near expanse of broad, tumbling sea, and finally brought them to rest upon her mother's face. Lady Bryan was 45, but she looked many years younger. She was a pretty woman, delicate-featured, softly tinted, with a species of appealing charm about her that all but the stony-hearted few found it hard to resist. She put her daughter wholly in the shade, but then Maud never attempted to charm anyone. She had apparently no use for the homage that was as the very breath of life to her mother's worldly little soul. She never courted popularity. All her being seemed to be bound up in that of her young brother, who had been a helpless cripple from his babyhood, and dependent upon her care. The 10 years that stretched between them was as naught to these two. They were pals, and if the boy tyrannized freely over her, she was undoubtedly the only person in the world for whom he entertained the smallest regard. She had lavished all a mother's love upon him during the whole of his 15 years, and she alone knew how much had been sacrificed before the shrine of her devotion. He filled all the empty spaces in her heart. But now that they were practically penniless, the great question arose. Who was to provide for Bunny? Lady Bryan had lived more or less comfortably upon credit for the past 5 years. It was certainly not her fault that this bruised reed had broken at last in her hand. She had tried every device to strengthen it. And then, too, there had always been the possibility that Maud might marry Lord Saltash, who was extremely wealthy and, by fits and starts, very sedulous in his attentions. It was, of course, very unfortunate that he should have been connected with that unfortunate scandal in the divorce court; but then, everyone knew that he had led a somewhat giddy life both before and after his succession to the title. Besides, nothing had been proved, and the unlucky affair had fallen through in consequence. It was really too absurd of Maud to treat it seriously, if indeed she had treated it seriously. Not being in her daughter's confidence, Lady Bryan was uncertain on this point. But whatever the circumstances, Charlie Saltash had obviously abandoned his allegiance. And Maud, poor girl, had no one else to fall back upon. Of course, it was very sweet of her to devote herself so unsparingly to dear little Bunny, but Lady Bryan was privately of the opinion that she wasted a good deal of valuable time in his service. She was 25 already, and now that the crash had come, little likely to find another suitor. They had come down to this cheery little South Coast resort to recruit and look around them. Obviously something would have to be done, and done very quickly, or they would end their days in the workhouse. Lady Bryan had relations in the North, but as she was wont to express it, they were not inclined to be kind to her. Her runaway marriage with Sir Bernard Bryan in her irresponsible girlhood had caused something of a split between them. The wild Irish baronet had never been regarded with a favourable eye, and her subsequent sojourn in Ireland had practically severed all connection with them. Sir Bernard's death and her subsequent migration to London had not healed the breach. She was regarded as flighty and unreliable. There was no knowing what her next venture might be, and save for a very occasional correspondence with an elderly bachelor uncle who was careful not to betray too keen an interest in her affairs, she was left severely alone. Therefore she had too much pride to ask for help, sustaining herself instead upon the kindness of friends till even this prop at length gave way. And she, Maud and poor little Bunny, whose very empty title was all he possessed in the world, found themselves stranded at Fair Harbor at the dead end of the season, with no means of paying their way even there. Not wholly stranded, however. Lady Bryan had stayed at Fair Harbor before at the Anchor Hotel, down by the fishing quay, the Anchovy Hotel, Bunny called it, on account of its situation. It was not a very high-class establishment, but Lady Bryan had favoured it on a previous occasion because Lord Saltash had a yacht in the vicinity, and it had seemed such a precious opportunity for dear Maud. He also had large racing stables in the neighbourhood of the Downs behind the little town, and there was no knowing when one or other of his favourite pastimes might tempt him thither. Nothing had come of the previous visit, however, save a pleasant, half-joking acquaintance with Mr. Shepherd, the proprietor of the Anchor Hotel, during the progress of which Lady Bryan's appealing little ways had laid such firm hold of the worthy landlord's rollicking fancy, that she had found it quite difficult to tear herself away. Matters had not then come to such a pass, and she had finally extricated herself with no more than a laughing promise to return as soon as the mood took her. Maud had been wholly unaware of the passage between them, which had been of a very slight and frothy order; and not till she found herself established in some very shabby lodgings within a stone's throw of the Anchor Hotel did the faintest conception of her mother's reason for choosing Fair Harbor as their city of refuge begin to draw in her brain. She was very fully alive to it now, however, and hotly, furiously resentful, albeit she had begun already to realize, how bitterly, that no resentment on her part could avert the approaching catastrophe. As Lady Bryan pathetically said, something had got to be sacrificed. And there was Bunny. She could not leave Bunny to try to earn a living. He was utterly dependent upon her, so dependent that it did not seem possible that he could live without her. No, she could see no way of escape. But it was too horrible, too revolting. She was sure, too, that her mother had a sneaking liking for the man, and that fact positively nauseated her. That awful person, that bounder. "So you see, dear, it really can't be helped," Lady Bryan said, rising and opening her sunshade with a dainty air of finality. "Why his fancy should have fallen upon me I cannot imagine. But all things considered, It is perhaps very fortunate that it has. He is quite ready to take us all in, and that, even you must admit, is really very generous of him." Maud's eyes travelled again to the far blue skyline. They had a look in them as of a caged thing yearning for freedom. "It is getting late," said Lady Bryan. Sharply she turned. "Mother," she said, "I shall write to Uncle Edward. This is too much. I am sure he will not condemn us to this." Lady Bryan sighed a trifle petulantly. "You will do as you like, dear, no doubt. But pray do not write on my account. Whatever he may be moved to do or say can make no difference to me now." "Why not?" Curtly her daughter put the question. The beautiful brows were painfully drawn. "Because," said Lady Bryan plaintively, "it will be too late, so far as I am concerned." "What do you mean?" Again, almost like a challenge, the girl flung the question. Lady Bryan began to walk along the beach. "I mean, dear, that I have promised to give Mr. Shepherd his answer to night." But, mother," there was almost a cry in the words, "you can't have quite decided upon what the answer will be." Lady Bryan sighed again. "Oh, do let us have a little common sense," she said, with just a touch of irritation. "Of course I have decided. The decision has been simply thrust upon me. I had no choice." "Then you mean to say yes?" Maud's voice fell suddenly flat. She turned her face again to the open sea, a glint of desperation in her eyes. "Yes," said Lady Bryan, very definitely. "I mean to say yes." "Then Heaven help us," said Maud, under her breath. "My dear, don't be profane," said Lady Bryan. 2. The Idol. "I say, Maud, what a dratted long time you've been. What on earth have you and the mother been doing?" Young Bernard Bryan turned his head towards his sister with the chafing, impatient movement of one bitterly at variance with life. "You swore you wouldn't be long," he said. "I know. I'm sorry." Maud came to his side and stooped over him. "I couldn't help it, Bunny," she said. "I haven't been enjoying myself." He looked at her suspiciously. "Oh, it's never your fault," he said, with dreary sarcasm. Maud said nothing. She only laid a smoothing hand on his crumpled brow, and after a moment bent and kissed it. He jerked his head away from her caress, opening and shutting his hands in a nervous way he had acquired in babyhood. "I've had a perfectly sickening time," he said. "There's a brute with a gramophone upstairs been driving me nearly crazy. For goodness' sake, see if you can put a stop to it before to-night comes. I shall go clean off my head if you don't." "I'll do my best, dear," Maud promised. "I wish to goodness we could get away from this place," the boy said restlessly. "Even the old anchovy was preferable. I loathe this hole." "Oh, so do I," said Maud, with sudden vehemence, and then she checked herself quickly, as if half ashamed. "Of course it might be worse, you know, Bunny," she said. Bunny curled a derisive lip and looked out of the window. "Do you really like the Anchor better?" Maud asked, after a moment. He drew his brows together, beautiful brows, like her own, betraying a sensitive, not too well balanced temperament. "It was better," he said. Maud sat down beside his sofa with a slight gesture of weariness. "You would like to go back there?" she asked. He looked at her sharply. "We are going?" She met his look with steady eyes. "Mr. Shepherd has offered to take us in," she said. The boy frowned still more. "What? For nothing?" he said. "No, not for nothing." The girl was frowning too, the frown of one confronted with a difficult task. "Nobody ever does anything for nothing," she said. "Well, what is it?" Bunny's eyes suddenly narrowed and became shrewd. "He doesn't want you to marry him, I suppose?" "Good gracious, Bunny!" Maud gasped the words in sheer horror. "Whatever made you think of that?" Bunny laughed, a cracked, difficult laugh. "Because he's bounder enough for anything. And you're so beastly fond of him, aren't you?" "Oh, don't!" Maud said. "Really don't, Bunny. It's too horrible to joke about. No, it isn't me he wants to marry. It's " "The mother?" queried Bunny, without perturbation. Oh, he's quite welcome to her. It's a pity he's been such a plaguey time making up his mind. He might have known she'd jump at him." "But, Bunny—" Maud was gazing at him in utter amazement. There were times when the working of her young brother's brain was wholly beyond her comprehension. "You can't be—pleased," she said. "I'm never pleased," said Bunny sweepingly. "I hate everything and everybody, except you, and you don't count. The man's a brute, of course, but if the mother has a mind to marry him, why on earth shouldn't she? Especially if it's going to make us more comfortable." "Comfortable on his money?" There was scorn unutterable in Maud's voice. Her eyes were tragically proud. "But why not?" said Bunny, with cynical composure. "We shall never be comfortable on our own, that's certain. If the man is fool enough to want to lay out his money in that way, why, let him." "Live on his charity," said Maud, very bitterly. The boy's mouth twisted. "We've got to live on someone's," he said. "There's nothing new in that. I think you're rather an ass, Maud. It's no good being proud when you can't afford it. We can't earn a living for ourselves, so someone must do it for us, that's all." "Bunny!" There was passionate protest in the exclamation, but he passed it by. "What's the good of arguing?" he said irritably. "We can't help ourselves. If the mother would rather marry that bawling beast shepherd than starve on a doorstep with us, who's to blame her? I suppose we're included in the bargain for good, are we?" Maud nodded mutely, her fingers locked and straining against each other. Bunny screwed up his face for a moment. Then, "There's that filthy gramophone again!" he suddenly exclaimed. "Go and stop it, I say. I can't bear the noise. I won't bear it. It's infernal, that's what it is." He flung his arms up frenziedly above his head, and then suddenly an anguished cry of pain. Maud was on her feet on the instant. She caught the arms, drew them firmly down again. "Oh, don't, dear, don't," she said. "You know you can't." The boy's face was convulsed. "I didn't know. I can sometimes. Oh, Maud, I hate life. I hate it. I hate it." His voice choked, became a gasping moan, ceased altogether. Maud stooped over him. His eyes were shut, his face white as death. "Bunny, Bunny, darling," she whispered passionately, "I would give all the world to make it better for you." There fell a silence while gradually the awful paroxysm began to pass. Then very abruptly Bunny opened his eyes. "No, you wouldn't," he said unexpectedly. "Indeed I would," she said very earnestly. "You wouldn't," he reiterated with the paralyzing conviction that refuses to hear any reasoning. "If you would, you'd have married Lord Saltash years ago, and been rich enough to pay one of the big men to put me right." She winced sharply. "Bunny, you're not to talk to me of Lord Saltash. It isn't kind. He is the one man in the world I couldn't marry." "Rot," said Bunny. "You know you're in love with him." "I know I couldn't marry him," she said, a piteous quiver in her voice. "It is cruel to she broke off. "All right," said Bunny, waving the point. "Find some other rich man, then. I don't care who it is. You'll have to pretty soon. We shall neither of us stand this shepherd person for long." "If I could only, somehow, make a living for the two of us," the girl said. "You can't." Again deadly conviction swept aside argument. "You're not clever enough, and you haven't time. Unless you propose to leave me to the tender mercies of the shepherd. It would be a quick way out of the difficulty so far as I am concerned, anyway." "Of course I could never leave you," Maud said quickly. "All right, then. Marry, and be quick about it," said Bunny. He turned his drawn white face to the window, a face of unconscious pathos that often stirred his sister to the depths. Youth, and the gladness of youth, had never existed for Bunny Bryan. Life, for so long as he could remember, had always been a long, dreary round of pain and disappointment, of restless nights and dragging, futile days. Only Maud, who shared them all, knew to the uttermost the woeful bitterness of the lad's existence. It hurt her cruelly, that bitterness, moving her to a perpetual self-sacrifice of the extent of which even Bunny had small conception. She identified herself completely with him, and had so done since the 10th year of her life, when he had come, a puny wailing baby, into the world to fill the void of her childish heart. She had, as it were, grown up in his service, worn and sallow and thin, with the sharp edges of nerves that were always strung up to too high a pitch, the nerves of one who scarcely ever knew a whole night of undisturbed rest. They had told upon her, those years of anxiety and service. They had shorn away her youth also. Only once, and that for a short time, had life ever seemed desirable in her eyes. A brief and splendid dream had been hers, spreading like a golden sunrise over her whole horizon. But the dream had faded, the sunrise had been extinguished in heavy clouds that had never again parted. She knew life for a grey, grey dreariness on which no light could ever shine again. She was tired, tired to the soul of her, and she was only 25. "Maud," Bunny's voice, half irritable, half eager, broke in upon her. "See that fellow down there, trying to make his nag go into the sea? It's going to be a big job. Let's go down and see it done." Bunny's long chair was in a corner of the room. It was no light task to get it in and out of the house, but Maud was used to the management of it. The weight of it went in with the other burdens of life. She was used also to lifting Bunny's poor little wasted body, and no wish of his that she could gratify was ever left neglected. Moreover, the offensive clamour of the gramophone overhead added to her alacrity to obey his behests. And the day was bright and warm, with the south wind blowing over a sparkling sea. It would do Bunny good to go out, especially if he desired to go. It was not always that he would consent to do so after a sleepless night. But there was an extraordinary vitality in the meagre frame, a fevered, driving force that never seemed to be wholly exhausted. There were times when inaction was absolute torture to him, and Maud was ready to go until she dropped, if only she could in some measure alleviate that chafing restlessness. She counted it luck indeed if these moods of fret and turmoil raged during the day. She was better able to cope with them then, and it gave the night a better chance. Poor lad! He could fight his own way through the days, but the long drawn-out misery of nights of incessant pain broke him down. How completely, only Maud ever knew. So gladly she wheeled him forth on that afternoon of late October, down the hill to the sun-bathed shore. That hill taxed her physical powers to the uttermost. Secretly she dreaded the ascent, but not for worlds would she have had Bunny know it, Bunny, who depended solely upon her for the very pleasures that ever came his way. To the last ounce of her strength she was dedicated to the service of her idol. End of chapters 1 and 2. Part 1, chapters 3 and 4 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. The New Acquaintance. They reached the sunny stretch of parade in time to see the young chestnut that had excited Bunny's interest being coaxed along the edge of the water by his rider. The animal was covered with froth and evidently in a ferment of nervous excitement. The man who rode him sat loosely in the saddle, as if the tussle in progress were of a very minor importance in his estimation. He kept the fretting creature's head turned towards the water, however, and at intervals he patted the streaming neck and spoke a few words of encouragement. At Bunny's request his chair was drawn to the edge of the parade, and from here he and Maud watched the progress of the battle. A battle of wills it undoubtedly was, though there was nothing in the man's attitude to indicate any strain. He was obviously one who knew how to bide his time. Thick-set, bull-necked, somewhat bullet-headed, with a face of even redness and a short, blunt nose that looked aggressively confident. "Wonder if he'll do it," said Bunny. Maud wondered too, realizing that the task would be no easy one. The horse was plainly on edge with apprehension, and her sympathies went out to him. Somehow she did not want to see him conquered. In fact, not greatly admiring the physiognomy of his rider, she hoped the horse would win. Stepping with extreme daintiness, as if he expected the ground to open and swallow him, the animal sidled past, and she caught the gleam of a wicked eye as he went. There was mischief mingled with his fear. He evidently was not feeling particularly kindly disposed towards the man who rode him. The loose seat of the latter made her wonder if he were wholly aware of this. "He'll be thrown if he isn't careful," she said, half to herself and half to Bunny, who was watching with the keenest interest. "Hope he'll tumble into the water," said Bunny, who enjoyed dramatic situations. The pair had passed them, and were continuing their sidling progress along the beach. The man still appeared preoccupied, the horse still half frightened, half mischievous. Some 50 yards they covered thus. Then the figure in the saddle slowly stiffened. Aware of an impending change of treatment, the animal began to jib with his head in the air. An odd little thrill went through Maud, a feeling as of electricity in the air. It was almost a sensation of foreboding. And then, clean and grim as a pistol shot, she heard the crack of a whip on the creature's quivering flank. It was a well-earned correction, deliberately administered, one stinging cut, delivered with a calculation that knew exactly where to strike. But the horse, a young animal, leapt into the air as if he had been shot indeed, and landing again almost on the same spot, began forthwith to buck-jump in frenzied efforts to free himself of the taskmaster whose lash was so unerring. The whip descended again with absolute precision. It looked almost like a feat of jugglery to Maud's fascinated eyes. The horse uttered a furious squeal. He was being forced, literally forced into the hated water, and he knew it, set himself with all the fiery unreason of youth to resist, and incidentally to receive a punishment none the less painful on account of its extreme deliberation. As for his rider, he kept his seat without apparent effort. He kept his temper also, to all outward appearance. He even again in the thick of the struggle abandoned force and tried coaxing again. It was only when this failed that it seemed to the watching girl that a certain quality of implacability began to manifest itself. His movements were no less studied, but they seemed to her to become relentless. From that moment she knew with absolute certainty that there could be but one end to the struggle. Some dim suspicion of the same thing must have penetrated the animal's intelligence also, for almost from the same moment he seemed to lose heart. He still bucked away from the water, and leapt in futile frenzy under the unsparing whip, but his fury was past. He no longer tried to fling his rider over his head. He seemed to be fighting to save his pride, rather than for any other reason. But his pride had to go. Endurance had its limits, and his smooth-clipped flanks were smarting intolerably. Very suddenly he gave in, and walked into the water. It foamed alarmingly round his legs, and he started in genuine terror, and tried to turn. But on the instant a hand was on his neck, a square sustaining hand that patted and consoled. "Now, don't be a fool horse any longer," said his conqueror. "Don't you know it's going to do you good? Go on, and face it." He went on, splashing his rider thoroughly, first in sheer nervousness, later in undisguised content. He came out of the water some 5 minutes later, a wiser and considerably less headstrong youngster than he had entered it, and walked serenely along the edge as if he had been accustomed to it all his life. When the spreading foam washed round his hoofs he did not so much as lay an ear. He had surrendered his pride, and he did not seem to feel the sacrifice. "A beastly tame ending," said Bunny in frank disappointment. "I hoped the fellow was going to break his neck." The horseman was passing immediately below them. He looked up, and Maud colored a guilty scarlet, realizing that he had overheard the remark. He had the most startlingly bright eyes she had ever seen. They met hers with a directness that seemed to pierce straight through her, and passed on unblinkingly to the boy in the long chair. There was something lynx-like in the straight regard, something so deliberately intent that it seemed formidable. His clean-shaven, weather-beaten face had an untamed, primitive look about it, as of one born in the wilderness. His mouth was rugged rather than coarse, but it was not the mouth of civilization. Bunny, who was not easily daunted, looked hard back at him, with a brazen expression of one challenging a rebuke. But the horseman refused the challenge, passing on without a word. "I'm tired," said Bunny in sudden discontent. "Let's go back." When he spoke in that tone he was invariably beyond coaxing. Maud turned the chair without protest, and prepared to make that exhausting ascent. "How slow you are to-day," said Bunny peevishly. "I hate this beastly hill. You make me go up it on my head." The slant was certainly acute. Maud murmured sympathy. "I would pull you up if I could," she said. "You've never even tried," said Bunny. He was plainly in an exacting mood. Her heart sank a little lower. "It's no use trying, darling," she said. "I know I can't. But I won't take a minute longer over it than I can help." "You never do anything decently," said Bunny in disgust. Maud made no rejoinder. She bent in silence to her task. Bunny could not see her face, and she strove desperately to control her panting breath. "You puff like a grampus," the boy said discontentedly. There came the quick fall of a horse's hoofs behind them, and Maud bent her flushed face a little lower. She did not want to meet that piercing regard again. But the hoof beats slackened behind her, and a voice spoke. A voice so curiously soft that at the first sound she almost believed it to be that of a woman. "Say, that's too heavy a job for you." She paused. It was inevitable, and looked round. In the same moment he slid to the ground, a square, sturdy figure, shorter than she had imagined him when he was in the saddle, horsey of aspect, clumsy of build, possessing a breadth of chest that seemed to indicate vast strength. Again those extremely bright eyes met hers, red-brown, intensely alive. She felt as if they saw too much. They made her vividly conscious of her hot face and labouring heart. They embarrassed her, made her resentful. She was too breathless to speak. Perhaps she might not have done so in any case, but he did not wait for that. He pushed forward till he stood beside her. "You take my animal," he said. "He's quiet enough now." She might have refused had she had time to consider. But he gave her none. He almost thrust the bridle into her hands, and the next moment he had taken her place behind the invalid chair, and begun briskly to push it up the hill. Maud followed, leading the now docile horse, divided between annoyance and gratitude. Bunny seemed struck dumb also, though whether with embarrassment or merely surprise she could not tell. At the top of the steep ascent the stranger stopped and faced round. "Thanks," he said briefly, and took his horse back into his own keeping. Maud stood feeling shy and awkward while he set his foot in the stirrup. Then ere he mounted, with a desperate effort, she spoke. "It was very kind of you. Thank you very much." Her voice sounded coldly formal by reason of her extreme discomfiture. She would have given a good deal to have avoided speaking altogether. But the man stopped dead and looked at her, as though she had attempted to detain him. "You've nothing to thank me for," he said in that queer soft voice of his. "As I said before, it's too heavy a job for you. You'll get a groggy heart if you keep on with it." There was no intentional familiarity in the speech, but it made her stiffen instinctively. "It was very kind of you," she repeated, and with a bow that was even more freezingly polite than her words, she turned to the chair and prepared to walk on. But at this point Bunny suddenly found his voice in belated acknowledgment of the service rendered. "Hi, you! Stop a minute. Thanks for pushing me up this beastly hill." The stranger was still standing with his foot in the stirrup. But at the sound of Bunny's voice he took it out again, and came to the boy's side, leading his horse. "What a beauty!" said Bunny admiringly. "Let me touch him, I say." "Oh, don't!" Maud said nervously. "He looked so savage just now." "He's not savage," said the horse's owner, and pulled the animal's nose down to Bunny's eager caressing hand. The creature was plainly suspicious. He tried to avoid the caress, but his master and Bunny were equally insistent, and he finally submitted. "He's not savage," his rider said again. "He's only young and a bit heady. Wants a little shaping, like all youngsters." Bunny's shrewd eyes flashed him a rapid glance, meeting the red-brown eyes deliberately scrutinizing him. With a certain blunt courage that was his, he tackled the situation. "I say, did you hear what I said down on the parade?" The man smiled a little, still watching Bunny's red face. "Did you mean me to hear?" he inquired. "No," said Bunny, staring back, half fascinated and half defiant. "All right, then. I didn't," the horseman said. Bunny's expression changed. He smiled. And when he smiled his lost youth looked out of his worn face. "Good for you," he said. I say, I hope we shall see you again sometime." "If you are here for long, you probably will," the man made answer. "Do you live here?" Bunny's voice was eager. His eyes sparkled with interest. The man nodded. "Yes, I'm a fixture. And you?" "Oh, we're going to be fixtures, too," said Bunny. "This is my sister Maud. I am Sir Bernard Bryan." Maud's ready blush rose burningly. She fidgeted to be gone. Bunny's swaggering announcement made her long to sink through the earth. She dreaded to hear his listener laugh, even looked up in surprise when no laugh came. He was surveying Bunny with that same unblinking regard that had disconcerted her. The slight smile was still on his face, but it was not a derisive smile. After a moment he said, "My name is Bolton. Jake Bolton. Think you can remember that?" "What are you?" said Bunny, with frank curiosity. "I?" The faint smile suddenly broadened, showing teeth that were large and very white. "I am a groom," the horseman said. "Are you?" The boy's eyes opened wide. "Then you're not a mister," he said. "Oh, no, I'm not a mister." There was certainly a laugh in the womanish voice this time, but it held no open ridicule. "I'm plain Jake Bolton. You can call me Bolton, or Jake, whichever you like. Good day, Sir Bernard." He backed his horse with the words and mounted. Maud did not look at him. She felt too overwhelmed. Moreover, she was sure, painfully sure, that he looked at her, and she thought there must be at least amusement in his eyes. With relief, she heard him turn his horse and trot down the hill. He had not even been going their way then. Her face burned afresh. "What a queer fish," said Bunny. "Hullo, what are you so red about?" "I wish you wouldn't tell people your title," she said. "They only laugh." "He didn't laugh when I told him," said Bunny. "And why shouldn't I? I've a right to it." He would not see her point, she knew. But she made an attempt to explain. "He would have liked to call himself a gentleman," she said, "but he didn't." "That's quite different," said Bunny loftily. "He knows he isn't one." Maud abandoned the argument then, because, though it was against her judgment, she found that she wanted to agree. 4. The Accepted Suitor. "Hark to the brute," said Bunny. A long, loud peal of laughter was echoing through the house. Maud shuddered at the sound. The noisy wooing of her mother's suitor made her physically sick. But for Bunny, she would have fled incontinently from the man's proximity. Because of Bunny, she sat at a rickety writing table in a corner of the room and penned an urgent, almost a desperate appeal to the bachelor uncle in the North to deliver them from the impending horror. No other consideration on earth would have forced such an appeal from her. She felt literally distraught that night. She was being dragged, a helpless prisoner, to the house of bondage. Again came that loud, coarse laugh, and with it the opening of the door on the other side of the passage. "Watch out," warned Bunny. "They're coming." There was a hint of nervousness in his voice also. She heard it, and swiftly rose. When their own door opened, she was standing beside him, very upright, very pale, rigidly composed. Her mother entered, flushed and smiling. Behind her came her accepted lover, a large, florid man, handsome in a certain coarse style, with a dissipated look about the eyes which told its own tale. Maud quivered in impotent resentment whenever she encountered those eyes. They could not look upon a woman with reverence. He strolled into the room in her mother's wake, fondling a dark moustache, in evident good humour with himself and all the world. Lady Bryan ran to her daughter with all a girl's impetuosity. "My dear, it's all settled," she declared. "Giles and I are going to be married, and we're all going to live at the Anchor with him. And dear little Bunny is to have the best ground floor rooms. Now isn't that kind?" It was kind. Yet Maud stiffened to an even icier frigidity at the news, and dear little Bunny's nose turned up to an aggressive angle. After a distinct pause, Maud bent her long neck and coldly kissed her mother's expectant face. "I hope you and Mr. Shepherd will be very happy," she said. The happy suitor broke into his loud, self-satisfied laugh.
"Egad, what an enthusiastic reception!" he cried. "Have you got a similar chaste salute for me?"
He swaggered towards her, and Maud froze as she stood. Her eyes shot a blue flare of open enmity at him; and almost in spite of himself, Giles Shepherd paused.
"By Jove!" he said. "You've got a she-wolf here, madam."
Lady Bryan turned. "Oh, Giles, don't be absurd. Maud is not like me, you know. She was never demonstrative as a child. She was always shy and quiet. They are not quite used to the idea of you yet. You must give them time. Bunny darling, won't you give mother a kiss?"
"What for?"
said Bunny. He was tightly gripping Maud's cold hand with fingers that were like tense wire. His eyes, very wide and bright, defied the whole world on her behalf. "I'm not going to kiss anyone," he said. "Neither is Maud. I don't know what there is to make such a fuss about. You've both been married before." The landlord of the Anchor gave a great roar of laughter.
"Not bad for a bantling, eh, Lucy? Didn't know I was going to have a sucking cynic for a stepson. You're quite right, my boy. There is nothing to make a fuss about. And so we shan't ask you to dance at the wedding. Not that you could if you tried, eh? And my Lady Disdain there won't be invited. We are going to be married by special license to-morrow afternoon, and you can take possession of your new quarters while the knot is being tied. How's that appeal to you?"
Bunny looked at him with a certain grim interest. "It'll suit me all right," he said. "But I'm hanged if I can see where you come in." Giles Shepherd laughed again, with his tongue in his cheek.
"Oh, I shall have my picking at the feast, old son," he declared jovially. "I've had my eye on your mother for a long time. Pretty piece of goods she is, too. You're neither of you a patch on her. They don't do you credit, Lucy, my dear. Sure they're your own."
"The man's drunk," said Maud suddenly and sharply. My dear," cried Lady Bryan in dismayed protest. The girl bit her lip. The words had escaped her, she knew not how. Giles Shepherd, however, only laughed again, and seated himself on the edge of the table to contemplate her.
"We shall have to try and find a husband for you, young woman," he said. "A husband who'll know how to bring you to heel. It'll be a tough job. I wonder who'd like to take it on. Jake Bolton might do the trick. We'll have Jake Bolton to dine with us to-morrow. He knows how to tame wild animals, does Jake. It's a damn pretty sight to see him do it, too. Gosh, he knows how to lay it on just where it hurts most."
He chuckled grimly, with his eyes on Maud's now crimson face. "Now, Giles," protested Lady Bryan, "you've promised to be good to my two children. I'm sure we shall all shake down comfortably presently. Dear Maud has a good deal to learn yet, so you must be patient with her. We were foolish ourselves at her age, I have no doubt."
"Oh, no doubt,"
said her fiancé, with his thick-lidded eyes still mocking the girl's face of outraged pride.
"We've all been foolish in our time. But there's only one treatment for that complaint in the female species, my lady, and that is a sound, good spanking. It does a world of good, takes the stiffening out of a woman in no time. I've had a daughter of my own. A decent little filly she was, too. Married now and gone to Canada. But I had to keep her in order, I can tell you, before she went. I gave her many a slip-ring, and she thought the better of me for it, too. She knew I wouldn't stand any of her nonsense."
"Ah, well," smiled Lady Bryan, "we are not all alike, you know, and that sort of treatment doesn't suit everybody. Now I think we all know each other, and my little Bunny is looking rather tired. I think we won't stay any longer. It means a bad night if he gets excited."
"Wait a minute,"
interposed Bunny. "That man you were talking about just now, Jake Bolton. Who is he? Where does he live?"
"Who is he?"
Giles Shepherd slapped his thigh and rose.
"He's one of the best known fellows about here. A bit of a card, but none the worse for that. He's the trainer up at the stables, Lord Saltash's place. Never heard of him? He's known as the lynx on the turf, because he's so devilish shrewd. Oh, yes, he's quite a card. and to see him break one of them youngsters, well, it's a fair treat."
Mr. Shepherd's grammar was apt to lapse somewhat when his enthusiasm was kindled. Maud shivered a little. Lady Bryan smiled indulgently. Poor Giles, he was a rough diamond. She would have to do a little polishing, but she was sure he would become quite a valuable gem when polished. "Oh, he's Lord Saltash's trainer, is he?" she said. "Lord Saltash is a very old friend of ours. Does he ever come down here?"
"Who? Lord Saltash? He has a place here. You couldn't have been very intimate with him if you didn't know that. Just as well, p'raps, with a man of his tendencies."
Shepherd laughed in a fashion that sent the hot blood back to Maud's face.
"A bit too fond of his neighbour's wife, that young man. Lucky thing for him that he didn't have to pay heavy damages. More luck than judgment, to my thinking."
"Oh, Giles," protested Lady Bryan, "how you do run on! I did know that he had an estate here. That was why I asked if he still came down. You really mustn't blacken the young man's character in that way. We are all very fond of him."
"Are you, though?"
Shepherd's laugh died. He looked at Maud with a hint of venom.
"Like the rest of your charming sex, eh? Well, we don't see much of the gay Lothario in these parts. If that was your little game, you'd better have stopped in town."
Maud's lips said "cad," but her voice made no sound. He bowed in ironical acknowledgment and turned to her mother.
"Now, my lady, having received these cordial congratulations, I move an adjournment. As you have foretold, we shall doubtless all shake down together very comfortably in the course of a few weeks. But in the meantime, I should like to inform all whom it may concern that I am master in my own house, and I expect to be treated as such."
Again his insolent eyes rested upon Maud's proud face, and her slight form quivered in response, though she kept her own rigidly downcast. "Of course that is understood," said Lady Bryan, with a pacific hand on his arm. "There, let us go now. I am sure we are all going to be as happy as the day is long." She looked up at him with persuasive coquetry, and he at once succumbed. He pulled her to him roughly, and bestowed several resounding kisses upon her delicate face, not desisting until with laughing remonstrance she put up a protesting hand. "Giles, really, really, you mustn't be greedy," she said, and drew him to the door with some urgency. He went, his malignancy for the moment swamped by a stronger emotion, and brother and sister were left alone. "What a disgusting beast!" said Bunny as the door closed. Maud said nothing. She only went to the window and flung it wide. End of chapters 3 and 4. Part 1, chapters 5 and 6 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. In the dark. Black night and a moaning sea. Now and then a drizzle of rain came on a gust of wind, sprinkling the girl's tense face, damping the dark hair that clustered about her temples. But she did not so much as feel it. Her passionate young spirit was all on fire with a fierce revolt against the destinies that ruled her life. She paced the parade as one distraught. Only for a brief space could she let herself go thus, only while Bunny and their mother played their nightly game of cribbage. They did not so much as know that she was out of the house. She would have to return ere she was missed, and then would follow the inevitable ordeal of putting Bunny to bed. It was an ordeal that seemed to become each night more difficult. In the morning he was easier to manage, but at night, when he was tired out and all his nerves were on edge, she sometimes found the task almost beyond her powers. When he was in pain, and this was not infrequently, it took her hours to get him finally settled. She was sure that it would be no easy task to-night. He had had bouts of severe neuralgia during the day, and his flushed face and irritable manner warned her that there was a struggle in store. She had sometimes sat waiting till the small hours of the morning before he would permit her to move or undress him. She felt that some such trial was before her now, and her heart was as lead. The house had seemed to stifle her. She had run out for a breath of air, and then something about that moaning shore had seemed to draw her. She had run down to the parade, and now she paced along it, staring down into the fathomless dark below her, where the deep water rose and fell with a ceaseless moaning, thumping the wall beneath in sullen impotence. There was no splash of waves, only that dumb striving against a power it could not overthrow. It was like her own mute rebellion, she thought to herself miserably, as persistent and as futile. She reached the end of the parade. The hour was late, the place deserted. There was a shelter here. She was sure it would be empty, but it did not attract her. She wanted to get as close as possible to that moaning, mysterious waste of water. It held a stark fascination for her. It drew her like a magnet. She stood on the very edge of the parade, facing the drift of rain that blew in from the sea. How dark it was! The nearest lamp was 50 yards away. The thought came to her suddenly, taking form from the formless deep. How easy to take one single false step in that darkness! How swift the consequence, and how complete the deliverance! A short inevitable struggle in the dark, and then a certain release from this hateful chain called life. It would be terrible, but so quickly over. And this misery that so galled her would be forever past. She beat her foot on the edge with a passionate impatience. What a fool she was to suffer so, when there was nothing, never had been anything, in life worth living for. Nothing? Well, yes, there was Bunny. She was an absolute necessity to him. That she knew. She was firmly convinced that he would die without her. And though he would be far, far happier dead, poor darling, she couldn't leave him to die alone. She lifted her clenched hands above her head in straining impotence. For one black moment she almost wished that Bunny were dead. And then, very suddenly, with staggering unexpectedness, she received the biggest shock of her life. 2 hands closed simultaneously upon her wrists, and she was drawn into 2 encircling arms. She uttered a startled outcry, and in the same moment began a wild and flurried struggle for freedom. But the arms that held her closed like steel springs. A man's strength forced her steadily away from the yawning blackness that stretched beyond the parade. "It's no good kicking," a soft voice said. "You won't get away." Something in the voice reassured her. She ceased to struggle. "Oh, let me go," she said breathlessly. You don't understand. I only—" "Came out for a breath of air," he suggested. "Of course. I gathered that." He took his arms away from her, but he still kept one on her wrists in a strong grasp. She could not see his face in the darkness, only his figure, which was short and stoutly built. "Do you know," he said, "when people take the air like that, I always have to hold on to 'em tight till they've had all they want. It's damn cheek on my part, as you were just going to remark. But, my girl, it's easier than mucking about in a dark sea looking for 'em after they've lost their balance." He had led her to the shelter. She sat down rather helplessly, wondering if it would be possible to conceal her identity from him, since it was evident that so far he had not recognized her. He stood in front of her, squarely planted, his hand still locked upon her wrist. She had known him from the first word he had spoken, and remembering those startling lynx eyes of his, she felt decidedly uneasy. She was sure they could see in the dark. She spoke after a moment with slight hesitation. "I shouldn't have lost my balance, and if I had meant to jump over, as you imagined, I shouldn't have stood so long thinking about it." "Sure you're not thinking about it now?" he said. "Quite sure," she answered. He bent down, and she was sure, quite sure, that his eyes scrutinized her and took in every detail. The next moment he released her wrist also. "All right, my girl," he said. "I believe you. But don't do it again. Accidents happen, you know. You might have had one then, and I should still have had to flounder around looking for you." Something in his tone made her want to smile, and yet she felt so sure that he knew her all the time. And she wanted to resent his familiarity at the same moment. For if he knew her, it was rank presumption to address her so. She rose at length and faced him with such dignity as she could muster. "I am obliged to you," she said, But I fail to see why your responsibility should extend so far. If I had fallen over, the chances are that you could never have found me, or saved me if you had."
99 to 1, he said coolly, "but do you know I rather count on the 100th chance. I've taken it, and won on it, before now."
He was not to be disconcerted, it was evident. He was plainly a difficult man to rout, one accustomed to keep his head in any emergency. And she was but a slip of a girl in his estimation, and he had her at a disadvantage already. She felt her face begin to burn in the darkness. She shifted her ground. "I don't see why anyone should be made to live against his will," she said. "Why it should be anyone's business to interfere."
"That's because you're young," he said. "You haven't yet got the proper hang of things. It only comes with practice, that."
Her face burned more hotly. He was actually patronizing her. She turned abruptly. "Good evening," she said, and began to walk away. But he fell in beside her at once.
"I'm going your way," he observed. "May as well see you past the bar of the Anchor. They get a bit lively there sometimes at this end of the day."
He walked with the slight roll of a man accustomed to much riding. She imagined that he never appeared in anything but breeches and gaiters. But his tread was firm and purposeful. Quite obviously, it never entered his head that she might not desire his company. For that reason she had to submit to the arrangement, though she felt herself grow more and more rigid as they neared the circle of light cast by the street lamp. Of course he was bound to recognize her now. But they reached and passed the lamp, and he tramped straight ahead without looking at her, after the square fashion that she had somehow begun to associate with him. They reached and passed the Anchor also, with its lighted bar and coarse voices and lounging figures. They began the steep ascent up which he had pushed Bunny that afternoon. It was dark enough here at least, and her self-confidence began to revive. She would put him to the test. She would pass the gate that he had seen her enter earlier in the day. If he displayed surprise or hesitation she would know that he had recognized her. But yet again he baffled her. He tramped steadily on. She began to get a little breathless. There was another lamp at the top of the road. She did not want to reach that. In desperation she paused. "Good evening," she said again. He stopped at once, and she thought she caught the glitter of his eyes seeking her own in the darkness.
"You're going in now?" he asked.
"Yes," she said. He came a step nearer, and laid one finger on her arm.
"Look here, my girl. You take a straight tip from me. If you're in any sort of trouble, go and tell someone. Don't bottle it in till it gets too big for you. And above all, don't go step dancing on the edge of the parade in the dark. It's a fool thing to do."
He emphasized his points with impressive taps upon her arm. She felt absurdly small and meek. "Suppose I haven't anyone to tell," she said after a moment. He rose to the occasion instantly.
"I'm sound," he said. "Tell me."
She had not expected that. He seemed to disconcert her at every turn. "Thank you," she said, taking refuge in extreme frigidity. "I think not."
"As you like," he said. "I dare say I shouldn't in your place. I only suggested it because I can't see a girl in trouble and pass by on the other side."
He spoke quite quietly, but there was a quality in the soft voice that stirred her very strangely, something that made her for the moment forget the man's dominant personality, and feel as if a woman had uttered the words. She put out a groping hand to him, obeying a curious impulse that would not be denied. "Thank you," she said again. He kept her hand for a second or two, holding it squarely, almost as if he were waiting for something. Then, without a word, he let it go. She turned back, and he went on. 6. The Unwilling Guest. "But, my dear child, you must appear," urged the bride, with a piteous little twist of the lips. "I can't go unsupported into that dreadful crowd." "Oh, mother," Maud said. And that was all. For what was the good of saying more? Her mother had made the choice, and there was no turning back. They could only go forward now along the new course, whithersoever it led. "I'll come," she said after a moment. Her mother's smile was full of pathos. "We must all make sacrifices for one another, darling," she said. "I have made a very big one for you and Bunny. He, poor little lad, isn't old enough to understand. But surely you at least can appreciate it." She looked so wistful as she spoke that in spite of herself Maud was moved to a very unusual show of tenderness. She turned and kissed her. "I do hope you will be happy," she said. "I expect you will, you know, when you are used to it." She spoke out of a very definite knowledge of her mother's character. She knew well the yielding adaptability thereof. Giles Shepherd's standards would very soon be hers also, and she would speedily cease to find anything wanting in his friends. She turned with a sigh. "Let's go and get it over," she said. "But I can't stay long. I shall have to get back to Bunny." She and Bunny had spent all the afternoon and evening settling into their new quarters at the Anchor Hotel, and it had been a tiring task. The bride and bridegroom had gone straight from the registry office where the ceremony had been performed to the county town some 30 miles distant in the one ramshackle little motor that the hotel possessed, and had returned barely in time to receive the guests whom Shepherd had invited to his wedding feast. Neither Maud nor her mother had been told much of the forthcoming festivity, and the girl's dismay upon learning that she was expected to attend it was considerable. She was feeling tired and depressed. Bunny was in a difficult mood, and she knew that another bad night lay before them. Still, it was impossible to refuse. She could only yield with as good a grace as she could muster. "Make yourself pretty, won't you, dear?" said Mrs. Shepherd, as her point gained she prepared smilingly to depart. "Wear your white silk. You look charming in that." Maud had not the faintest wish to look charming, but yet again she could not refuse to gratify a wish so amiably expressed. She donned the white silk, therefore, though feeling in any but a festive mood, and prepared herself for the ordeal with a grim determination to escape from it as soon as possible. She was not tall, but her extreme slenderness gave her a decidedly regal pose. She held her head proudly and bore herself with distinction. Her eyes, those wonderful blue-violet eyes, had the aloof expression of one whose soul is far away. Giles Shepherd watched her enter the drawing-room behind her mother, and a bitter sneer crossed his bloated face. He was utterly incapable of appreciating that innate pride of race that expressed itself in every line of her. He read only contempt for him and his in the girl's still face, and the deep resentment kindled the night before began to smoulder within him with an ever-increasing heat. How dared she show her airs and graces here? She, a penniless minx, dependent now upon his charity for the very bread she ate. He turned with an ugly jest at her expense upon his lips to the man with whom he had been talking at her entrance; but the jest was checked unuttered, for the man, square, thick-set as a bulldog, abruptly left his side and moved forward. The quick blood mounted in Maud's face as he intercepted her. She looked at him for a second as if she would turn and flee; but he held out a steady hand to her, and she had to place hers within it. In a moment his peculiar voice accosted her. "You remember me, Miss Bryan? I'm Jake Bolton, the horsebreaker. I had the pleasure of doing your brother a small service yesterday." Both hand and voice reassured her. She had an absurd feeling that he was meting out to her such treatment as he would have considered suitable for a nervous horse. She forced herself to smile upon him. It was the only thing to do. He smiled in return, his pleasant open smile. "Remember me now?" he said. "Quite well," she answered. "Good," he said briefly. "Let me find you a chair. I don't suppose you know many of the people here?" She did not know any of them, and as Shepherd had seized upon his bride, and was presenting her in rude triumph to each in turn, with much noisy laughter and coarse joking, it was not difficult to slip into a corner with Jake Bolton without attracting further attention. He stood beside her for a space while covertly she took stock of him. Yes, he actually had discarded his gaiters and was wearing evening dress. It did not seem a natural garb for him, but he carried it better than she would have expected. He still reminded her very forcibly of horses, though she could not have definitely said wherein this strong suggestion lay. His ruddy face and short, dominant nose might have belonged to a sailor. But the brilliant chestnut eyes, with their red-brown lashes, were somehow not of the sea. They made her think of the reek of leather and the thud of galloping hoofs. Suddenly he turned and caught her critical survey. She dropped her eyes instantly in hot confusion, while he, as if he had just made up his mind, sat down beside her. "So you and your brother are going to live here?" he said. She answered him in a low voice. The words seemed to leap from her almost without her conscious volition. "We can't help ourselves." He gave a short nod as of a suspicion confirmed, and sat in silence for a little. The loud laughter of Giles Shepherd's guests filled in the pause. Maud held herself rigidly still, repressing a nervous shiver that attacked her repeatedly. Suddenly the man beside her spoke. "What's the matter with that young brother of yours?" With relief she came out of her tense silence. "It is an injury to the spine. He had a fall in his babyhood. He suffers terribly sometimes." "Nothing to be done?" he asked. She shook her head. "No one very good has seen him. He won't let a doctor come near him now." "Oh, rats!" exclaimed Jake Bolton unexpectedly. She felt her color rise as he turned his bright eyes upon her. "You don't say that a kid like that can get the better of you?" he said. She resented the question, yet she answered it. "Bunny has a strong will. I never oppose it." "And why not?" He was looking directly at her with a comical smile, as if he were inspecting some quaint object of interest. Again against her will she made a reply. "I try to give him all he wants. He has missed all that is good in life." He wrinkled his forehead for a moment, as if puzzled, then broke into a laugh. "Say, what a queer notion to get," he said. She stiffened on the instant, but he did not seem to notice it. He leaned towards her and laid one finger, a short square forefinger, on her arm. "Tell me now, what are the good things in life?" She withdrew her arm from his touch, and regarded him with a hauteur that did not wholly veil her embarrassment. "You don't know," said Jake. "Be honest and say so." But Maud only retired further into her shell. "I think we have wandered rather far from the subject," she said coldly. "My brother is unfortunately the victim of circumstance, and no discussion can alter that fact." He accepted the snub with a sign of discomfiture. "Is he here now?" he asked. She bent her head. "In this house, yes." "Will you let me see him presently?" he pursued. Distantly she made reply. "I'm afraid that is impossible." "Why?" he said. She raised her dark brows. "Tell me why," he insisted. Calmly she met his look. "It is not good for him to see strangers at night. It upsets his rest." "You think it would be bad for him to see me?" he questioned. His voice was suddenly very deliberate. He was looking her full in the face. A curious little tremor went through her. She felt as if he had pinioned her there before him. Her reply astounded herself. "I don't say it would be bad for him, only inadvisable. He is rather excited already." "Will you ask him presently if he would care to see me?" said Jake Bolton steadily. She bit her lip, hesitating. "I shan't upset him," he said. "I won't excite him. I'll quiet him down." She did not want to yield, yet she yielded. "I will ask him, if you wish," she said. He smiled. "Thank you, Miss Bryan. You didn't want to give in, did you? But I undertake that you will not be sorry." "Hello, Jacob," blared Shepherd's voice suddenly across the room. "What are you doing over there, you rascal? Thought I shouldn't see you, eh? You're a deep one, you are. I dare say now you've made up your mind that that young woman is a princess in disguise. She isn't. She's just my stepdaughter, and a very cheap article, I assure you, Jake. Very cheap indeed." The roar of laughter that greeted this sally filled the room, drowning any further remarks. Shepherd stood in the center, swaying a little, looking round on the assembled company with a facetious grin. Jake Bolton rose and went to him. He stood with him for a moment, and Maud, shivering in her corner, marveled that he did not look mean and insignificant beside the other's great bulk. She wondered what he said. It was only a few words, and they were not apparently uttered with much urgency. But Shepherd's grin died away, and she fancied that for a moment, only for a moment, he looked a little sheepish. Then he clapped a great hand upon Bolton's shoulder. "All right, all right. It's for you to make the running. Come along, ladies and gentlemen. Let us feed." There was a general move, and a tall, lanky young man with a white face and black hair that shone like varnish slouched up to Maud. "I don't see why Bolton should have all the plums," he said. "May I have the honor of conducting you to the supper table?" She was on her feet. She looked at him with a disdain so withering that the young man wilted visibly before her. "No offense meant, I'm sure," he said, shuffling his feet. "But I thought, as you were being so pally with Jake Bolton, you wouldn't object to being pally with me." Maud said nothing. She was, in fact, so quivering with rage that speech would have been difficult. A very stout elderly lady, with a neck and arms that were hardly distinguishable from the red silk dress she wore, sailed up to them. "Come, come, miss," she said, beaming good-temperedly upon Maud's pale face. "We're not standing on ceremony to-night. We're all friends here. You won't mind going in with my boy Tom, I'm sure. He's considered quite the ladies' man, I can assure you." "Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Wright. Miss Bryan is going in with me," said Jake Bolton's smooth voice behind her. "Tom, you git." Somehow, before she knew it, the black-haired young man was gone from her path, and her hand lay trembling within Bolton's arm. She did not utter a word. She could not. She felt choked. Jake Bolton said nothing either. He only piloted her through the crowd with the smile of the winner curving the corners of his mouth. They reached the dining room, and people began to seat themselves around a long center table. There was no formal arrangement, and some confusion ensued in consequence. "Fight it out among yourselves," yelled Shepherd above the din of laughter and movement. "Make yourselves at home." Bolton glanced round. "There's a table for two in that alcove," he said. "Shall we make for that?" "Anywhere," she said desperately. He elbowed a way for her. The table was near a window, the alcove draped with curtains. He put her into a chair where she was screened from the eyes of those at the center table. He seated himself opposite to her. "Don't look so scared," he said. She smiled at him faintly in silence. "I gather you don't enjoy this sort of bear fight," he said. She remained silent. The man disconcerted her. She was burningly conscious that she had not been too discreet in taking him even so far into her confidence. He leaned slowly forward, fixing her with those relentless lynx-like eyes. "Miss Bryan," he said, his voice very level, faultlessly distinct, "I'm rough, no doubt, but please believe I'm white." She looked at him, startled, unhappy, not knowing what to say. He nodded, still watching her. "Don't you forget it," he said. "There are plenty of beasts in the world, but I'm not one of 'em. You'll drink champagne, of course." He got up to procure it, and Maud managed in the interval to recover some of her composure. When he came back she mustered a smile and thanked him. "You look fagged out," he said as he filled her glass. "What have you been doing?" "Getting straight in our new quarters here," she answered. "It takes some time." "Where are your rooms?" he asked. She hesitated momentarily. "It is really only one room," she said, "but it is a fine one. I have another little one upstairs, but it is a long way off. Of course I shall sleep downstairs with Bunny." "Do you always sleep with him?" he asked. She colored a little. "Yes." "Is he a good sleeper?" He had moved round and was filling his own glass. She watched his steady hand with a touch of envy. She would have given much for as cool a nerve just then. "Is he a good sleeper?" He repeated the question as he set down the bottle. She answered it at once. "No, a very poor one." "And you look after him night and day?" Bolton's eyes suddenly comprehended her. "I guess that accounts for it," he said in a tone of enlightenment. "For what?" She met his look haughtily, determined to hold her own. But he smiled and refused the contest. "For much," he said. "Now, what will you eat? Lobster? That's right.
I want to see you started. What a filthy racket they are making. I hope it won't upset your appetite any." She had never felt less hungry in her life, but out of a queer sensation of gratitude she tried to eat what he put before her. He had certainly done his best to shield her from that objectionable crowd, but she was still by no means certain that she liked the man. He was too much inclined to take her friendship for granted, too ready to presume upon a very short acquaintance. And she was sure, quite sure now, that he had recognized her from the first moment down on the parade the night before. The knowledge was very disquieting. He was kind. Oh yes, he was kind. But she felt that he knew too much. And so a certain antagonism warred against her gratitude, and prevented any gracious expression thereof. She only longed, oh how desperately, to flee away from this new and horrible world into which she had been so ruthlessly dragged, and to see no more of its inhabitants forever. Vain longing. Even then she knew, or shrewdly suspected, that her lot was to be cast in that same world for the rest of her mortal life. End of chapters 5 and 6. Part 1, Chapters 7 and 8 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. The Magician. "Oh, Maud, I thought you were never coming." Bunny's face, pale and drawn, wearing the irritable frown so habitual to it, turned towards the opening door. "I have brought you a visitor," his sister said. Her voice was low and nervous. She looked by no means sure of Bunny's reception of the news. Behind her came Jake Bolton, the trainer, alert and self-assured. It was quite evident that he had no doubts whatever upon the subject. His thick mat of chestnut hair shone like copper in the brilliant electric light, such hair as would have been a woman's glory, but that Jake kept very closely cropped. "What on earth for?" began Bunny querulously, and then magically his face changed and he smiled. "Hello, you," he said. Bolton came to his side and took the small, eager hand thrust out to him. "Yes, it's me," he said. "No objection, I hope?" "I should think not." The boy's face was glowing with pleasure. "Sit down," he said. "Maud, get a chair." Bolton turned sharply, found her already bringing one, and took it swiftly from her. He sat down by Bunny's side and took the little thin hand back into his. "Do you know, I've been thinking a lot about you," he said. Bunny was vastly flattered. He liked the grasp of the strong fingers also, though he would not probably have tolerated such a thing from any but this stranger. "Yes," pursued Jake in his soft, level voice. "I reckon I've taken a fancy to you, little chap. I beg your pardon, Sir Bernard. How have you been to-day?" "Don't call me that," said Bunny, turning suddenly red. "What?" Jake smiled upon him, his magic, kindly smile. "Am I to call you Bunny, like your sister, then?" "Yes, and you can call her Maud," said Bunny autocratically. "Can't he, Maud?" Jake turned his head and looked at her. She was standing before the fire, the red glow all about her, very slim, very graceful, very stately. She did not so much as glance at Jake, only bent a little towards the blaze so that he could not see her face. "I don't think I dare," said Jake. "Maud!" Peremptorily Bunny's voice accosted her. "Come over here. Come and sit on my bed." It was more of a command than an invitation. Maud straightened herself and turned. But as she did so their visitor intervened. "No, don't," he said. "Sit down right there, Miss Bryan, in that easy chair, and have a rest." His voice was peremptory too, but in a different way. Bunny stared at him wide-eyed. Jake met the stare with an admonitory shake of the head. "Guess Bunny's not wanting you," he said. "Don't listen to anything he says." Bunny's mouth opened to protest, remained open for about 5 seconds, and finally said, "All right, Maud, you can stay by the fire while we talk." And Maud, much to her own surprise, sat down in the low chair on the hearth, and leaned her aching back upon the cushion. She had her back to Bunny and his companion, and the soft murmur of the latter's voice held naught disturbing. It seemed, in fact, to possess something of a soothing quality,
for very soon her heavy eyelids began to droop, and the voice to recede into ever-growing distance. For a space she still heard it, dim and remote as the splash of the waves on the shore. Then, very softly, it was blotted out. Her cares and her troubles all fell away from her. She sank into soundless billows of sleep. It was a perfectly dreamless repose, serene as a child's, and it seemed to last indefinitely. She lay in complete content, unconscious of all the world, lapped in peace and blissfully free from the goading anxiety that usually disturbed her rest. It was the calmest slumber she had known for many years. From it she awoke at length with a guilty start. The fall of a piece of coal had broken the happy spell. She sat up, to find herself in firelight only. Her first thought was for Bunny, and she turned in her chair and looked across the unfamiliar room. He was lying very still in the shadows. Softly she rose and stepped across to him. Yes, he was asleep also, lying among his pillows. The chair by his side was empty, the visitor vanished. Very cautiously she bent over him. He had been lying dressed outside the bed. Now, with a thrill of amazement, she realized he was undressed and lying between the sheets. He was breathing very quietly, and his attitude was one of easy rest. Surely some magic had been at work. On a chest of drawers near stood a glass that had contained milk. He always had some hot milk last thing, but she had not procured it for him. She had in fact been wondering how she would obtain it tonight. Another coal fell, and she crept back to replace it. Stooping, she caught sight of another glass in the fender, full of milk. It must have been there a long time, for it was barely warm. Clearly it had been intended for her. She put it to her lips and drank. Who could have put it there? Her mother? No. She was sure that her mother would have roused her from her sleep if she had entered. She was, moreover, quite incapable of getting Bunny to bed, now that he had grown out of childhood. The house was very quiet. She wondered if the guests had all gone. The room was situated at the end of a long passage, so that the noise of the party had scarcely reached it. But the utter silence without as well as within made her think that it was very late. She dared not switch on the light, but as the fire burned up again she held her watch to the blaze. 2:30. In utter amazement she began to undress. There was no second bed in the room, only a horsehair sofa that was far less comfortable than the chair by the fire. She lay down upon it, however, pulling over her an ancient fur travelling rug belonging to her mother, and here she lay, dozing and waking, turning over the mystery in her mind, while another quiet hour slipped away. Then there came a movement from Bunny, and she sat up. "Are you awake, Maud?" asked his voice out of the shadows. "Has Jake gone?" "Yes, darling," she made answer. "Are you wanting anything?" She was by his side with the words. She bent over him. He wanted his pillows rearranged, and when she had done it he said, "I say, when did you wake up?" "About an hour ago," she said. He chuckled a little. "Weren't you surprised to find me in bed?" "Yes, I was," she said. "How did you get there?" Bunny seemed to regard the matter as a joke. "That fellow Jake, he went over and looked at you, came back and said you were fast asleep, asked me what I generally had done, and if he couldn't do it for me. He managed very well, and was jolly quick about it, too. I thought you would be sure to wake, but you didn't. And when I was settled he asked if I didn't want anything, and I said, 'Yes, hot milk,' and he crept off and got it. He brought a glass for you, too. He stuck it in the fender. Have you had it?" "Yes," Maud said. "But, Bunny, didn't he hurt you at all? You nearly always cry out when you're lifted." "I didn't that time," said Bunny proudly. "I told him I should probably squeal, and he said if I so much as squeaked he'd throttle me. He's a brick, do you know, Maud, and he seemed to know how to get hold of me without being told." Maud's amazement was growing. The man must be a genius indeed to manage Bunny in that fashion. "After that," said Bunny, "he sat down by me and got hold of my hand and said, 'Now I'm going to send you to sleep.' I told him I never slept the first part of the night, and he grinned and said, 'You'll be asleep in 5 minutes from now if you let yourself go.' And I said, 'Rats!' And he said, 'Shut up.' So I did. And he held my hand tight and sat staring across the room like a mute, till somehow he got all blurred up, and then I suppose I went to sleep.
I never knew when he went. Did you?"
"No," said Maud. She had an uncanny feeling that Jake had somehow left his influence behind him in the atmosphere. His personality seemed to dominate it still. She was sure he had meant to be kind, but a queer sense of antagonism made her resent his kindness. She did not like Bunny's whole-hearted admiration. "He's a brick," the boy said again. "And do you know he's done almost everything under the sun? He's been a sailor, and he's dug for gold, and he's kept a Californian store, and he's been a cowboy on a ranch. He says the last suited him best because he's so keen on the wilds and horses. It was out in the wilds somewhere that Lord Saltash came on him and brought him home to be his trainer. But he's British born all the same. I knew he was that first time I saw him." He was evidently a paragon of all the virtues in Bunny's estimation, and Maud did not attempt to express her own feelings, which were in fact somewhat complex. Very deep down in her woman's soul a warning voice had begun to make itself heard, but she could not tell Bunny that. Scarcely even to herself dared she admit that the straight, free gaze of those red-brown eyes possessed the power to set her heart a-fluttering in wild rebellion, like the wings of a captive bird. 8. The Offer. In many respects, the change from their lodgings up the hill to the Anchor Hotel by the fishing quay was for the better, and as the days went on and winter drew near, Maud realized this. Bunny's room had a southern aspect, and it was only on dull days that they needed a fire before evening. It possessed a French window also, which was an immense advantage; for it was perfectly easy to wheel him out to the stone veranda outside it, and here he would lie in his own sheltered corner for hours, watching the sea and the shore and the passers-by, and sometimes talking to the very infrequent visitors who came at that season to the Anchor. He and Maud lived their lives apart from the rest of the establishment, an arrangement which Mrs. Shepherd deplored, although she knew it to be an eminently wise one. Her husband, who never lost an opportunity to revile the girl who always treated him with the same aloof distance of manner, bitterly resented the circumstance that so limited his chances of what he styled taking her down a peg. He hated her with a rancorous and cruel hatred of conscious inferiority, savagely repenting his undertaking to provide for her. They did not often clash because Maud steadfastly avoided him. And this also he resented, for he was in effect simply biding his time to drive her away. She was a perpetual thorn in his side, and he seized every chance that presented itself of inflicting some minor humiliation upon her. His antipathy had become almost an obsession, and he never saw her without flinging some gibing taunt in her direction. And those taunts of his rankled deep. Maud's feelings towards him were of a very deadly order. If she had not avoided him, she knew that she could not have remained. But for Bunny's sake, she endured his insults when contact with him became inevitable. She could not be separated from Bunny, and she knew of no other haven. Towards Bunny, Shepherd displayed no ill feeling. He had small cause to do so, for the boy was kept rigorously out of his way, and his mother was more than willing to leave the entire care of him to Maud. In fact, there were sometimes whole days on which she scarcely saw him. The change that Maud had foretold on her wedding day had already begun in her. She had quitted her own world without a pang, and was sunning herself in the warmth of her husband's rough devotion. As she herself expressed it, she was getting really fond of Giles, whose brutish affection for her was patent to all. Maud suppressed a shudder whenever she encountered any evidence of it, and as a result, he was always noisier and coarser in his demonstrations before her face of white disgust. What wonder that she rigidly avoided him, and insisted upon taking all her meals with Bunny? In this way she avoided his loud-voiced friends also, another frequent cause for offense, all, that is, save one. That one was Jake Bolton; and since Bunny had so decreed it, this man came and went exactly as he chose. She never raised the smallest objection to his presence, but she certainly never welcomed him. In fact, she generally took advantage of his coming to leave Bunny for a space, and it even became a recognized thing between them that she should avail herself of the leisure thus provided to run down to the shore for the brief recreation which was never obtainable in any other way. Very often she would not return until after Jake's departure, and so, on the whole, though they met so frequently, she actually saw but little of him. He was Bunny's pal, and, obedient to the inner warning, She was firmly determined that he should never become hers. He did not seem inclined to combat this determination, but on the other hand, he never relinquished by a hair's breadth the position he had taken up at the beginning of their acquaintance. It was impossible to snub him. He never heard a snub. He never advanced, and he never retreated. He simply stood firm, so that after a time her uneasiness began to die down almost in spite of her, and she even came to look upon him, in a very guarded way, as a friend in need. He could do anything in the world with Bunny, and though she was half suspicious of his influence, she could not deny that he invariably exercised it in the right direction. He had even begun to implant in Bunny a wholly novel, and sometimes almost disconcerting, consideration for herself. Bunny was more tractable just then than he had ever been before. It was the only bright spot in her sky. It was on an afternoon in late November that she went down to the shore during one of Jake Bolton's visits to her brother, and watched the fishing fleet come in through a blur of rain. The beach looked dank and sodden, and there were trails of mist in the air. Dusk was just beginning to fall, and it would be a wet night. But the air blew in off the water sweet and southerly, and it did her good to breathe it. She walked the length of the parade twice, and finally, as the fishing smacks dropped one by one into the harbor on the further side of the quay, turned homewards, feeling invigorated and considerably the happier for the brief exercise. She wondered if Jake meant to stay to tea. He did not often do so, only on the very rare occasions when she added her invitation to Bunny's. She supposed she would have to ask him today if she found him still there when she returned. But she hoped she would not. She liked him best when he was not there. Regretfully, she turned her back upon the heaving waters and crossed the road to the Anchor Hotel. It was growing rapidly dusk. She reached the entrance, and was stretching out a hand toward the swinging doors when one of them opened abruptly from within, and Jake stepped out. He was smoking a cigarette, and did not in the first moment perceive her. She drew back in an instinctive effort to escape notice. But he stopped short almost immediately and accosted her. "Ah, is that you? I was just wondering where you were." Her thoughts flew to Bunny. "Am I wanted?" she asked quickly. He checked her with a gesture. "No, the lad's all right. It's I who want you. Can you spare me a minute?" It was impossible to refuse, but she did not yield graciously. Somehow she never could be gracious to Jake Bolton. "I ought to go in," she said. "It is getting late." "I shan't keep you long," he said. And she noticed that it was plainly a foregone conclusion with him that she would grant him what he asked. She turned back into the misty darkness with a short sigh of impatience. "Walk to the end of the parade with me," he said, and fell in beside her. Later she wondered why she did not lodge a more energetic protest, for it was beginning to rain in earnest, but at the time it seemed inevitable that she would do as he desired. She recrossed the road with him, and turned to walk to the nearest end of the parade. They approached the spot where he had once laid peremptory hands upon her and drawn her out of danger. It was as they neared it that he suddenly spoke. "I am sorry to have brought you out again into the wet. Will you come into the shelter?" She acquiesced. The shelter was empty. She stepped within it and stood waiting. He took out his cigarette, and after a moment dropped it and set his heel upon it. "I want to speak to you about your brother," he said. "And, by the way, before I forget it, I've promised to trundle him up to the stables next Sunday, to show him the animals. You will come too, won't you? I can give you tea at my house. It's close by." Maud's eyes opened a little. The suggestion somewhat startled her, and she resented being startled. "You are very kind," she said coldly, "but I don't think we can either of us do that." "I am not in the least kind," said Jake. "And will you tell me why you are offended with me for suggesting it?" "I am not offended," she said, feeling herself grow uncomfortably hot over the assertion. "But I think you might have proposed this to me before mentioning it to Bunny." "But what's the matter with the proposal?" he said. "The boy was delighted with it." "That may be," Maud said, and then she paused, feeling suddenly that she was being absurdly unreasonable. She blushed still more hotly in the gloom, and became silent. Jake stretched out one steady finger and laid it on her arm. "Don't take fright at nothing," he said, in an admonitory tone. "If you're going to shy at this, I reckon you'll kick up your heels and bolt at my next suggestion." She drew herself away from his touch, standing very erect. "Perhaps you would be wiser not to make it," she said. "Very likely," agreed Jake. "But, as you object to my mentioning things to your brother first, I don't see how you can refuse to listen." This was unanswerable. She bit her lip. "I am listening," she said. "And the answer is no, whatever it is," rejoined Jake, with a whimsical note in his soft voice. "Say, Miss Bryan, play fair." She felt somewhat softened in spite of herself. "I have said I will listen," she said. "With an unbiased mind?" he said. "Of course." She spoke impatiently. She wanted to get the interview over, and she more and more resented his attitude towards her. There was something of the superior male about him that grated on her nerves. "All right," said Jake. "I'll go ahead. If you will condescend to come up to my place on Sunday, I will show you a man, one of our jockeys, who was injured in just the same way that your brother is injured, and who is now as sound as I am. He was operated upon by an American doctor called Capper, one of the biggest surgeons in the world. It was a bit of an experiment, but it succeeded. Now, what has been done once can be done again. I chance to know Capper, and he is coming to London next spring. He makes a specialty of spinal trouble. Won't you let him try his hand on Bunny? There would be a certain amount of risk, of course. But wouldn't it be worth it? Say, wouldn't it be worth it to see that boy on his legs, living his life as it was meant to be lived, instead of dragging out a wretched existence that hardly deserves to be called life at all?" He stopped abruptly, as if realizing that he had suffered his eagerness to carry him away. But to Maud, who had begun to listen in icy aloofness, that same eagerness was as the kindling of a fire in a place of utter desolation. For the moment she forgot to be cold. "Oh, if it were only possible," she said. "If it only could be." "Why can't it be?" said Jake. She came back with something of a shock to the consciousness of his personality. She drew back from the warmth that he had made her feel. "Because," she said frigidly, "doctors, great surgeons, don't perform big operations for nothing." "I don't think Capper would charge an out-of-the-way amount if he did it for me," said Jake. "Perhaps not." Maud spoke in the dead tone of finality. He leaned slightly towards her. "Say, Miss Bryan, aren't you rather easily disheartened? Wouldn't your people scrape together something for such a purpose?" "No," she said. "Are you quite sure?" he urged. "Won't you even ask 'em?" She turned from him. "It's no good asking," she said, her voice low and reluctant. "The only relation we possess who might help won't even answer when I write to him." "Why don't you go and see him?" said Jake. "Put the thing before him. He couldn't refuse." She shook her head. "It wouldn't be any good," she said with dreary conviction. "Besides, I couldn't get to Liverpool and back in a day, and I couldn't leave Bunny for longer. And in any case, I know it wouldn't be any good," she ended with half-angry vehemence. "I wish the little chap were my brother," said Jake. Maud was silent. Somehow her vehemence had upset her. She had an outrageous desire to cry. Jake was silent, too, for a few seconds. Then, abruptly, he squared his shoulders and spoke with aggressive decision. "Miss Bryan, a good friend is nearer than a dozen beastly relations. With your permission, I'll see this thing through." "Oh, no, no," she said quickly. "No, no." "For the boy's sake?" he said. "No," she said again. There fell a sudden silence. Then, in an odd voice, Jake said, "Bunny told me, only to-day, with pride, that there was nothing in the world that you wouldn't do for him." She made a sharp movement of protest. "I can't take what I could never repay," she said, speaking almost below her breath. "Neither shall Bunny."
"There are more ways than one of paying a debt," said Jake. He looked almost formidable standing there in the twilight, with his legs well apart, and unabashed resolution in every line of his sturdy figure. She faced him with a sinking sense of her own inferior strength. His self-assertion seemed to weigh her down. She felt puny and insignificant before it. As usual, she sought refuge in stately aloofness. She had no other weapon, and at least it covered the beating of her heart.
"I am afraid I don't understand you," she said.
"Shall I explain?" said Jake.
And then, as she was silent,
"Can't you see I'm making a bid for your friendship?"
She froze at the effrontery of the words.
"Oh, yes," said Jake. "I quite understand. I'm only tolerated for Bunny's sake. Isn't that so? You're too proud to associate with a clod like me. But for all that, though you'll never look at me, I'm not afraid to let you know that I've taken a fancy to you. You've never contemplated such a fool idea as marriage with me, I know, but you go home and contemplate it right now. Ask yourself if you wouldn't find a husband like me less nauseating than a stepfather like Giles Shepherd. Ask yourself if the little chap wouldn't stand a better chance all round if you brought him along to me. I reckon we'd make his life easier between us even if Capper couldn't make him walk. He's too heavy a burden for you to carry alone, my girl. You weren't created for such a burden as that. Let me lend a hand. I give you my solemn oath I'll be good to you both."
A tremor of passion ran through his last words, and his voice took a deeper note. Maud, upright and quivering, felt the force of the man like the blast of a tearing gale, carrying all before it. She would have left him at the commencement of his speech, but he blocked the way. She stood imprisoned in a corner of the shelter, steadying herself against the woodwork while the full strength of his individuality surged around her. She felt physically exhausted, as though she had been trying to stand against a tremendous wind. Several seconds throbbed away ere she could trust herself to speak without faltering. Then, "Please let me pass," she said. He stood back instantly, and she was conscious of a lessening of that mysterious influence which had so overwhelmed her. "Are you angry, or what?" he said. She gathered her strength and stepped forth, though she was trembling from head to foot. "Yes, I am angry," she said, forcing her voice to a certain measure of calmness notwithstanding. "I have never been so insulted in my life." "Insulted?" He echoed the word in unfeigned astonishment. Then, as she would have left him, put a detaining hand upon her arm. "Say, Miss Bryan, since when has a proposal of marriage constituted an insult in your estimation?" He spoke with something of a drawl, but it compelled attention. She stopped, resisting the desire to shake herself free from his touch. "A proposal of marriage from you could be nothing else," she said very bitterly. "You take advantage of my position, but you know full well that we are not equals." "Oh, yes, I know that," he said. "But is any man your equal?" "I meant socially, of course," she said, beginning to recover her composure and her dignity. "I see." Jake's voice was very level. "And that is why you are upset, angry?" "It is a very sufficient reason," she said. "Yes, but is it? As things now are? There is another point of view to that problem. If you had been leading a happy, sheltered life in your own sphere, that might have been a reason for me to hold off. You might with justice have scorned my offer. But as things are, he spoke with strong insistence, is it taking advantage of your position to want to deliver you from it? It's a beastly position, it's a humiliating position, and I gather you've no prospect of deliverance. Well, I offer you a way of escape. It mayn't be the way you would choose, but there are worse, many worse. I'm not a bad sort, and I've got a soft spot in my heart for that little brother of yours. Say, Miss Bryan, do you despise me so badly that you can't even give the idea your impartial consideration?" He spoke whimsically, but there was a rough dignity about him nevertheless, which had an undeniable effect upon her. She could no longer spurn him with contempt, though neither could she yield a single inch to his persuasion. "It would be quite useless for me to consider it," she said. "I am sorry if I was rude to you just now, but your suggestion rather took my breath away. Please understand that it is quite impossible." "All right," he said. "Still, you won't dismiss it quite entirely from your mind. That is to say, you'll hold it in reserve just in case a way of escape becomes essential to you. I shan't break my heart about it, but neither shall I change my mind. The offer remains open day and night, just in case the emergency might arise which would make you willing to avail yourself of it." He took his hand from her arm, and she felt that the interview was over. Yet he walked beside her as she began to move away, and crossed the road again with her to the entrance of the hotel. "And one thing more," he said as they reached it. "I have no wish or intention to force myself upon you, so if, to please Bunny, you can bring yourself to accompany the pair of us on the Sunday expedition to see the stud, you need not be afraid that I shall attempt to take advantage of your position again." The color flamed up in her face at the few leisurely words. He seemed to possess the power of calling it up at will. She stood on the first step, looking down at him, uncertain whether to be haughty or kind. He moved closer to her, and by the lamplight that streamed through the glass doors she saw his frank, disarming smile. "And look here," he said, "don't fling cold water on that other scheme for Bunny that I broached to you yet. You never know what may turn up." The smile decided her. She held out her hand to him. "But you know I couldn't. I really couldn't," she said, rather incoherently. He gave the hand a firm grip, and released it. "No. All right. I understand. But think about it. And don't run away with the idea that I planned it just for your sake. I'd like jolly well to be of use to you. But in the main, it's the lad I'm thinking of. You do the same. After all, it's second nature with you to put him first, isn't it?" "He always will come first with me," she said. "But I can't incur such an obligation, even for him." "All right," said Jake, unmoved. "Class it with the impossibles. But all the same, think about it." He was gone with the words, striding away down the street without a backward glance. Maud was left alone with the warm blood still in her cheeks, and an odd feeling of uncertainty at her heart. She felt baffled and uneasy, like a swimmer in deep waters, aware of a strong current, but still not wholly at its mercy, nor wholly aware of its force and direction. She did not mean to let herself be drawn into that current. She hung on the edge of it, trying to strike out and avoid it. But all the time it drew her. It drew her. And, though she would not admit it even to herself, she knew it, and was afraid. End of chapters 7 and 8. Part 1, chapters 9 and 10 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. The Real Man. That Sunday of their visit to the Saltash stables was a marked day with Maud for the rest of her life. The stables were situated on the side of a splendid down about a mile from the sea. Lord Saltash's estate stretched for miles around, and he practically owned the whole of Fair Harbor. Birchester Castle was the name of the seat, an ancient pile dating from Saxon times that had belonged to the Birchester family since the days of the Tudors. Charlie Birchester had inherited it from his uncle 5 years before, but he did not live in it. He had occasional wild house parties there, especially for the event of the Greydown races; and he sometimes spent a night or two when the mood took him to visit the stud. But for the most part the house stood in empty grandeur, its rooms shuttered and shrouded, its stately gardens deserted save for the gardeners who tended them. Exquisite gardens they were. Maud had a glimpse of them from the height of the down, terraced gardens with marble steps and glistening fountains, yew walks, darkly mysterious, quaintly fashioned, pines that rustled and whispered together. The house was securely hidden from view among its trees.
"It used to be a nunnery," said Jake. "Its inhabitants had a chaste objection to publicity. It's an interesting old place, about a mile from the stables. I'd like to show it to you some time. You'd enjoy it."
"Not to-day," said Bunny quickly.
Jake smiled at his tone. "No, not to-day, lad. We'll go and see the animals to-day."
He had brought them up the long winding private road, which, though smooth enough, was a continual ascent. Maud had wanted to help with the invalid chair, but he had steadily refused any assistance. She marveled at the evident ease with which he had accomplished the journey, never hurrying, never halting, not even needing to pause for breath, untiring as a wild animal in its native haunts. She remembered the nickname he bore on the turf, and reflected that it fitted him in more than one respect. He was so supple, so tough, so sure. Suddenly those bright eyes flashed round on her. "Say, you're tired," he said in his queer lilting voice. "We'll have tea first." "No," cried Bunny on the instant. "We'll do the stables first, Jake. It's not time for tea. Besides, tea can wait." Jake's brown hand came over the back of the chair and filliped the boy's cheek. "Shut up, my son," said Jake. Maud stared at the action. Bunny turned scarlet. Jake unconcernedly continued his easy progress. "Reckon the animals won't die if we don't inspect 'em till after tea," he said. "What's your idea, Miss Bryan?" "If Bunny wishes to go straight to the stables," she began. He interrupted. "Bunny has changed his mind. Ain't that so, Bunny?" "I don't care," said Bunny rather sullenly. "All right, then," said Jake. "Tea first." He wheeled the chair into a great gateway that led into a wide stone courtyard. Whitewashed stables were on each side of them, and at regular intervals large green tubs containing miniature fir trees. At the further end of the courtyard stood a square whitewashed house. "That's my shanty," said Jake. It was a very plain building. In former days it had been a farm. There was a white railing in front, and a small white gate flanked by another pair of toy firs. The whole effect was one of prim cleanliness. "There's a bit of a garden at the back," said Jake, "and a summer house, quite a decent little summer house, that looks right away to the sea. Now, Bunny lad, there's a comfortable sofa inside for you. Think I can carry you in?" "Can't you take in the chair?" Maud asked nervously. Jake looked at her. "Oh, yes, I can. But the passage is a bit narrow. It's not very easy to turn." "Of course he can carry me, Maud. Let him carry me," broke in Bunny in an aggrieved tone. "You make such a stupid fuss always." Jake had thrown open the door of his home. "You go in, Miss Bryan," he said. "Turn to the right at the end of the passage, and it's the door facing you." She went in reluctantly. The passage was small and dark, oak paneled, low ceiled. "Go right in," said Jake. She did not want to turn her back on Bunny, but she knew that the boy would resent any lingering on her part. She passed down the passage and turned as Jake had directed. The door that faced her stood open, and she entered a long, low room, oak paneled like the passage, with a deep old-fashioned fireplace in which burned a cheery wood fire. 2 windows, diamond paned, and a door with the upper panels of glass occupied the whole of the further side of the room, and the western sunshine slanting in through great bars of gold across the low window seats. Tea had been set on a table in the middle of the room, to the corner of which a sofa had been drawn. There were bed-pillows as well as cushions on the sofa. Evidently Jake had ransacked the house to provide comfort for Bunny. Maud stood just within the doorway, listening, dreading to hear the indignant outcry that generally attended any movement of the poor little crippled body. But she heard nothing beyond Jake's voice murmuring unintelligibly, and in a few seconds the steady tread of his feet as he entered the house. Then, while she stood listening, the feet drew near, and there came a pleased chuckle from Bunny. Jake came squarely in, carrying him like an infant, and deposited him with infinite care among the cushions that Maud hastily adjusted for his reception. "There you are, my son," he said. "Make yourself as much at home as you can." Bunny looked about him with keen interest. "Oh, I say, what a jolly room! What a ripping room!"
You're beastly lucky to live here, Jake." "Oh, yes, it's a decent little crib," said Jake. "Those doorsteps were just made for an evening pipe." He indicated the closed glass-paneled door. Maud went to it, and found that the ground sloped sharply away from this side of the house, necessitating a flight of several steps. They led down into a sunny space that was more orchard than garden; fruit trees and grass spreading down the side of the hill towards the magic pine-screened grounds of Birchester Castle. Jake came and stood beside her for a moment. He was being studiously impersonal that day, an attitude which curiously caused her more of uneasiness than relief. "The arbor is at the end by those apple trees," he said. "You can just see the roof from here. It looks over the field where we train. It's sport to watch the youngsters learning to run. Lord Saltash calls it the grandstand." "Do you know Lord Saltash?" broke in Bunny. "He used to be a great pal of ours once." "Oh, that was years ago, in London," said Maud quickly. "No doubt he has quite forgotten our existence by this time." She spoke with unwitting sharpness, hotly aware that the lynx-like eyes of her host were upon her. Bunny took instant offence. "I'm sure it wasn't years ago, Maud, and you know it wasn't. It isn't more than 2 since we saw him last, if that. As to forgetting all about us, that isn't very likely, considering the mother was one of his bad debts." "Bunny!" Maud began in rare anger. But in the same moment Jake swung calmly round. "Say, Bunny, do you like shrimps?" he asked. He moved to Bunny's side and stood looking down at him. "I got some in case. Miss Bryan, I hope shrimps are good for him. Are they?" "She doesn't know," said Bunny irritably. "What's the good of asking her? Of course I like shrimps. Aren't we going to begin soon? I want to go and see the horses." "You seem to be in an all-fired hurry," observed Jake. "Left your manners behind, haven't you?" He took out his watch. 3:30. "All right, my son, we'll go at 4. Miss Bryan, do you mind pouring out?" He set a chair for her facing the window and sat down himself next to Bunny. It seemed to Maud that, seated there in his own house, she saw him under a new aspect. He played the host with ability and no small amount of tact. He talked mainly about the stud, interesting her in a subject which she had never before viewed at close quarters. He described various events in which some of his charges had won distinction, and presently, to Bunny's keen delight, he began a brief but stirring description of an attempt to tamper with one of the animals 2 summers before on the eve of one of the Greydown races. Some inkling of the intended attempt had reached him, and he himself had lain in wait to frustrate it. "But how?" cried Bunny breathlessly. "I decided to spend the night in the loose box," said Jake. "There's no hardship in sleeping alongside a good horse. I've done it many a time. I wasn't so intimate with Lord Saltash then as I am now, but I knew enough not to be altogether surprised when he came sliding into the stable yard a little after midnight in a 2-seated car, and made straight for the loose box where I was. The top half of the door was ajar, and there was a dim lamp burning in the yard, but his headlight showed up everything like day. He pushed the top half right back and leaned his arms on the lower and said, 'That you, Bolton?' I got up and went to him. There was no one else about. 'I've put myself in charge this trip,' I told him. 'You needn't be nervous.' He grinned in a sickly sort of fashion and said, 'I am nervous, deuced nervous, and I'll tell you why. If that brute runs to-morrow, I'm a ruined man.' And then he started jawing about some fool wager he'd made, said he was under the thumb of some rascally bookie, and actually began to try and talk me into spoiling the animal's chances." Jake paused. He was looking at Maud as if he expected something. She looked back at him, her head very high, her eyes shining defiantly bright. "Lord Saltash has a double, apparently," she said. "Now that's real clever of you," said Jake with a smile. "Yes, that is the key to the mystery, and I soon grasped it. He offered me a large sum of money to prevent Pedro running. Pedro was listening to the transaction with his head on my shoulder. I said yes, to everything, and then I suggested that we should settle the details outside, where there was no chance of witnesses. He agreed to that, and I picked up my whip and got into his car after him, and we slipped out and ran about half a mile into the park, where I stopped him." Jake paused again, still looking expectantly at the girl facing him. She was flushed, but evidently not greatly moved. "What a thrilling recital," she said. "And go on," urged Bunny impatiently. Jake laughed a little. "I felt rather a skunk myself. He was so sweetly unsuspicious, till I used the cowboy clutch on him and tied up his arms in his own coat. That opened his eyes, but it was a bit too late. He was in for a cowhiding, and he realized it, scarcely showed fight, in fact. I didn't let him off on that account, and I don't suppose he has forgotten it to this day. I didn't quite flay him, but I made him feel some." "And you let him go afterwards?" questioned Bunny. "Yes, I let him go." Jake took up his cup and drank in a contemplative fashion. "After that," he said, in his slow way, "I went back to Pedro, and we finished the night together. But I don't know whether having his rest disturbed upset his nerves any. He only managed to come in second after all." "And Lord Saltash?" said Maud abruptly. "Did you ever tell him what had happened?" "Oh, yes," said Jake. "I told him the following evening, and he laughed in his jolly way, and said, 'Well, I'm glad you weren't taken in, but I'm glad, too, that you let the poor devil go. A leathering from you couldn't have been any such joke.' It wasn't," added Jake grimly. "It was as unlike a joke as a blue pill is unlike raspberry jam." "But what became of the real man?" questioned Bunny. "Did he get clean away?" "Clean away," said Jake. "And now, if you're ready, we'll go and see the hero of that episode." "Who was the hero?" asked Maud, with a hint of sarcasm, as she rose. He looked at her with a faint smile. "Why, Dom Pedro, of course," he said. "Come along and make his acquaintance." 10. The head of the family. It was among the horses that Maud at length saw Jake Bolton in his true element. They were all plainly very dear to his heart. He introduced them as friends. His pockets were stuffed with sugar which both she and Bunny helped to distribute, and not till dusk came upon them did they realize the lateness of the hour. It was at the last minute that Jake suddenly summoned a little man who was lounging in the gateway. "Here, Sam. I've been telling the lady about your tumble, and how they put you together again. It interested her." Sam approached with a sheepish grin. "I thought I was a goner," he said. "But Mr. Bolton," he looked at Jake, and his grin widened, "he's one of the never say die sort. And the Yankee doctor, well, he was a regular knockout, he was. Mended me as clean. Well, there, you wouldn't never have known I'd had a smash." One eye wandered down to Bunny in his long chair as he spoke; but he discreetly refrained from comment, and it was Bunny who eagerly broke in with, "What happened to you? Was it your spine? Let's hear." Sam was only too willing to oblige. He settled down to his story like a horse into its stride, and for nearly a quarter of an hour Maud stood listening to the account of the miracle which, according to Sam Vickers, the great American doctor had performed. Bunny drank it all in with feverish avidity. Maud did not like to watch his face. The look it wore went to her heart. She did not want to glance at Jake either, though after a time she felt impelled to do so. His eyes were fixed upon Bunny, but on the instant they came straight to hers as if she had spoken. She avoided them instinctively, but she felt them none the less, as though a dazzling searchlight had suddenly and mercilessly been turned upon her, piercing straight to her soul. It was soon after this that he quietly intervened to put an end to Sam's reminiscences. It was growing late, and they ought to be moving. Maud agreed. Bunny protested, and was calmly overruled by Jake. They started back through a pearly grayness of dusk that heralded the rising of the moon. They spoke but little as they went. Bunny seemed suddenly tired, and it did not apparently occur to either of his companions to attempt to make conversation.
Only as they descended the winding road that led down to Fair Harbor, and a sudden clamor of church bells arose through the evening mist, Jake glanced again at the girl who was walking rather wearily by Bunny's side, and said, "Wouldn't you like to go to church now? I'll see to the youngster." She shook her head. "Thank you very much. I don't think so." "Oh, go on, Maud," exclaimed Bunny, emerging from his reverie. "I don't want you if Jake will stay. I'd sooner have Jake. He doesn't fuss like you." "I'll get him to bed," Jake went on, as if he had not spoken. "You can trust me to do that, you know. I won't let him talk too much, either. Say, Miss Bryan, it's a good offer. You'd better close with it." She heard the smile in the words, and because of it she found she could not refuse. "But I don't like to give you so much trouble," she said. "You give me pleasure," he answered simply. At the gate of the churchyard he stopped. "I'll say good-bye," he said. "But don't hurry back. I shall stay as long as I am wanted." She knew that she could rely upon him in that respect as upon no one else in the world. She gave him her hand with another low word of thanks. "May I walk to the door with you?" he said, and drew Bunny's chair to one side. It would have been churlish to refuse. She suffered him in silence. The church was on an eminence that overlooked the harbor. Reaching the porch, the whole wide view of open sea lay spread before them, flooded in moonlight. The clanging bells above them had sunk to stillness. A peace that seemed unearthly wrapped them round. They stood for the moment, quite alone, gazing out to the far, dim skyline. And suddenly Maud heard the beating of her heart in the silence, and was conscious of an overwhelming sense of doom. With an effort that seemed to tear at the very foundations of her being, she turned and walked down a narrow path between the tombstones. He followed her till, in breathless agitation, she turned again. "Mr. Bolton." Her voice was no more than a whisper. She was thankful that her face was in shadow. He stood silently, his eyes alert and bright, fixed intently upon her. "I must ask you," she said, "I must beg you, to regard what I said the other day as final. If I am friendly with you, I want you to understand that it is solely for Bunny's sake, no other reason." "That is understood," said Jake. She drew the quick breath of one seeking relief. "Then you will forget that impossible notion? You will let me forget it, too?" "I shan't remind you of it," said Jake. "And you will forget it yourself?" she insisted. He lowered his eyes suddenly, and it was as if a light had unexpectedly gone out. She waited in the dark with a beating heart. And then, with a great clash, the bells broke out overhead, and further speech became impossible. Jake wheeled without warning, and walked away. She stood and watched him go, still with that sense of coming fate upon her. Her heart was leaping wildly like a chained thing seeking to escape. As for Jake, he rejoined Bunny, and squarely resumed the journey back to the town, without the smallest sign of discomposure. He seemed somewhat absent, however, trudging along in almost unbroken silence; and it was not until he laid the boy down at length in his own room that he said, "Now look here, youngster. If you can't be decently civil to your sister, I've done with you. Understand?" Bunny turned impulsively, and buried his face in Jake's sleeve. "All right, don't jaw," he begged in muffled accents. Jake remained unmoved. "I've been wanting to punch your head most of the afternoon," he remarked severely. "You can do it now if you like," muttered Bunny, burrowing a little deeper. Jake did not respond to the invitation. "Why can't you behave yourself, anyway?" he said. He settled Bunny's pillows with a sure hand, and laid him gently back upon them. But Bunny clung to him still. "You aren't really savage with me, Jake," he said. "All right, I'm not," said Jake. "But I won't have it all the same. Savvy?" He put his hand for a moment on Bunny's head and rumpled the dark hair. Bunny's lips quivered unexpectedly. "It's so beastly, being managed always by women," he said. "You don't know when you're lucky," said Jake. Bunny's emotion passed. He looked at his friend shrewdly. "I suppose you're in love with her?" he remarked after a moment. Jake's eyes met his instantly and uncompromisingly. "Well?" he said. "Nothing," said Bunny. "Of course, she's my sister." "And so you think you're entitled to a voice in the matter?" Jake's tone was strictly practical. Bunny's fingers slipped into his. "I'm the head of the family, you know, Jake," he said. The man's face softened to a smile. "Yes, I reckon that's so," he said. "Well, what has the head of the family to say to the notion?" Bunny turned rather red. "You see, you're not a mister, are you?" he said. "Not a gentleman, you mean?" suggested Jake. Bunny's uneasiness increased. He squeezed Jake's hand very hard in silence. "All right, little chap," said Jake. "Don't agitate yourself. I'm not what you call a gentleman, not even a first-class imitation. Let's go on from there. Any other objections?" "I don't want to be a cad, Jake," burst from Bunny. "But you know, she might have done a lot better for herself. She might have married Charlie Burchester." "Who?" said Jake. "Lord Saltash," explained Bunny. Everyone thought 5 years ago, that they were going to get married. He was awfully keen on her, and she, of course, was in love with him. And then there was that row with the Cressidys. Lady Cressida got him into a mess, and Sir Philip always was an obnoxious beast. And afterwards Charlie Burchester sheered off and went abroad. He came back after he succeeded, but Maud, she's awfully proud, you know. She wouldn't look at him, vows she never will again, though I'm not so sure she won't. He's sure to come back some day. He's such a rattling good sort, and he's jolly fond of her." "And the rest," said Jake dryly. "No, really, Jake, he isn't a rotter. He's an awfully nice chap. You'd say so if you really knew him." "I do know him," said Jake. "And you don't like him?" Bunny's eyes opened wide in astonishment. "Yes, I like him." Jake's tone was enigmatical. "But I shouldn't call him a marrying man. Anyway, he won't marry your sister, so you can make up your mind to that. Any other gentleman in the running?" "You couldn't prevent their being married if Maud changed her mind," said Bunny. Jake smiled. "Anyone else?" he persisted. "No one. She never sees anybody now." "Except me," said Jake. "And I'm not genteel enough, eh?" "You're a brick," said Bunny with enthusiasm. "But, women don't see that sort of thing. They only care about whether a man opens the door for 'em, or takes off his glove to shake hands." Jake broke into a laugh. "Say, sonny, what a thundering lot you know about women," he said. "Anyway, I conclude I am right in surmising that you personally could swallow me as a brother-in-law." Bunny's eyes began to shine. "You're the best fellow I know," he said. If it weren't for Lord Saltash, I wouldn't say a word." "Well," said Jake very deliberately, "I refuse to be warned off on his account. That's understood, is it?" Bunny hesitated. The red-brown eyes were looking full and unwaveringly into his. "I'm not thinking of myself, Jake," he said with sudden pleading. Jake's hand closed squarely upon his. "All right, old chap, I know. And I like you for it. But I'm taking odds. It's 99-1. If I win on the 100th chance, you'll take it like a sport." Bunny's hand returned his grip with all the strength at his command. He was silent for a moment or two. Then impulsively, "I say, Jake," he said. You're such a sport yourself. I think I'll back you after all." "Right-o," said Jake. "You won't be sorry." He dismissed the subject then with obvious intention, and Bunny seemed relieved to let it go. He turned the conversation to Sam Vickers, asking endless questions regarding the American doctor and his miracles. "I wish he'd come and have a look at me, Jake," he said wistfully at length. "Thought you didn't like doctors," said Jake. "Oh, a man like that is different. I'd put up with a man like that," said Bunny with a sigh. "You might have to put up with more than you bargained for," said Jake.
Bunny moved his head wearily on the pillow. "I don't think anything could be worse than this," he said. "I'm glad to hear you say so," said Jake with sudden force. And then, pulling himself up as suddenly, "No, we won't get talking on that subject. Capper's in America, and you've got to sleep to-night. But you keep a stiff upper lip, old chap. I'm in with you from start to finish. Maybe some day we'll work a change." "You're no end of a trump," said Bunny, with tears in his eyes. End of chapters 9 and 10. Part 1, chapters 11 and 12 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. The Declaration of War. For 3 weeks after that Sunday visit to Jake's home, life went on as usual, and a certain measure of tranquillity returned to Maud. She found herself able to meet the man without any show of embarrassment, and finding him absolutely normal in his behavior towards her, she began to feel a greater confidence in his presence. He had promised that he would not force himself upon her, and it was evident that he had every intention of keeping his word. That he might by imperceptible degrees draw nearer to her, become more intimate, was a possibility that for a time troubled her; but he was so absolutely considerate in all his dealings with her that this fear of hers at length died away. If he were playing a waiting game, he did it with a patience so consummate that his tactics were wholly hidden from her. He had to all appearances accepted her decision as final, and put the notion away as impracticable. Christmas was drawing near, and several visitors had already arrived. There was generally a short season at Christmas, during which the Anchor Hotel had its regular patrons. Its landlord was in an extremely variable state of mind, sometimes aggressive, sometimes jovial, frequently not wholly sober. Maud avoided all contact with him with rigorous persistence, her mother's protests notwithstanding. "He can't be civil to me," she said, "and he shall not have the opportunity of being anything else." And no persuasion could move her from this attitude. Mrs. Shepherd was obliged reluctantly to abandon the attempt. She herself was seldom out of favor with her husband, whatever his condition, and that, after all, was what mattered most. But the state of affairs was such as was almost bound to lead to a climax sooner or later. Giles Shepherd's hectoring mood was not of the sort to be satisfied for long with passive avoidance. Every glimpse he had of the girl, who ate his bread but disdained to do so in his company or the company of his friends, inflamed him the more hotly against her. It needed but a pretext to set his wrath ablaze, and a pretext was not far to seek. One day about a week before Christmas, he unexpectedly presented himself at the door of Bunny's room. The weather was damp and raw, and a cheerful fire burned there. Bunny was lying among pillows on the sofa. He had had a bad night, and his face, as he turned it to the intruder, was white and drawn. "What on earth?" he began querulously. Shepherd entered with arrogance, leaving the door wide behind him. "Look here," he said harshly, "you've got to turn out of this. The room is wanted." Maud, who was dusting the room, as was her daily custom, turned swiftly round with something of the movement of a tigress. Her face was pale also. She had slept even less than Bunny the previous night. Her blue eyes shone like two flames under her knitted brows. "What do you mean?" she said. He looked at her with insult in his eyes. "I mean just that, my fine madam," he said. "This room is wanted. The boy will have to go with the rest of the lumber at the top of the house." It was brutally spoken, but the brutality was aimed at her, not Bunny. Maud realized that fact, and curbed her resentment. She could endure, or so she fancied, his personal hostility with fortitude. But his announcement was sufficiently disquieting in itself. "I understood that we were not to be disturbed at any time," she said, meeting his look with that icy pride of hers that was the only weapon at her command. "Surely some other arrangement can be made." Shepherd growled out a strangled oath. She always made him feel at a disadvantage, this slip of a girl whom he could have picked up with one hand had he chosen. "I tell you this room is wanted," he reiterated stormily. "You'd better clear out at once." "Bunny can't possibly be moved to-day," Maud said, quickly and decidedly. "He is in pain.
Can't you see for yourself how impossible it is? I am quite sure no visitor who knew the facts of the case would wish to turn him out." Shepherd stamped a furious foot. He was getting up his fury, and suddenly she saw that he had been drinking. The knowledge came upon her in a flash of understanding, and with it a disgust so complete that it overwhelmed every other consideration. She pointed to the door. "Go," she said in tense, frozen accents. "Go at once. How dare you come in here in this state?" Before her withering disdain he drew back as it were involuntarily. He even half turned to obey. Then suddenly some devil prompted him, and he swung back again. With one gigantic stride he reached the sofa, and before either brother or sister knew what he intended to do, he had roughly seized upon the boy's slight body and lifted it in his great arms. Bunny's agonized outcry at the action mingled with his sister's, but it ceased almost immediately. He collapsed in the giant grip like an empty sack, and Shepherd, now wrought to a blind fury that had no thought for consequences, carried him from the room and along the passage to the stairs, utterly unheeding the fact that he had fainted. Maud, nearly beside herself, went with him, striving to support the limp body where long experience had taught her support was needed. They went up the stairs so, flight after flight, Shepherd savage and stubborn, the girl in a dumb agony of anxiety, seeking only to relieve the dreadful strain that had bereft Bunny of his senses. They reached at length a room at the top of the house, a bare garret of a place with sloping ceiling and uncarpeted floor. There was a bed under the skylight, and on this the man deposited his burden. Then he turned and looked at Maud with eyes of cruel malevolence. "This is good enough for you and yours," he said. Over Bunny's body she flung her fruitless defiance. "You drunken brute," she said. "You loathsome coward. You hateful tipsy bully." The words pierced him like the stabs of a dagger too swift to evade. He was sober enough to be cowed. From the door he looked back at her, where she stood at the bedside, upright, quivering, a dart-like creature full of menace despite her delicacy of form and fibre. Again he knew himself to be at a disadvantage. He had not drunk enough to be intrepid. Swearing and malignant, he withdrew like a savage beast. But as he went, the madness of hatred rose in a swirl to his brain. She had defied him, had she? Her bitter words rang again and again in his ears. She had proclaimed him a drunkard, a coward, a bully, and she thought he would put up with it. Did she? Did she? Thought she could insult him with impunity in his own house? Thought he would tamely endure her impertinences for all time? He ground his teeth as he went down to the bar. He would have a reckoning with her presently. Yes, there should be a reckoning. He had borne with her too long. Too long. Now matters had come to a head. She would either have to humble herself or go. He had tried to be patient. He had hoped that Jake Bolton would soon relieve him of the unwelcome burden he had taken upon himself. Jake could tame her. He was quite sure of that. But Jake seemed to be making no headway. He had even begun to wonder lately if Jake meant business after all. In any case he was at the end of his patience, and when his wife came to him with tears to remonstrate on behalf of poor little Bunny, he hardened himself against her and refused to discuss the subject. As for Maud, she spent the rest of the day in trying to make Bunny's new quarters habitable. She hoped with all her heart that Jake would come in the evening so that they could move him into the room she occupied a floor lower, which had at least a fireplace. But for once Jake disappointed her, and so the whole day passed in severe pain for Bunny and vexation of spirit for her. Towards evening, to her relief, he began to doze. She watched beside him anxiously. He had been very plucky, displaying an odd, protective attitude towards herself that had gone to her heart. But she knew that at times he had suffered intensely, and the fact had been almost more than she could bear. She knew it would be days before he would shake off the effects of the rough handling he had received, and she dreaded the future with a foreboding that made her feel physically sick. Now that Shepherd's animosity had developed into active hostility, she knew that the situation could not last much longer. But how to escape it remained a problem unsolved. Her uncle had made no reply to her letter. She could not write to him again. And there was no one else to whom she could appeal. Alone she could have faced the world and somehow made a way for herself. But with Bunny... She clenched her hands in impotent anguish. There was only one person in the world willing to lift the burden from her, only one person besides herself who really cared for Bunny. She suddenly began to tremble. That sense of approaching doom was upon her again. The current had caught her, surely, and was whirling her away. Bunny stirred, as though somehow caught in the net of her emotions, stirred and came out of an uneasy slumber. "I say, Maud." "What is it, darling? Are you uncomfortable?" There was a wealth of mother love in her low voice as she bent above him. Bunny put out a cold, moist hand. "I say, Maud," he said again. "Jake's a good sort. You like Jake, don't you?" "Yes, darling," she answered soothingly. He turned his head on the pillow. She could feel his fingers opening and closing in the restless way he had. "I like him, too," he said. "I like him awfully. He's the real thing. I wish—" "What, Bunny?" There was constraint in her voice, and she knew it, but it was a subject upon which she could not bring herself to speak freely. She dreaded his answer more than she could have said. Possibly he divined the fact, for he heaved a sharp sigh and said, "Nothing," in a tone that told her he was very far from satisfied. But she could not pursue the matter. Thankfully, she let it drop. The evening wore away. There was only one candle in the room. By it she and Bunny ate the supper which Maud herself had fetched from the kitchen. No one had time to wait upon them. The boy was still trying to make the best of things, and she marveled at his courage. When the meal was over, he looked at her with a faint smile under his drawn brows. "Look here, Maud. There's that bed in the corner. Can't you make it comfortable and get a good night for once?" She looked back at him in surprise. It was very unusual for Bunny to give a thought to her comfort. "Yes, I want you to," he said. "Go and undress, and then bring your blankets up here. You can't sit up all night in a straight-backed chair, so you may as well be comfortable. Don't stare. Go and do it." The bed in the corner was a thing of broken springs and crippled framework, but it had a mattress of straw, albeit bedclothes were lacking. Bunny's suggestion seemed feasible, and since it was plain that he would not be content unless she followed it, she yielded without demur. Her own room was only a flight of stairs away, and she had already fetched several things from it for his comfort. She hoped to get him down to it on the following day, if only Jake would come. It was neither warm nor spacious, but it was preferable to this fireless attic. She brought the blankets and arranged the bed. "I don't think I'll undress, Bunny," she said. "You are to," said Bunny. "Jake says no one can possibly rest properly without." She was inclined to resent this assertion of Jake's teaching, but again she yielded. Bunny was in a mood to work himself into a fever if his behests were not obeyed. She went down and undressed, therefore, and presently slipped up to him again, hoping to find him asleep. But he was wide-eyed and restless. "It's so beastly cold," he said. "I can't sleep. My feet are like stones. Where's the fur rug?" She looked round for it. "Oh, Bunny, I'm so sorry. I must have left it in your room downstairs. Never mind. Here's a blanket instead." She was already pulling it off her bed when Bunny asserted himself once more. "Maud, I won't have it. I will not have it. Do you hear? Put it back again. Why can't you go and fetch the fur rug?" "My dear, I can't go down like this," she objected. "Rot," said Bunny. "Everyone's gone to bed by now. If you don't get it, they'll be turning the room out in the morning, and it'll get lost. Besides, you look all right." She was wearing no more than a light wrap over her nightdress; but, as Bunny said, it was probable that everyone had retired, for the hour was late. Only a few dim lights were left burning in the passages. There would be no one about, and it would not take 2 minutes to slip down and get the rug. She dropped the blanket he had refused, and went softly out. 12. The Reckoning. The whole house was in silence as noiselessly she stole down the stairs. It was close upon midnight, and she did not meet or hear anyone. The place might have been empty, so still was it. The long, long roar of the sea came to her as she groped her way down the winding, dark passage that led to the room from which Bunny had been so rudely ejected a few hours before. There was no light here, but she knew her way perfectly, and finding the door, softly opened it and turned on the electric light. The room was just as she had left it, the sofa drawn up by the burnt-out fire. She had collected all Bunny's things earlier in the evening, but since the rug had been forgotten, she thought it advisable to take the opportunity of ascertaining if anything else had been left behind. She found the rug, pushed the sofa back against the wall, and began a quiet search of all the drawers and other receptacles the room contained. She had almost finished her task, and was just closing the writing-table drawer when a sudden sound made her start. A creaking footstep came from the passage beyond the open door. She turned swiftly with a jerking heart to see her stepfather, bloated and malignant, standing on the threshold. For a single instant he stood there looking at her, and a great throb of misgiving went through her at the savage triumph in his eyes. He had been drinking heavily, she was sure. But he did not seem to be intoxicated, only horribly sure of himself, brutally free from any trammels of civilization. He closed the door with decision, and moved forward. In the same moment she moved also towards the sofa over which she had thrown the rug she had come to fetch. Her heart was beating hard and fast, but she would not address a single word to him, would not so much as seem to see him. Supremely disdainful, she prepared to gather up her property and go. But as she turned to the door she found him barring the way. He spoke thickly, yet not indistinctly. "Not so fast, my fine madam. I've got to have a reckoning with you." She drew herself up to the utmost of her slim height, and gave him a single brief glance of disgust. "Be good enough to let me pass," she said in tones of clear command. But Shepherd did not move. He had been fortifying himself against any sudden strain such as this all day long. "Not so fast," he said again, with a gleam of teeth under his dark moustache. "You made a mistake this morning, young woman. A very big mistake. Don't make another tonight." Maud froze to an icier contempt. The steady courage of her must have shamed any man in his sober senses. "Stand aside instantly," she said, "or I shall ring the bell and rouse the house." He laughed at that, a cruel, vindictive laugh. "Oh, you don't come over me that way. You mean to have your lesson, I see, and p'raps it's as well. It's been postponed too long already. There's a deal too much spirit about you, and too much lip, too. You think I'll put up with anything, don't you? Think yourself much too high and mighty to associate with the likes of me. Think you can call me any darn names you please, and I'll bear 'em like a lamb." His voice rose. Obviously his temper was already beyond control. He was, in fact, lashing it on to fury. Maud knew the process well. It was enough for her, and she waited for no more. She stepped quietly to the bell. She was nearer to it than he, and she did not for a moment imagine that he would dare to molest her. But she had not realized the maddened condition to which he had wrought himself. And even when he suddenly and violently strode forward, she did not draw back or dream that he would touch her. Only as his hand caught her outstretched arm did the knowledge that he was utterly beyond control as a wild beast burst upon her. She uttered a desperate cry and began a sharp instinctive struggle to escape. It was a very brief struggle, so taken by surprise and utterly unprepared was she. One moment she was fighting wildly for freedom, the next he had her at his mercy. "Oh, you may scream," he jibed. "No one will hear you. Now, do you know what I'm going to do to you?" "Let me go," she panted, crimson and breathless. He locked her two wrists together in one iron hand. His strength was utterly irresistible. She was as a pygmy in the grip of a giant. "I'll let you go when I've done with you," he said, gloating openly over her quivering helplessness. "But first you will have your lesson. I'm going to give you the trouncing of your life." With the words he suddenly wrenched her round and forced her, almost flung her, face downwards over the sofa head. "You've been spoiling for this for a long time," he said. "And being your stepfather, I'll see that you get it. Never had a good spanking before in all your life, I dare say.
Well, we'll see how you like this one."
And therewith he pulled off one of his down-at-heel carpet slippers, and proceeded to flog her with it as if she had been a boy. What she went through during that awful chastisement Maud never forgot. She fought at first like a mad creature, till she was suddenly aware of the light wraps she wore ripping in all directions, and from that moment she resisted no more, standing passive in an agony of apprehension while he wreaked upon her all the pent malice of the past few weeks. It was a brutal punishment, administered with the savage intention of breaking down the stark silence with which she sought to meet it. And even when he succeeded at last, even when the girl's strength went from her, and she collapsed as he held her with a wild burst of hysterical crying and broken, unnerved entreaties, he did not stay his hand. Now was his grand opportunity for vengeance, and he might never get another. He did not spare her until he had inflicted the utmost of which he was capable. Then at last, roughly, he set her free.
"That's right, blub away," he jeered. "I've taken all the stiffening out of you at last, and a damn good job, too. P'raps you'll keep a civil tongue in your head for the future, and give me no more of your dratted impudence. There's nothing like a sound drubbing to bring a woman to her senses. But I don't advise you to qualify for another."
He put on his slipper, breathing somewhat heavily after his exertions, then stood up and wiped his forehead. His fury had exhausted itself. His mood had become one of semi-malicious elation. He looked at the girl still crouched over the sofa head, sobbing and convulsed, utterly broken, utterly conquered.
"Come," he said. "Don't let us have any more nonsense. You won't give me any more of your airs after this, and we shall be all the better friends for it. Stand up and say you're sorry."
She gasped and gasped again, but no words could she utter. The hateful callousness of the man could not so much as rouse her scorn. Her pride was in the dust. He took her by the arm and pulled her roughly up, making her stand before him, though she was scarcely capable of standing.
"Come,"
he began again, and broke off with a brutal laugh, staring at her. A flame of fierce humiliation went through her, burning her from head to foot as she realized that her nightdress had been rent open across her bosom. She caught it together in her trembling fingers, shrinking in an anguish of shame from the new devil that had begun to jibe at her out of his bloodshot eyes. He laughed again.
"Well, my fine madam, we seem to have pitched the proprieties overboard quite completely this time. All your own fault, you know. Serves you jolly well right. You aren't going to say you're sorry, eh? Well, well, I'd give you another spanking if I felt equal to it, but I don't. So I'll have the kiss of peace instead."
He caught her to him with the words, gripped her tightly round the body, tilted her head back, and for one unspeakable moment the heavy moustache was crushed suffocatingly upon her panting lips. In that moment the strength of madness entered into Maud, such strength as was later wholly beyond her own comprehension. With frenzied force she resisted him, fighting as if for her very life, and so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that in sheer astonishment his grip relaxed. It was her one chance of escape, and she seized it. With a single furious wrench she tore herself from him, not caring how she did it, found herself free, and fled like a mad thing, panting, disheveled, frantic, from the room. His laugh of half-tipsy derision followed her, and all the devils of hatred, malice, and bitter cauterizing shame went with her as she fled. End of chapters 11 and 12. Part 1, Chapters 13 and 14 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. The Only Port. It was a rainy, squally morning, and Jake, returning from the stables after an early ride, looked down at his muddy gaiters with momentary hesitation. Mrs. Lovelace, his cook and housekeeper, objected very strongly to muddy gaiters in what she was pleased to call her parlour. They generally meant disaster to a clean tablecloth, though Jake himself could never be made to see why, since he was the only person to use it, and never noticed its condition, This should be regarded as a matter of vital importance. On the present occasion, Mrs. Lovelace being out of sight and hearing, he decided to risk detection, and leaving his cap on a peg in the dark oak passage, he passed on to the room overlooking the downs and the distant sea, in which he had once entertained Bunny and his sister. Breakfast would be awaiting him, he knew, and he was more than ready for breakfast. In fact, he was ravenously hungry, and he hastened to hide the offending gaiters under the spotless tablecloth as soon as he had rung the bell for the dish which was being kept hot for him. When Mrs. Lovelace came stoutly in, he greeted her with a smile. "I'm late this morning. Been having a tussle with one of the youngsters. No, don't put that whip away. It wants a new lash. What a cussed nuisance this rain is. The ground is a quagmire, and the animals can hardly keep their feet. Any letters?" "One, sir," said Mrs. Lovelace, and laid it before him. Then she looked at him searchingly. "Did you get very muddy?" she inquired. "What?" said Jake. He took up his letter. "Yes, you can take the cover. No, leave the coffee. I'll pour that out when I'm ready. Muddy? Look out of the window, my good woman, if you want to know. Don't wait. Time's precious, and I guess you're busy." Again he smiled upon Mrs. Lovelace, his pleasant, candid smile, and Mrs. Lovelace had perforce to smile back and withdraw. Jake heaved a sigh of relief, and began his breakfast. His letter, bearing a purple crest of a fox's head, and under it the motto Sans Vertu, lay on the table before him. He eyed it as he ate, and presently took it up. It bore a Swiss stamp. Jake opened it and read: "Dear Bolton, I meant to winter in Cairo, and heaven alone knows why I am here. It is fiendishly cold, and blowing great guns. There was skating when I arrived, but that is a dream of the past. We now slop about knee-deep in slush, or play cat's cradle in the salon during the day. We dance or cuddle in corners practically all night. Some of the female portion of the community are quite passably attractive, but I always preferred one goddess to a crowd, and she is not to be found here. Unless it freezes within the next 48 hours, I shall come back to beastly old England and look for her. So if I should turn up at Birchester within the next few days, please accept this, the only, intimation, and have the stud ready for inspection. Yours sincerely, Saltash." Jake's face wore a curious expression as he folded the letter and returned it to the envelope. It was what Bunny called his "cowboy look," a look in which humor and sheer savage determination were very oddly mingled. There was a good deal of the primitive man about him at that moment. He continued his breakfast with business-like rapidity, and presently helped himself to coffee with a perfectly steady hand. The cup, however, was still untasted beside him when Mrs. Lovelace once more made her appearance, her plump face looking somewhat startled. "Miss Bryan has called, sir. Wishes to see you for a moment. Shall I show her in?" Jake's chair scraped back, and he was on his feet in a single movement. "Of course. Where is she?" "No, I'll fetch her myself." "Out of the way, my good woman." He removed her from his path without the smallest ceremony, and was gone before she could protest. In the passage he almost ran into his visitor. "Miss Bryan, is that you? Come right in. Snakes, you're wet. Come along to the fire." He had her by it before his greeting was fully uttered. A man of action at all times was Jake. And Maud, still panting from her recent struggle with the elements, found herself in an easy chair, holding numbed fingers to the blaze almost before she realized how she came to be there. He knelt beside her, unbuttoning her streaming waterproof. She saw the glint of the firelight in his chestnut hair. "Thank you," she said with an effort. "You are very kind." He looked at her with those lynx-like eyes of his. "Say, you're perished," he said in his soft, easy drawl. She smiled quiveringly at the concern in his face. She had expected a precipitate enquiry about Bunny, but it was evident that he had thoughts only for her at that moment. And she was very badly in need of human kindness and consideration just then. She sat huddled over the fire, all the queenliness gone out of her, tried to speak to him twice and failed. Finally shook her head and sat in silence. He got up and reached across the table for the coffee he had just poured out. "Drink a little," he said, holding it to her. "You need it." She made a small gesture of impotence. Somehow, the warmth and comfort of the room after the cheerless cold without had upset her. She still smiled, but it was a puckered, difficult smile, and her eyes were full of tears. She could not take the cup. Her throat worked painfully. Again she shook her head. Jake stood beside her for a moment or two, looking down at her. Then, with swift decision, he set down the coffee, stepped to the door, and quietly turned the key. He came back to her with the steady purpose of a man quite sure of himself, knelt again by her side, put his arm about her. "You lean on me, my girl," he said softly. "Don't be afraid." She gave him a quick look. The tears were running down her face. She covered it suddenly with both hands and sobbed. He drew her to him so gently that she was hardly aware of the action till her head came to rest on his shoulder. His free hand, strong and purposeful, took possession of one of hers and sturdily held it. "It's all right," he murmured to her soothingly. "It's all right." She wept for a while without restraint, her nerves completely shattered, her pride laid low. And while she wept, Jake held her, strongly, sustainingly, his red-brown eyes staring unblinkingly full into the heart of the fire. At the end of a long interval she grew a little calmer, made as if she would withdraw herself. But very quietly he frustrated her. "No, not while you're feeling so badly. Say, now, let me take off your hat. Guess I can do it without you moving." She was not in a condition to forbid him, and he removed it with considerable dexterity, while she still hid her quivering face against him with the instinctive confidence that paid a dumb tribute to the man's complete mastery of himself. "I'm dreadfully sorry to have behaved like this," she whispered at last. "You needn't be sorry for that," said Jake. "No one will know except me, and I don't count." "I think you do," she faltered, and made a more decided effort to free herself. He let her go with a kindly pat on the shoulder. "Say now, if that coffee ain't cold, p'raps you'll try a sip." He reached for it and held it to her without rising. She lifted the cup in both her trembling hands while he held the saucer and slowly drank. Jake's eyes went with abrupt directness to her wrists as she did it. He did not speak at the moment, only as she returned the cup he put it quietly aside and laid his hand over hers. "What's that skunk shepherd been doing to you?" he asked. She shrank at the straight question. How did you know?" He lifted his hand and pushed back her sleeves without speaking. There was something dreadful about him as he regarded the bruises thus exposed. A quick fear went through her. "Jake," she said sharply, "that is no affair of yours. You are not to interfere." His eyes came up to hers, and the hardness went from him on the instant. "I reckon you're going to make some use of me," he said. She trembled a little and turned her face away. She had used his Christian name spontaneously, and now suddenly she found that all formality had gone from between them. It disconcerted her, frightened her, made her uncertain as to his attitude as well as her own. Jake waited a few seconds. Then, with the utmost gentleness, he laid his hand again upon hers. "Are you afraid to say it?" he said. "To say what?" Her hands moved agitatedly beneath his, till, strangely unexpectedly, they turned and clasped it with convulsive strength. "Yes, I am afraid," she said with a sob. "But I asked you to marry me weeks ago," said Jake. Her head was bowed. She sought to avoid his look. "I know you did." "And you are going to marry me?" he said in a tone that was scarcely a question. She turned desperately and faced him. "I must have a clear understanding with you first," she said. "Ah, I see," said Jake. He met her eyes with the utmost directness, and before his look hers wavered and fell. "Please," she whispered, "you must agree to that." He did not speak for a moment, but his fingers wound themselves closely about her own. "I don't want you to be scared," he said finally, "but that's a mighty big thing you've asked of me." Maud's face was burning. "I know it isn't for me to make conditions," she said under her breath. A gleam of humor crossed Jake's face. "I guess it's up to me to accept or refuse," he said. "But suppose I refuse.
What are you going to do then? Will you marry me, all the same?"
She shook her head instantly. "I don't know what I shall do, Jake. I must go back and think." She mustered her strength and made as if she would rise, but he checked her.
"Wait," he said. "I haven't refused yet. Lean back and rest a bit. I've got to do some thinking, too."
She obeyed him because it seemed that he must be obeyed. He got to his feet.
"Poor girl," he said gently. "It hasn't been easy for you, has it? Reckon you've just been driven to me for refuge. I'm the nearest port, that's all."
"The only port," Maud answered with a shiver.
"All right," he said. "It's a safe one. But—"
He left the sentence unfinished and turned to the window. She lay back with closed eyes, counting the heart throbs of her heart while she waited. He was very quiet, standing behind her, with his face to the storm-driven clouds. She longed to know what was passing in his mind, but she could not break the silence. It held her like a spell while the clock on the mantelpiece ticked the dragging minutes away. She whispered to her racing heart that the moment he moved she would rise and go. But while the silence lasted she could not bring herself to stir. She was worn out, physically and mentally, almost too weary for thought. He moved at length rather suddenly, wheeled round before she was aware, and came back to the fire.
"Don't get up," he said. "You look ready to drop, and you may just as well hear what I have to say sitting. It won't make a mite of difference."
She raised her eyes to his in unconscious appeal. "I am afraid I have made a mistake," she said. She saw his smile for a moment.
"No, you haven't made a mistake, my girl. You're safe with me. But I wonder if you have the faintest idea now why I want you for my wife."
The simple directness of his speech touched her as she did not want to be touched. She sat silent, her hands clasped tightly together.
"You haven't," he said. "And perhaps this isn't the time to tell you. You've come to me for refuge, as I hoped you would, and I shan't abuse your confidence. But you know, I had a reason."
He paused, but still she said nothing. Only she could not meet his eyes any longer. She looked away into the fire, waiting for him to continue.
"Say now," he said after a moment, "if I make a bargain with you, you won't accuse me of taking advantage of your position?"
She winced a little. "I wish you to forget that I ever said that."
"All right. It is forgotten," said Jake. "I'll go ahead. We haven't mentioned Bunny, though I take it he is a fairly big factor in the case. That is to say, if it hadn't been for Bunny, you would never have taken this step."
Maud's eyes went swiftly up to his. "But of course I shouldn't," she said quickly. "I thought you understood that."
"I quite understand," said Jake. "I assure you I'm not taking anything for granted. But now, I want to put it to you. Supposing the impossible happened. Supposing Bunny were cured. Yes, it's only the 100th chance, I know. Still, for just a moment, suppose it. Bunny cured, able to look after himself like other lads. You would be married to me. What then?"
"What then?" She repeated the words, still with an effort, meeting his look. He made a slight gesture with one hand.
"You would stick to me?"
The hot color flooded her face and neck. "Of course," she said, her voice very low. "That goes without saying." He bent slowly towards her.
"Maud, if we ever live alone together, it must be as man and wife."
His voice was low, too, but she heard in it a deep note that seemed to pierce through and through her. His eyes drew and held her own. She wanted to avoid them, but could not. They burned like the red inner heart of a furnace. The blood receded from her face. She felt it go. "We need never live alone," she said faintly. He held out a quiet hand to her.
"Perhaps not. But I should like your promise to that, all the same."
He paused a moment, then added,
"I have sworn already to be good to you, remember."
She laid her hand in his. She could not do otherwise. He held it, and waited. "Very well." she said at last, her voice almost a whisper. "I agree." He let her go and straightened himself. "It's a deal, then," he said. "And now for more immediate details. You've decided to marry me, and I gather you don't mind how soon." He picked up a clay pipe from the mantelpiece and knocked out some ash against the fireplace. Maud watched him with a curious species of fascination. There was something in the man's serenity of mien that puzzled her, something that did not go with those fiery, possessive eyes. He looked at her with a smile that was half quizzical, half kindly, and her heart began to beat more freely. "We must somehow get away from the Anchor to-day," she said. "I have a little money. Perhaps if you would help me to move Bunny we could go into lodgings again until—" "I have a little money, too," said Jake, "and I will certainly help you. But first, do you object to telling me what has been happening at the Anchor?" She colored again, vividly, painfully, but he was fully engrossed with the filling of his pipe and did not notice her embarrassment. "To begin with," she said with difficulty, Mr. Shepherd, has turned us out of the room downstairs. He carried Bunny off himself to an attic under the roof, and hurt him horribly. I was driven nearly mad at the time." She broke off, shuddering at the remembrance. Jake frowned. "Go on," he said briefly. She went on with increasing difficulty. "That happened yesterday. I hoped you would come round in the afternoon or evening, but you didn't." "I couldn't get away," he interpolated. "Yes, and then?" "Then, in the evening, that is, late at night," Maud stumbled like a nervous child, "I went down to fetch something. And he came in after me, half tipsy, and he—" She halted suddenly. "I can't go on," she said with quivering lips. Jake laid aside his pipe and stooped over her. "Did he beat you? Or did he make love to you? Which?" he said. There was a sound in his voice like the growl of an angry beast. She could not look him in the face. "Tell me," he said, and laid an imperative hand on her shoulder. "You need never tell anyone else." She shrank a little. "I don't see why I should tell you," she said reluctantly. "You must tell me," said Jake with decision. And after brief hesitation, miserably with face averted, she yielded and told him. After all, why should he not know? Her dainty pride was crushed forever. She could sink no lower. "He held me down and trashed me with his slipper. I was in my night-dress, and it was rather a brutal thrashing. Perhaps some women wouldn't have minded it much, but I'm not used to that kind of treatment. I hope you will never beat me, Jake. I don't bear it very heroically." She tried to laugh, but it was a piteous little sound that came from her quivering throat. Jake's hand closed upon her shoulder. She seemed to feel the whole man vibrate behind it like a steel spring. Yet he made no comment whatever. "Go on," he said, his voice short and stern. "Tell me everything." She braced herself to finish. "He went on till he was tired. I believe I was wailing like a baby, but no one heard. And then, he suddenly discovered that I was a woman and not a naughty child, and he kissed me." She shuddered, suddenly and violently. "That's nearly all," she ended. "I got away from him, heaven knows how, and I got back to Bunny. I didn't tell him everything, but I couldn't help him knowing I was upset. We neither of us slept all night. And the night before was a bad one, too. That's how I came to be so idiotic just now." She leaned slowly back in her chair, till she rested against the hand he had laid upon her. "Do you know," she said tremulously, after a moment, "I think it has actually done me good to tell you. You are very kind to me, Jake." He withdrew his hand and turned away. "That may be," he said enigmatically. "And again it may not. Thanks anyway for telling me." He picked up the horsewhip that he had flung down on entering, and began with his square, steady fingers to remove the lash. "You are right. You can't spend another night at the Anchor. If you will allow me, I will find some comfortable rooms where you and Bunny can stay till we get married. I will go up to-morrow and get a special license.
The marriage might be arranged for Sunday, if that will suit you."
"Next Sunday?" Maud started round and looked at him with startled eyes.
He nodded. "In church. After the 8 o'clock service, if there is one. Your mother must give you away. Afterwards we will come here with the boy." He glanced round at her. "He shall have this room for the daytime, and the one over it to sleep in. I'm sorry there are not 2 ground-floor rooms for him. But I know how to carry him in comfort. Of course, if necessary, this room could be used as a bedroom as well." He threw down the worn lash and went to a drawer for a new one. Maud still watched him in silence. "Does that meet with your approval?" he asked at length. "I think you are more than good," she said, a tremor of feeling in her voice. He kept his eyes lowered over his task. "I am not hustling you too much?" he inquired. She smiled wanly. "I am asking myself if I ought to let you do it," she said. "It doesn't seem very fair to you." "It chances to be the thing I want," said Jake, his fingers still busy. "And I reckon you won't disappoint me, won't draw back. I can count on you." She rose, turning fully towards him. "You can certainly count on me," she said. "But are you really sure you mean it? It isn't going to spoil your life?" Jake stood upright with a jerk. She met the extraordinary brightness of his eyes with an odd mixture of boldness and reluctance. "My girl," he said in his queer anomalous drawl, "there ain't a man anywhere in God's universe who knows what he wants better than I do. If I didn't want this thing, I shouldn't ask for it, see?" He came to her with the words and laid one finger on her arm. "Don't you know it's your friendship I'm after?" he said with a touch of aggressiveness. "Why, I've been after it ever since that night I found you in the dark alone on the edge of the parade. You were up against it that night, weren't you, and didn't like me overmuch for butting in. Do you know what you made me think of? A forlorn princess of the Middle Ages. There's a medieval flavor about you. I don't know where you keep it, but it makes me feel medieval too." She drew back a little, stiffened ever so slightly. Something in her resented the freedom of his speech. Something rose in swift revolt and clamoured to be gone. He must have seen her gesture, her quick protesting blush, for he turned almost instantly and jerked the whiplash through his fingers, testing it. A fitful gleam of sunshine suddenly pierced the clouds behind him and shone on his bent head. His hair gleamed like burnished copper. The tawny glint of it made her think of an animal, a beast of prey, alert, merciless, primeval. She put on her hat. "I must be getting back to Bunny," she said. "I am coming with you," said Jake. She looked at him sharply. "You will walk?" "Yes, I shall walk." She pointed with nervous abruptness to the whip he held. "Then you won't want that." Jake smiled, and tested the whip again without speaking. Maud waited a moment, then steadily she spoke. "You realized, of course, that when I told you about Mr. Shepherd's behaviour of last night, it was in strict confidence?" Jake squared his broad shoulders. "All right, my girl. It's safe with me," he said. "There shan't be any scandal." Maud was very white, but quite resolute. "Jake," she said, "you are not to do it." He raised his brows. "You are not to do it," she said again, with vehemence. "I mean it, I mean it. The quarrel is not yours. You are not to make it so." She paused, and suddenly caught her breath. "Oh, don't look at me like that. You make me afraid." Jake turned and tossed the whip down on the window seat. "You've nothing to be afraid of," he said rather curtly. "You're making your own bugbear. P'raps it's natural," he added with abrupt gentleness. "You've had a lot to bear lately. There. I've done what you asked. We had better get back while it's fine." He unlocked and opened the door, standing back for her to pass. He kept his eyes downcast as she went through, and she knew that it was in response to her appeal that he did so. She tingled with a burning embarrassment, which vanished all in a moment as he said, "Say now, do you mind if I light my pipe before I follow you? Don't wait, I'll catch you up."
and she made her way out into the fleeting sunlight and racing wind with a strong sense of relief. The pipe was not a particularly aristocratic feature of Jake's existence, but it was an extremely characteristic one, and it placed matters on a normal footing at once. Jake was never disconcerting or formidable when he was smoking a pipe. She consented to it gladly. And Jake turned back into the room with a grim smile on his lips, picked up a letter from the table, and thrust it deep into the fire. After that he lighted his pipe with the charred remnant thereof, and followed Maud into the open. 14. The Way of Escape. The sun shone out again as they went down the hill, and the sea gleamed below them like a sheet of silver. "You like this place?" asked Jake. "I could like it," she made answer. He smiled. "Then I reckon you shall. Say, does Bunny know about your coming up here to see me?" She colored deeply. "He knew I came, yes. But he did not know why." Jake was still smiling. "Guess he'll be pleased," he said. He added between puffs of his pipe, "We'll make him happy between us. We'll give him the time of his life." She drew a deep breath. Surely no sacrifice was too great for that. They passed the church on the hill and descended the steep road to the town. "There are some rooms I know of along this road," said Jake, "kept by the wife of one of our stablemen. Shall we go in and have a look at 'em?" She hesitated. "Bunny will wonder where I am." He glanced at her. "Well, look here. You leave me to see to it. I'll fix up something, and then I'll come on after you, and we'll get the boy away." She met his look somewhat doubtfully. "Why not?" said Jake. She answered him with an effort. "You do understand, don't you, that I can't accept help from you before our marriage?" "Why not?" he said again. "Reckon you mean to stick to your bargain?" "Oh, it isn't that," she said painfully. Of course I shall keep my word with you. But I have a little pride left. Just a little, and—" "And I'm to humor it, eh?" said Jake. "Well, you shall have it your own way. But let me do the fixing for you. I know just what you want. It's only for a few days, either." He smiled at her, and she yielded. But when they separated at length, she paused uneasily. "Jake." "Your servant," said Jake promptly. She stretched a nervous hand towards him. "Jake, if you meet my stepfather, you will not. "Most unfortunately I can't," said Jake. He held her hand for a moment and let it go. "There. Goodbye. I won't do anything indiscreet, I promise you. There is too much at stake. Now you get back to Bunny as quick as you can. I shan't be long after you." And Maud went, with a feeling at the heart of relief and dread oddly mingled. She knew that Jake would keep his word. There was a rock-like strength about him that nothing could ever shake. For good or ill he would stick to a bargain, be the price what it might. But she saw him overriding every obstacle to attain his purposes. He would never flinch from possible consequences. Of that she was certain. What he had said he would do, that he would do, and no power on earth would divert him therefrom. She shivered suddenly and violently as she walked. The relentless force of the man had in it an element that was terrible. What had she done? What had she done? She encountered her mother as she mounted the hotel stairs. "Oh, my dear, here you are at last," was her greeting. "I have been so worried about you. Come into my room." But Maud resisted her. "I must go to Bunny. He has been alone for so long." "No, dear, no. Bunny's all right for the present. I've been to see. He doesn't want anything. He told me so. Come into my room, just for a moment, dear child. We can't talk in the passage." As Mrs. Shepherd was plainly bent upon talking, Maud concluded she had something to say, and followed her. "Shut the door, my darling. That's right. How white you look this morning. Dearie, I am more sorry than I can say for what happened last night. Giles told me about it. But he says he is quite willing now to let bygones be bygones. So you won't bear malice, darling,
Will you? Of course I know he ought not to have done it," with a slight uneasy glance at her daughter's rigid face. "I told him so. But he assured me that he only did it for your good, dear. And he seems to think that you were rather rude to him earlier in the day. He is old-fashioned, you know. He thinks a whipping clears the air, so to speak. It's better, anyhow, than saving up grievance after grievance, isn't it, dear? You'll start afresh now, and be much better friends. At least, it won't be his fault if you're not. He is quite ready to treat you as his own daughter." She paused for breath. Maud was standing stiff and cold against the door. "Is that what you called me in here to say?" she asked. Mrs. Shepherd still looked uneasy, though she tried to laugh it off. "Not quite all, dear. But I really should go and make friends with him if I were you. He isn't a bit angry with you any more. In fact, he has been joking about it. Says his arm is so stiff this morning he can hardly use it. You couldn't possibly keep it up if you heard him." "I shall not hear him," said Maud. White and proud, she faced her mother, and the latter's half-forced merriment died away. "Child, don't look so tragic. What is it? Come, he didn't hurt you so badly, surely. Can't you forgive and forget?" "No," Maud said. "I shall never do either. I am going away with Bunny to-day, and I hope, with all my heart, that I shall never see his face again." "Going away?" Mrs. Shepherd opened startled eyes. "But, Maud—" "I am going to marry Jake Bolton," Maud said, her voice very deep and quiet. "He will take me and Bunny, too." "Oh, my dear! That man!" Her mother gazed at her in consternation. "He is infinitely rougher than Giles," she said. "I know he is rough, but he cares for Bunny. That matters most," said Maud. "In fact, I believe he likes Bunny best." "My dear, it's you he wants, not Bunny," said Mrs. Shepherd with a rare flash of insight. "I saw that at the very beginning of things, at our wedding party. He looked at you as if he could devour you." Maud put out a quick hand of protest. "Mother, please. That doesn't prove he cares about me, any more than I care for him. It's just the way with men of his sort. He has been very kind, and he is genuinely fond of Bunny. And in fact, it's the only thing to be done. I can't possibly stay here any longer." Her lip quivered unexpectedly. She turned to go, but her mother intercepted her quickly, endearingly. "Maud, darling, wait a minute. I haven't finished. You took my breath away. But listen a moment. This sacrifice won't be necessary, I am sure. You couldn't marry that horsey creature. You would never bear life with him. You are not adaptable enough, nor experienced enough. You could never endure it. It would be infinitely worse than poor Giles and his tantrums. No, but listen, dear. If you really feel you must go, I think a way of escape is going to be offered to you and poor little Bunny, too. I have had a letter from your Uncle Edward, and he is coming expressly to see you both." "Mother!" Maud almost tore herself free, gazing at her with that in her eyes that was to haunt Mrs. Shepherd for many days. "Oh, why didn't you tell me before? When did the letter come?" "It was last night, darling. You were such a long way off, right at the top of the house, and I was too tired to go after you. I meant to tell you first thing, dear. But when I went to look for you after breakfast, you had gone. I am very sorry, but really it wasn't my fault. Still, you won't want to marry that vulgar person now, for I am sure your uncle means to make provision for you. He can well afford it. He is very wealthy." But Maud resolutely put her mother's clinging arms away from her. "Jake is not vulgar," she said in a voice that sounded flat and tired, "and I have promised to marry him. Nothing can make any difference to that now." "My dear, what nonsense! I will get Giles to talk to him. How can you dream of such a thing, you who might have married Lord Saltash, and may yet? There is no knowing. Maud, dearest, you must be reasonable. You must indeed. This Jake Bolton may be a very excellent man, a very worthy man, but as a husband for you he would be utterly unsuitable. Surely you can see that for yourself. I can't imagine what possessed you to entertain such an idea for a moment. It was rank presumption on his part to dare to lift his eyes to you. Why, my dear, if you were to marry him, your life would be an absolute thraldom. You mustn't think of it, dear child. You mustn't indeed. Why, he is not much better than a stable boy. And his speech—" "He has spent a good deal of his time among cowboys." Maud was still firmly trying to disengage herself. "His speech is more or less acquired. In any case, I have given him my promise. And you had better not let Mr. Shepherd interfere. It would be wise of him to keep out of Jake's way, in fact. Jake knows exactly why I am prepared to marry him." "My dear! You actually made a confidant of that dreadful person? How could you?" "I wanted a man to protect me," said Maud very bitterly, "from the vindictive savagery of a brute. Maud, how can you talk so? And I am sure Jake Bolton is much more of a brute than poor Giles. Why, look at the man. Look at his mouth, his eyes. They absolutely stamp him. Oh, dear, you're very headstrong and difficult. I begin to think Giles had some excuse after all. Perhaps your uncle will be able to manage you. You are quite beyond me." Maud almost laughed. "When does he arrive?" she asked. "This evening. He has asked us to reserve a room for him." Mrs. Shepherd had speedily developed a proprietary interest in the management of the hotel. Its welfare had become far more engrossing than that of her children. Maud opened the door. "We shall be gone by that time. Jake is finding us rooms somewhere in the town." Mrs. Shepherd held up her hands. "Jake finding rooms? Maud, how scandalous! How do you know? You don't know that he is to be trusted?" Maud made a brief gesture, as of one who submits to the inevitable. "I trust him," she said, with that in her voice that stilled all further protest. And with the words she passed with finality out of her mother's room, and went upstairs without a backward glance. Mrs. Shepherd sat down and shed a few petulant tears over her child's waywardness. "She never would listen to advice," was the burden of her lament. "If she had, she would have been happily married to Lord Saltash by now, and I might have had my house in London to day. Oh dear, oh dear! Children are a bitter disappointment. They never can be made to see what is for their own good. She'll rue the day. I know she will. That Trainor man has a will of iron. He'll break her to it like one of his horses. My poor, proud Maud." End of chapters 13 and 14. Part 1, chapters 15 and 16 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. The Closed Door. A way of escape! A way of escape! How often during the hours of that endless day were those words in Maud's mind! They pursued her, they mocked her whichever way she turned. To Jake she merely, very briefly, imparted the news of her uncle's expected advent, and he received it without comment. Bunny was much more speculative. He had been somewhat carried out of himself by the trend of events. It was Jake who whispered to him the amazing information of his sudden conquest, together with a very strenuous injunction not to talk to Maud about it unless she started the subject. And Maud, for some reason, could not start it. She went through all the necessary arrangements for their removal as one in a dream, scarcely speaking at all, responding very occasionally to Bunny's eager surmises respecting the unknown great uncle, who had never before taken the faintest interest in them, or shown himself so much as aware of their existence. His coming did not seem to matter to her. If indeed he were about to offer her a way of escape, it could not matter to her now. The door that led thither had closed in the night, because her mother had been too tired to seek her out and tell her. The irony of it! The bitter, cruel irony! She dared not pause to think. Jake spent a great part of the day with them, working with a will to get them comfortably settled in their new quarters before the fall of the early dusk. After that he remained to tea, but he devoted almost the whole of his attention to Bunny, who had in fact come to regard it as his right.
He left soon after, refusing to remain for the game of chess for which he had earnestly pleaded.
"Not tonight, my son. Your brain has to settle down. It's a deal too lively at present."
He bent over Bunny at parting, and whispered a few words that were inaudible to Maud. Then he turned to go. She followed him to the outer door. The evening air smote chill and salt upon her, and she shivered involuntarily. Jake stopped to light a cigarette.
"I shan't be coming round to-morrow," he remarked then. "I shall be too busy. But I'll look in on Saturday and tell you what I've fixed up. Will Sunday morning do all right, if I can fix it?"
She shivered again. "Yes," she said.
"Say, you're cold," said Jake gently. "I mustn't keep you standing here. But you really meant that yes?"
He looked at her, and she saw that his eyes were kindly. She held out her hand with a desperate little smile. "Yes, I meant it." His hand closed strongly, sustainingly upon hers.
"Guess there's nothing to be scared of," he said. "I'll take care of you, sure."
She felt a sudden lump rise in her throat, and found she could not speak.
"You're tired," said Jake softly. "Go and get a good night. It's what you're wanting."
"Yes, I am tired," she managed to say. He still held her hand, looking at her with those strange glittering eyes of his, that seemed to pierce straight through all reserve, and enter even the hidden inner sanctuary of her soul.
"What's this relative of yours like now?"
he asked unexpectedly. She shook her head. "I don't know. I've never seen him."
"Think he's coming along to offer you a home?" asked Jake.
Her face burned suddenly and hotly. For some reason she resented the question. "I don't know. How can I possibly know?"
"All right," said Jake imperturbably. "But in case he does, I'd like you to know that you are at liberty to do as you please in the matter. He'll tell you, maybe, that I'm not the man for you. That, I gather, is your mother's attitude. I sensed it from the beginning. If he does, and if you feel inclined to agree with him, you're free to do so. Free as air. But at the same time, I'd like you to remember that if you should accept anything from him and then not find it to your liking, you can still come along to me and follow out the original program. I'm only wanting to make you comfortable."
He stopped, and in the pause that followed, Maud's other hand came out to him, shyly, yet impulsively. "You are such a good fellow," she said, with a catch in her voice.
"Oh, bunkum," said Jake, in a tone of almost indignant remonstrance.
He held her two hands, and turning, spat forth his cigarette into the night, an action of primitive simplicity that filled Maud with a grotesque kind of horrified mirth so intense that she had a sudden hysterical desire to laugh. She restrained herself with a desperate effort. "Good night," she said, with something of urgency in her voice. "It isn't bunkum at all. It's the truth. I think you are the best friend I ever had. But," said Jake. She freed her hands with a little gasp. "Nothing," she said. "Good night." It was a final dismissal, and as such he accepted it. She heard the steady fall of his feet as he went away, and with his going she managed to recover her composure. There was an undeniable greatness about him that seemed to dwarf all criticism. She realized that to measure him by ordinary standards was out of the question, and as she reviewed all that he had done for her that day, a gradual warmth began to glow in her. There was no other friend in all her world who would have extended to her so firm or so comforting a support in her hour of adversity. And if her face burned at the memory of her own utter collapse in his presence, she could but recall with gratitude and with confidence the steadfast kindness with which he had upheld her. She had gone to him in anguished despair, and he had offered the utmost that he had to offer. As to his motives for so doing, she had a feeling that he had deliberately refrained from expressing them. He wanted her, and he wanted Bunny. Perhaps he was lonely. Perhaps years of wandering had created in him a longing for home and domestic comfort. But she did not speculate very deeply upon that subject. She felt that she could not. There was something in the man's nature, something colossal of which he was but dimly aware, and which she had no means of gauging, that checked her almost at the outset. She found herself standing before a closed door, a door which she had neither the audacity nor the desire to attempt to open. She was even a little fearful lest one day that door should open to her of its own accord, and she should be constrained to enter whether she would or not. But on the whole that talk with Jake had calmed her. The man was so temperate, so completely master of himself, and withal so staunch in the friendship he had established with her, that she could not but feel reassured. There was a delicacy in his consideration for her that warmed her heart. She knew by every instinct of her being that he would take care of her as he had promised. And she wanted someone to take care of her so badly, so badly. She was so deadly tired of fending for herself. She found Bunny in a mood of remarkable docility, and she managed to get him to bed without much trouble. He also was worn out after 2 nights of restlessness, and he fell asleep earlier than usual. She herself sat for a while in the little sitting room with a book, but she found she could not read. She was too tired to fix her attention, and the thought of Jake kept intruding itself whenever she attempted to do so. It was wonderful how she had come to rely upon him, knowing so little of him. He had always been far more to Bunny than to her. She was drifting into a kind of semi-doze, still with the memory of him passing and repassing through her brain, when there came the sound of a bell in the house, and almost immediately after, the opening of the sitting-room door. She started up in surprise to see her landlady usher in a little spare, grey-whiskered man who walked with a strut, and cleared his throat as he came with a noise like the growling of a dog. He made her think irresistibly of a Scotch terrier bristling for a fight. He halted in the middle of the room, and banged with his umbrella on the floor, as one demanding a hearing. "Hello," he said. "My name's Warren. You, I take it, are Maud Bryan. If so, I'm your Uncle Edward." Maud came forward, still feeling a little dazed. Since Jake's departure she had almost forgotten the approaching advent of this relative of hers. "How do you do?" she said. "Yes, I am Maud Bryan. Come and sit down." He took her hand, looking at her with small grey eyes that were keenly critical. "How old are you?" he demanded. "I am 25, said Maud, faintly smiling. He uttered a grunting growl and sat down with a jerk. "I've come straight from your mother to talk to you. She's a fool, always was. I hope you're not another." "Thank you," said Maud sedately. He brought his shaggy grey brows together. "I've come the length of England to see you, but I haven't any time to waste. I'm going back to-morrow. That letter of yours, I meant to answer it, but business pressed, and it had to stand over. Then I decided to come and see what sort of young woman you were before I did anything further. I couldn't stand a replica of your mother in my house. But, thank goodness, you're not much like her. She tells me you're thinking of making a marriage of convenience to get away from your stepfather. Now that's a very serious step for a young woman to contemplate. It seems to me I've turned up in the nick of time." Maud, sitting facing him with her hands folded in her lap, still faintly smiled. The bluntness with which he tackled the situation appealed more to her sense of humour than to any other emotion. She realized that he was actually about to offer her a way of escape, but, curiously, she no longer felt any impulse to avail herself of it. By his generous assurance that she was at liberty to do as she would, Jake had somehow managed to range her on his side. Moreover, there was Bunny to be thought of. She knew well in what direction his desires, and his welfare also, lay. "It was very kind of you to come," she said. "But as regards my marriage, my mind is quite made up. The man I am going to marry, understands everything. I have been quite open with him. He has been most kind, most generous. I could not think of drawing back now." "Pshaw!" said Mr. Warren. He sat forward in his chair, his hands gripping the knob of his umbrella, and surveyed her with growing disapproval. "You're prepared to sell yourself to a man you don't love, in return for a home, eh?" he asked. She winced sharply, and in a moment her tired young face was flooded with colour. "Certainly not," she said, her voice very low. "Most certainly not." "Looks uncommonly like it," he maintained. "It is not so," she said with low-toned vehemence. "I have told you. He understands." "And is prepared to give all and receive nothing for his pains?" pursued the old man relentlessly.
If so, he's a very remarkable young man. And let me tell you for your comfort, it's an attitude he won't keep up for long. That is, unless he's a blithering idiot. Is he an idiot?"
Maud almost laughed. "No, that he is not. But really, you are wasting your time. If you had come this time yesterday I would have listened to you. To-night it is impossible."
"Why impossible?"
"Because I have promised."
"Tut, tut. He must release you."
"He would release me," Maud said slowly. "That is just it."
"Just what? Talk sense if you can."
It was evident that patience was not Uncle Edward's strong point. He fidgeted his umbrella testily. She looked at him with her clear, straight eyes. "That is just why I will not ask for my release. In fact, I don't want it now."
"Don't want it? Then, young woman, you're in love with him. I've come on a fool's errand, and I'll wish you good night."
He was on his feet with the words. Maud rose too. She laid a hand of half-timid restraint upon his arm. "I am not in love with him, Uncle Edward," she said, her voice not wholly steady. "Such a thing would be impossible. But at the same time, though I can't give him everything, he shall not repent his bargain. We are going to be friends."
"Pshaw!"
said Uncle Edward again. He gripped her hand unexpectedly, staring up at her with his keen eyes.
"Do you know how old I am?" he said.
She shook her head.
"I'm 80, he said. "I've seen a little of men in my time, and I've been a man myself. So let me tell you this. There's not a man on this earth who could be satisfied for long with that kind of farce. You've got him on the leash now. He's tame and good. But there's a ravening wolf inside us all, my dear, when we're thwarted, and the longer we're thwarted the more savage we get. You can't bring up a wolf, not the tamest wolf in the world, on bread and butter. Sooner or later he'll begin to feel a bit empty, and whine for the real thing. And if you still go on starving the brute till he's famished, he'll either break away and go elsewhere for food, or else he'll round on you one day and tear you to pieces. You'll be the sufferer either way. It's nature, I tell you, it's nature. You'll have to give all or drive him away at the outset. There can't be half measures with a man who is a man. If you offer them you must expect trouble. And remember, it's always the woman who pays in the end. Always the woman who pays."
He repeated the words with the impressiveness of a judge pronouncing sentence. Maud was trembling, though she tried to conceal the fact. "And then there is Bunny to be thought of," she said.
"Bunny? Who is Bunny? Oh, your brother, is it? And he's a hopeless cripple, I understand. Is it for his sake that you've hatched this mad scheme?"
"In a great measure. You see, he and Jake Bolton are very fond of one another."
"Pshaw!" the old man exclaimed. "So this Jake Bolton is to have the boy, with you thrown in as a make-weight? Is that it? And you think you're all going to be happy together, do you? Never heard such a tomfool scheme in my life. Where does this Jake Bolton hang out? I'll go and have a talk to him."
"Oh, please don't," Maud begged. "He'll think I sent you. And really, there is nothing to discuss."
"We'll see about that," he rejoined grimly. "Seems to me it's high time somebody came along and interfered. Now look here, what's your name? Maud. I'm going to get you out of this mess. You shan't marry a man you don't love just because there's no other way out. There is another way out, and you're to take it. You're to come and live with me, d'ye hear? You and your precious Bunny, too. And when I die I'll leave you both provided for. See? Come, I can't say fairer than that."
He was still gripping her hand, and looking at her with shrewd eyes under their beetling brows, as though prepared to beat down all opposition. There was a look of Bunny about those eyes, Bunny in a difficult mood. She recognized it with a sigh. It seemed her fate to be continually doing battle with someone, and she felt wholly unfitted for it. All she asked of life was peace and quietness.
"My home is a dingy one," said her uncle, "but you may be able to make it more cheerful. I shan't interfere with either of you. Come now, you're going to be a sensible girl, eh? I'm sorry I didn't turn up before. But the knot isn't tied, so I'm not too late. We must explain the situation to the young man. Unless he's an absolute bounder, he'll be amenable to reason."
But Maud shook her head. "I can't do it, Uncle Edward. I know you mean to be kind. I am very grateful. But I can't." He rasped his throat aggressively.
"That's nonsense," he said with decision. "Plainly the man is beneath you. You say you don't love him and never could."
"I'm not altogether sure that he is beneath me," she said rather wistfully.
"But you don't love him?"
her uncle insisted, scanning her piercingly. She bent her head with an instinctive desire to avoid his eyes. "No."
"Or anyone else?" he pursued.
She made a small movement of protest.
"Ha!"
he exclaimed, in the tone of one who has discovered something.
"Your mother hinted as much. And you think you're going to make things better for yourself by marriage with a rank outsider? Is that it? Is that it? Then take my word for it, you're going to make the biggest mistake of your life. And if you persist in it, I've done with you. At least, no, I haven't done. For I'm going straight to that young man of yours to tell him the sort of bargain he's going to make."
He paused, for suddenly Maud had drawn herself up very straight and proud. "If you wish to do so, you must," she said, and her pale face was very regal and composed. "But it will not make the smallest difference to either of us. Jake has my promise. I have his." It was at this point that the door opened again to admit the landlady with a note on a salver. "Mr. Bolton's compliments," she said, "and will you be good enough to send back an answer?" 16. The Champion. Maud took the note with a glance at her uncle.
"Open it," he said. "Don't mind me," and stumped irately to the bay window and pulled aside the blind.
Maud opened the note. Her hands were not very steady. The envelope contained a half sheet of notepaper, with a few words scrawled thereupon, and a short length of string. "Sorry to trouble you," ran the note, "but will you tie a knot in the enclosed, to show me the size of your wedding finger? Yours, Jake." She looked up from the note as her uncle came tramping back.
"Is it the young man himself?" he demanded.
"It's Mr. Bolton, sir," said the landlady.
"Then show him in," ordered the old man autocratically. "Show him in, and we'll get it over. No time like the present."
A swift remonstrance rose to Maud's lips, but she did not utter it. The landlady looked at her for confirmation of the order, but she did not utter a single word.
"Get along," commanded Uncle Edward, "or I'll fetch him in myself."
A whiff of tobacco smoke came in through the open door. Maud stood very still, listening. A moment later there came the sound of a pipe being tapped on the heel of a boot, and then the firm, quiet tread of Jake's feet in the passage. He entered.
"I didn't mean to disturb you again, but I'd forgotten this little detail, and I've got to catch an early train."
He turned with no sign of surprise and regarded Maud's visitor.
"Good evening, sir," he said.
Mr. Warren gave him a brief nod. Maud still stood mute, Jake's note with the piece of string dangling therefrom in her hand. He went quietly to her.
"Say, let me fix that for you," he said.
She suffered him to take her hand. It lay cold and quivering in his. He wound the string round her third finger and knotted it. Then he slipped it off, and took the hand closely and warmly into his own.
"I hope you haven't come to forbid the banns," he said calmly, returning the grim scrutiny that the old man had levelled at him from the moment of his entrance.
Uncle Edward uttered a sound indicative of intense disgust.
"I? Oh, I've no authority," he said. "I disapprove, if that's what you mean. Any decent person would disapprove of the sort of alliance you two are determined to make. But I don't expect my opinion to be deferred to. If you choose to marry a woman who doesn't care two straws about you, it's your affair, not mine."
Jake turned in his deliberate fashion to Maud.
"Your uncle, I presume," he said.
"Yes," she made answer. His face wore a smile that baffled her as he said,
"It's my opinion that we should get on better alone together, though it's for you to decide."
She looked at him rather piteously, and as if in answer to that look, Jake slipped a steady arm about her.
"What about the head of the family?" he said, speaking softly, almost as if to a child. "Reckon he'll be wanting you. Won't you go to him?"
The slight pressure of his arm directed her towards the door. She yielded to it instinctively, with an abrupt feeling that the matter had been taken out of her hands. He went with her into the passage, and they stood for a moment together under the flickering lamp.
"Bunny in bed?" he asked.
"Yes," she said. He was still faintly smiling.
"You go to bed too, my girl," he said. "I'll settle this old firebrand."
"Don't quarrel with him, Jake," she said nervously.
"What should I quarrel about?" said Jake. "Good night, forlorn princess."
His voice had a note in it that was almost motherly. She went from him with a distinct sense of comfort. His touch had been so strong and withal so gentle. As for Jake, he turned back into the room with the utmost confidence, and shut himself in with an air of decision.
"Now, sir," he said, "if you've any complaint to make, p'raps you'll be good enough to mention it to me right now, and I'll deal with the same. I'm not going to have my girl bullied any more."
His voice was quiet, even slightly drawling, but his eyes shone with something of a glare. He came straight to the old man, who still leaned on his umbrella, and stood before him. The latter gazed at him ferociously, and for a space they remained thus, stubbornly fixing each other. Then abruptly the old man spoke.
"You're a very masterful young fellow, my lad. I suppose you think yourself one of the lords of creation, good enough for anybody, eh?"
Jake's stern face relaxed slowly.
"I don't claim to be a prince of the blood," he said. "But I reckon I've got some points." "And you reckon you're good enough to marry my niece?" snapped Uncle Edward.
Jake squared his shoulders.
"I shall make her a better husband than some," he said.
The old man smote the floor with his umbrella.
"Shall you? And has she told you that she's in love with another man?"
Jake's right hand went suddenly deep into his pocket, and remained there.
"I am aware that she was once," he said, speaking very deliberately, "but that is over. Also, he was not the man for her." "A scoundrel, eh? Not a sound man, like yourself?"
There was a malicious note in the query, but Jake ignored it.
"He does not count, anyway," he said with finality. "If he did, your niece wouldn't have come to me for protection. I believe she appealed to you first, but you had more important things to attend to. With me it was otherwise, and so I consider that I have a greater right to be her protector than anyone else in the world."
"Do you?" said Uncle Edward.
"That means you're in love with her, I suppose?"
Jake's eyes fenced with his.
"You may take it to mean that, if it pleases you to do so," he said.
The old man raked his throat pugnaciously.
"It's damn presumption, I tell you that," he said. "That may be," said Jake, unmoved. "But it doesn't alter your intentions, eh? You're one of the cussed sort, I can see. Well, look here, young man. I'll make you a proposal. You seem to think I've neglected my duty, though heaven knows these Bryans have no claims on me. But I've taken a fancy to the girl. She's gentle, which is more than can be said for most of your modern young women. So you just listen to me for a minute. You're on a wrong tack altogether. Courting should come before marriage, not after. You may marry first, and you may think for a time that all is going to be well between you, but there'll come a day when you'll wake up and find that in spite of all you haven't won her. And that'll mean misery for you both. Don't do it, young man. You'll find the game's not worth the candle. You have a little patience. Let the girl come to me for a bit. I may be old, but I'll protect her. And if you care to come after her, and do a little courting now and then, well, it's not a very brilliant match for her, but I shan't forbid it."
He ceased to speak. There seemed to be a smile in the eyes that watched him, but there was no suggestion of it about Jake's mouth, which was slightly compressed.
"That's all very well, sir," he said in his slow, quiet way. "But have you laid this proposal of yours before Miss Bryan herself?"
Uncle Edward made a sound of impatience.
She can think of no one but her brother. She'll agree fast enough, when she realizes that it's the only thing to do." "Will she?" said Jake. "And have you put it to her in that light?" The old man coughed and made no reply. Jake went on with the utmost composure. "You offer her a home where she can continue to be a slave to her brother. You don't propose to lift the burden at all, to ease her life, to make her happy. You wouldn't know where to begin. You are ready and anxious to deliver her from me. But there your goodness starts and finishes. You talk of my damnable presumption." A ruddy glitter, like the flicker of flame, dispelled the hint of humor from the lynx-like eyes. "That is just your point of view. But I reckon I'm nearer to her, several lengths nearer, than you or any other man. She hasn't brought all her troubles to you and cried her heart out in your arms, has she? No, nor ever will, now. You've come too late, sir. Too late by just 12 hours. You may keep your money and your home to yourself. The girl is mine." A deep note suddenly sounded in the man's voice, and Uncle Edward was abruptly made aware of a lion in his path. He backed at once. He had not the smallest desire for an encounter with the savage beast. "Tut, tut," he said. "You talk like a Red Indian. I wasn't proposing to deprive you of her. Only to give the girl a free hand and you the chance of winning her. If you take her without, there'll be the devil to pay sooner or later. I can tell you that. But if you won't take the chance I offer, that's your affair entirely. I have no more to say." "I am taking a different sort of chance," Jake said, "and I have a suspicion that it's less of a gamble than the one you suggest. In any case, I've put my money on it, and there it'll stay." He looked Uncle Edward straight in the eyes a moment, and then broke into his sudden, disarming smile. "Can't you stop over the week end now, and give her away?" he asked persuasively. "Her mother seems too shy at the notion." "Her mother always was a fool," said Uncle Edward irascibly. Here at least was a safe object upon which to vent his indignation. "The biggest fool that ever lived. What on earth men found to like in her I never could understand. Oh yes, I'll give the girl away. If you're so set on getting married at once, I'd better stop and see that it's done properly. Lucy never did anything properly in her life." "Thank you," said Jake. "You are most kind and considerate." "Mark you, that doesn't mean that I approve," warned the old man. "It's a hare-brained scheme altogether, but I suppose I owe it to my family to see that it's done on the square." Jake had suddenly become extremely suave. "That is very benevolent of you, sir," he said. "I regard it as my duty," said Uncle Edward gruffly. He had never been called benevolent before, and the term was not altogether to his liking. It seemed safer to accept it, however, without question. There was an unknown element about this young man that was in some fashion formidable. An odd respect mingled with his first contempt. The fellow might be a bounder. He was not absolutely decided upon that head, but, as he himself had modestly stated, he had some points. By marrying him, his young niece was about to commit a very rash act, but it was possible, just possible, that it might not lead to utter disaster. It was not a marriage of which he could approve, but the man seemed solid, and certainly he himself had no urgent desire to take in the girl and her crippled brother. Altogether, though, he did not like to think that his advice had been ignored, and though at the back of his mind there lurked a vague uneasiness not unmixed with self-reproach, it seemed that matters might have been considerably worse. "Don't you tyrannize over her now," he said to Jake at parting. "You've got a fighting face, young fellow, my lad. But you bear in mind she's a woman, and, unless I'm much mistaken, she is not the sort to stand it." "I don't fight with women, sir," said Jake somewhat curtly. "I've other things to do." Uncle Edward smiled a dry smile. "And you've a few things to learn yet," he remarked enigmatically. End of chapters 15 and 16.
Part 1, Chapters 17 and 18 of the 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. The Wedding Morning. It was very dark and draughty in the church. Maud was shivering from head to foot. Her heart felt as if it were encased in ice. Now and then it beat a little, feebly, as if trying to break free, but the awful cold was too much for it. She did not know how to keep her teeth from chattering. Her hands lay in her lap, numbed and nerveless. She wondered if she would ever manage to walk as far as the dimly lit altar where Jake would be awaiting her. It was evidently draughty there also. The candles flickered fitfully. Uncle Edward was eyeing the candles with obvious disapproval. She hoped he would manage to suppress it at close quarters. She was sure she would have to laugh if he didn't, and laughter, she felt, would be fatal. How different this from the wedding day which once she had dared to picture for herself. It was like a mocking fantasy, a dreadful travesty of that which might have been. Like an arc of prismatic colors it hung before her. The vision of that other wedding. The wedding of her dreams. The sunshine and the laughter and the flowers. The shining altar, the waiting bridegroom, his flashing smile of welcome. She saw it all. She saw it all. How dear he had been to her. How unutterably dear. And she remembered how in those far-off days he had always called her his Queen Rose. Her heart gave a swift throb that was anguish. She stood up with a quick involuntary movement. She had not dreamed that this long-past trouble possessed the power to hurt her so. She cast a desperate glance around her. This waiting in the cold and the dark had become intolerable. A wild impulse to flee was upon her. The door was quite near. She turned towards it. But in that moment Uncle Edward cleared his throat and rose. "Here comes your precious bridegroom," he said. "I suppose they're ready at last. We had better get moving." And then it was that Maud's knees abruptly refused to support her, and she sank down again, white and powerless, on the chair by the door. Jake's sturdy figure was coming down the aisle. She watched it with eyes that were wide and fixed. He came straight to her, bent over her. "I'm real sorry you've been kept waiting," he said in his womanly drawl. "It's the parson's doing. He forgot all about us. And there was no fire either. I had to force the door of the stoke shed to light it." He bent a little lower over her, and suddenly she felt his hand against the icy cold of her cheek. She started back from it. "Jake, I can't come yet. I'm so cold." Stiffly her pale lips whispered the words. Her whole body seemed bound in a very rigor of cold. And through it all she still thought she could hear phantom echoes of that other wedding that once had seemed so near. "Where is your mother?" said Jake. There was a hint of sternness in the question. Uncle Edward answered it. "I'm expecting them every minute. I drove up first to fetch Maud. Lucy is a hopeless fool. She's never in time for anything." Even as he spoke there came the rush of wheels on the hard road outside and the hoot of a motor horn. The sound as it reached Maud seemed to galvanize her into sudden energy. She rose, white to the lips but resolute. "I am ready," she said. Jake gave her a straight hard look and turned without another word. He went back up the aisle, square, purposeful, steady, and took up his stand by the waiting clergyman. Maud's hand pressed her uncle's arm with urgency. Let us go," she said. "I can see my mother afterwards." The old man also gave her a shrewd glance, but he also said no word. Only as he stumped up the aisle beside her, he took the girlish hand upon his arm and held it hard in his gnarled fingers. They had reached the chancel steps where the clergyman awaited them ere the opening of the door and the sound of fluttering feet announced the arrival of Maud's mother. A heavier tread and a man's loud whisper and barely muffled laugh testified to the presence of Giles Shepherd also. Uncle Edward cleared his throat ferociously, releasing Maud's hand with a mighty squeeze as Jake came to her side. Then he turned with deliberation and scowled upon the advancing couple. Maud did not turn. Her face was white and still as the face of a marble statue. Her eyes stared blankly at the flickering candles on the altar. Had Jake lighted those candles, she wondered, as well as the fire in the stoke shed? She heard her mother's step behind her, but still she did not move; and after the briefest pause the clergyman began to read the service. It was all horribly unreal. The only thing of which she was vividly and poignantly conscious was the cold. She heard Jake's voice beside her, very calm and steady, and when her turn came she spoke with equal steadiness, for somehow she seemed to be imbued with his strength. But she was too frozen, too ice-bound, to feel any meaning in the words she uttered. She spoke them like an automaton, through lips that would scarcely move. Jake's hand, warm and purposeful, holding her own, sent a faint glow through her, but it did not reach her heart. She thought it had ceased to beat long ago, and she wondered how soon he would realize that he was wedded to a dead woman, what he would say when he knew. For Jake was so essentially full-blooded, so burningly alive. He was the most virile person she had ever met. Standing there by his side she could feel the warmth of him. She thought it was that alone that kept her from turning into a solid block of ice. When she knelt, his hand came under her elbow and supported her; when she rose, it lifted her. When the dreadful nightmare service was over at last, his arm was round her, and by its aid alone she stumbled stiffly to the vestry. The young curate who had married them looked at her with nervous solicitude. He had been recently married himself, and he had a painfully vivid memory of the agonies thereof. He set a chair for her, and Jake put her down into it. Then he stood up and took command of the situation. "Get a glass from somewhere," he said to the curate. "And you, sir," he turned upon Uncle Edward, "don't let that man come in here. Her mother can if she likes, but I won't have anyone else." He stooped over Maud, looking closely into her death-like face. He took her frozen hands and held them up to his lips, breathing on them. Her great eyes gazed up at him in mute apology. She felt he had begun to find out. "It's all right, my girl," he said in answer. "All right." And then her mother came to her, and surprised Maud at least by folding her close in her arms and fondly kissing her poor numbed lips. "Why, Maudie darling," she murmured to her tenderly, as though she were a child again, "what is it, dearie? What is it?" The words, the embrace, moved Maud, piercing straight to her frozen heart. She turned with a passionate, inarticulate sound and hid her face on her mother's breast. "My precious, my own girlie," said Mrs. Shepherd, and gathered her closer still. There followed a brief interval of peace while she rested in the sheltering arms that had not held her since her babyhood. Then she heard Jake's voice close to her bowed head. "Maud, I want you to drink this." She stirred uneasily, and was aware of her mother's tears dropping on her face. Then again came Jake's voice, quite courteous but extremely decided. "I am afraid I must trouble you, Mrs. Shepherd. She is half dead with cold." Mrs. Shepherd gave a little sob, and relaxed her hold. "Maud, my darling, here is some brandy and water. Will you try and drink it? Mother will hold the glass." But it was Jake's hand that held it, guiding it steadily to the cold blue lips; and it was in response to his insistence, and not of her own volition at all, that Maud drank the fiery mixture he had prepared. She shuddered over it, but it revived her almost immediately. She felt the blood begin to stir in her veins, her heart begin to beat. "That's right," said Jake, and she saw his smile for the first time that wintry morning, and felt the better for it. "Now sit quiet for a minute or two till you feel well enough to sign the register. Mrs. Shepherd, I think your husband wants to speak to you." "Oh, dear," sobbed Mrs. Shepherd, "he's always wanting something." Maud gently released herself. "You had better go to him, mother dear. You can bring him in if you like. I am quite all right now." Her eyes met Jake's as her mother tearfully departed. Something like a glance of intimacy passed between them. She held out her hand to him, and he took and held it, so that some of his abundant strength seemed to communicate itself to her. "I don't want your mother to upset you," he said. She dismissed the notion with a smile. "I am quite ready to sign now. Let us get it over, shall we? I want to go back to Bunny." His hand relinquished hers. He turned to the table. "The sooner the better," he said, in a tone of cool deliberation. 18. The wedding night. It was over. Maud sat before the open fireplace in Jake's oak-paneled parlor, gazing into the red heart of the fire with a stunned sense of finality, a feeling that she had been overtaken and made prisoner by fate. She was terribly tired. Every limb seemed weighted as if with iron fetters. She longed with a sick longing for sleep and oblivion. She ached for solitude and repose. Overhead she could hear Jake moving. He was helping Bunny to prepare for the night, by Bunny's own decree. Very soon he would come down again, and she would have to rouse herself and make conversation. She wondered wearily how she would do it. The best room in the house had been given to Bunny. Out of it led a smaller room in which she could sleep and be within call when he needed her. Jake had made every provision he could think of for their comfort. She felt that she ought to be very grateful to him, but somehow she was too tired for gratitude. And she could not concentrate her thoughts, they wandered so. Now it was the glint of the firelight on her wedding ring that drew them. It shone with a burning, intolerable sparkle that somehow reminded her of Jake, and the look in his eyes when he had said— But she pulled her mind up short at this point with a sharp involuntary shiver. She would not dwell on that thought. She would bury it deep, deep, far below all others. For she knew she would never cast it out. She clenched her hand and covered the ring from sight. The thought of Uncle Edward presented itself, and she seized upon it with relief. He had been with them during the greater part of the day, and had left but an hour before to catch the night train to town. He had been very kind to her, and had taken a shrewd interest in Bunny. Just at parting he had drawn her aside for a moment, looking at her with his sharp eyes under their shaggy brows, with just the look of a terrier on the hunt. "And if at any time you should be in need of a change of air, my dear," he had said, "don't forget that you've got an old uncle at Liverpool who wouldn't be sorry to see you, and the boy too, however busy he happened to be." He had meant that as an offer of help, should she ever stand in need of it. She had recognized that, though neither he nor she had emphasized the fact. He foresaw a possibility of difficulties ahead with which she might be unable to cope single-handed. He wanted her to know that she would never call upon him a second time in vain. She had thanked him with simplicity, and now she registered the offer in her mind. Almost unconsciously, she had begun already to seek for a way of escape, should her captivity become at any time unendurable. For a captive she undoubtedly was. She had given herself, voluntarily but completely, into the keeping of a man whom she felt she hardly knew, a man who had shown her every consideration in his power, but upon whom even yet she was half afraid to lean. Full of kindness as she had found him to be, she knew instinctively that he possessed other qualities, was capable of other impulses. Something of the caged beast, something of the pirate on shore there was about him. He was quiet, he was considerate, he was kind. But on his own ground, in his own element, would he be always thus? Would he be always the generous captor, the steadfast friend? Her heart misgave her a little. Words that Giles Shepherd had uttered only that morning arose suddenly in her memory, gibing words that sent the hot blood again to her cheeks.
"Ah, he's a deep one, is Jake. What he gives with one hand he takes with the other, and more to it. He's not the man to make a one-sided bargain. But he knows how to bide his time. He hasn't saddled himself with a penniless wife and a hunchback brother-in-law just for the fun of the thing. He'll be getting his own back presently, and I think I can guess who'll pay the piper." Bitter words, cruel words, flung in her face for the malignant pleasure of seeing her wince. She had not winced. She was glad to remember that. She had turned her back on the man's hateful, sneering face. He had humbled her to the earth once, but he would never have another opportunity. Henceforth Jake stood between her and all the world. She had bought his protection at a price, and she knew it for a weapon that would never fail her. As to the price, she would pay him in service and obedience. It might be he would never ask more of her than these. Life was short, and she was very tired. Why should she fret herself over that which might never come to pass? She closed her eyes from the red glow of the fire and lay still. Yet she could not have traveled far along the dim path to oblivion, for the quiet opening of the door a few minutes later brought her back in a second.
She started up in her chair, alert, nervous, to see Jake enter in his square fashion, and shut the door behind him. "Don't disturb yourself," he said. He came and stood before the fire, and Maud, sinking back into her chair, strove to calm the unreasonable inner tumult that his entrance had excited. "Are you going to sit down and have a smoke?" she suggested. He gave her a side glance that had in it a hint of humor. "You don't object to being smoke-dried?" he asked in his slow, gentle voice. "Of course I don't," she said. He took his clay pipe from his pocket and considered it. It was very old, blackened and discolored with much use. He looked at her again doubtfully. An odd impulse moved her unexpectedly. She sat up again and held out her hand. "Give it to me. I'll fill it for you." His hand closed upon it. She saw surprise in his eyes. "You?" he said. She found herself smiling. He actually looked embarrassed, a fact which set her wholly at her ease. "But why not?" she said. "Is it too great a treasure to be entrusted to me?" But he still held it back. "What do you want to do it for?" She kept her hand outstretched. "As a small, very small, return for your goodness to Bunny," she said. His face changed a little. He put his pipe into her hand. "I don't want any return," he said. "Don't do it for that." She colored, but she still smiled. "Very well. It is a favor bestowed gratis. Where's your tobacco?" He fetched a pouch, nearly as ancient as the pipe, out of his pocket and laid it in her lap. "You're not to watch me," she said, speaking with new-found confidence that surprised herself. "Sit down and read the paper. I'll tell you when it's done." He sat down opposite to her and took up the paper. "You'll make a beastly mess of your hands," he said uneasily. "Be quiet," she said. He opened out the paper, and there fell a silence. Maud pursued her self-appointed task with mixed feelings. The tobacco was rank and coarse, and it smelt like mildewed hay. It was, moreover, nearly black, and she found herself fingering it with increasing disgust. She was determined, however, not to be beaten, and with compressed lips she pinched and poked the revolting substance, ramming it deep into the blackened bowl with a heroic determination to accomplish the business to the best of her ability, her feelings notwithstanding. "You're packing it too tight," observed Jake gravely. She looked up, half laughing, half vexed. "I told you not to watch." He dropped his paper and leaned towards her. "I reckon I can't help watching you, my girl," he said. "I've never seen anyone like you before." He spoke with absolute simplicity, but his directness struck her like a blow in the face. She lowered her eyes swiftly. "I'm sorry I haven't done it to your satisfaction," she said in a small, cold voice from which all hint of intimacy had fled. "You had better do it over again." She held out the pipe to him, and again the firelight gleamed golden red on that new bright ring that he had placed on her finger that day. He leaned further forward, stretched out a quiet hand that grasped and held her own. He took the pipe from her with the utmost gentleness, and laid it aside. But he kept her hand, and after a moment he left his chair and knelt beside her. She did not draw back from him, but she stiffened on the instant. Her breathing quickened. There followed a silence which she found peculiarly hard to bear, and which she eventually broke. "Perhaps I ought to go to Bunny for a little. He will feel neglected." "He's not expecting you," said Jake. "Say, Maud." "What is it?" she said. She strove for composure, and attained an aloofness that startled her. He released her hand, and began to gather up the litter of tobacco in her lap. "I was going to speak to you about Bunny," he said. "I've settled to sleep with him to-night." "You?" She looked at him in quick surprise. He was not looking at her, being too intent upon his task. The firelight shone red on his bent head. "Yes, he said. "You can sleep in my room. I've had it got ready for you." The calm decision with which he spoke nearly took her breath away. "Oh, but," she began. He looked up, and she saw his frank, reassuring smile. It sent a curious thrill of relief through her. It was such a smile as would have gained the confidence of a child. "That's all right," he said. "Don't you start making difficulties, because there aren't any at present. I've fixed it all."
You're going to bed tonight without any cares, and you're going to sleep the clock round, see?"
"I couldn't sleep, away from Bunny," she said, somewhat breathless still, notwithstanding the comforting kindliness of his eyes.
"I reckon you'll have to try," he said. "And if it's any comfort to you to know it, Bunny is charmed with the idea."
His words sent an odd dismay to her heart. With this lightening of her burden she seemed to see Bunny slipping away from her. Bunny, who filled her world. Jake was on the point of rising from his knees when she laid a detaining hand upon his arm. "Jake," she said with slight hesitation, it is more than kind of you to think of this. But do you know I would rather, really rather, go on in the old way and look after Bunny myself at night. You can help me in the daytime if you will. But at night, Jake, please let me take care of him at night." There was entreaty in her voice. Jake remained beside her, his hand grasping the arm of her chair. Once more she was conscious of the warmth of the man, as of a force that emanated from him. Her fingers closed almost beseechingly upon his sleeve.
"Say," he said slowly at last, "is it for your own sake, or for Bunny's?"
She quivered at the question. He was looking past her into the fire. She had a feeling that he was deliberately compelling himself to do so. "I have always mothered Bunny," she said rather piteously. "I shouldn't feel easy about him if I were not within reach."
"Is that quite true?" said Jake.
"True," she echoed.
He nodded 2 or 3 times. "Is it quite true that you wouldn't feel easy, absolutely easy, about leaving the boy in my charge?"
She hesitated.
"Now don't mind me," he said. "Be honest. I'm honest myself."
She hesitated still. He turned his head slowly and looked at her.
"It's not quite true, is it?" he said.
Her eyes fell before his. "Very well," she said, her voice very low. "We will say it is entirely for my own sake. I want to be with him at night." Jake was silent a moment, then,
"That's a pity," he said, "because I'm afraid the matter is practically settled. Of course I'd call you if he needed you," he added.
She took her hand away from his arm. "You have settled it between you, I see," she said with a small pinched smile. He got up and stolidly returned to his chair.
"Yes, that's so. I don't say we are going to make a rule of it. But for tonight, anyway."
She interrupted him suddenly, with the vehemence of an abrupt resolution. "No, Jake. It must be one thing or the other. I can't have this discussion over again. So please understand that after tonight we shall return to the usual arrangement, which is far the best for us all." She spoke with nervous force. She was for the moment painfully afraid of being mastered by this man, whose strength was still such an unknown quantity that she braced herself to test it as though she were challenging a giant. Jake was digging in the bowl of his pipe with a penknife, and was for the moment too engrossed with the matter to look up. At length, however, he stuck the pipe into his mouth, and began to search his pockets for matches. He found one loose, and bent to strike it on the heel of his boot. She watched him with a growing uneasiness. Would he never speak? The rasp of the match set her nerves on edge. She rose and stood before the fire, very slim and straight. Jake puffed at his pipe with immense deliberation, and in a moment the burning match sped past her into the flames. He lay back in his chair with his legs stretched out, his hands in his pockets, and regarded her. She turned to him at length, meeting the untamed glitter of his eyes with stern composure. "Jake."
"My girl," said Jake.
She shivered suddenly and uncontrollably. He spoke as if he had a proprietary right over her. She read ownership, and the pride of ownership, in his look. Abruptly she turned her back upon him. Just so might he look upon one of his favorite horses. It was the look of the master, admiring, arbitrary, possessive, and with all her soul she resented it. She stood a moment, gripping the mantelpiece, gathering her strength. Then without another word she drew herself up and walked out of the room. She knew even as she closed the door that by strength she would never prevail against him. She might beat her will to atoms against his, but not by a hair's breadth would she thus turn him from the course upon which he was set. End of chapters 17 and 18. Part 1, chapters 19 and 20 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. The Day After. When Maud slept that night it was with the deep, deep sleep of exhaustion. All the pressing cares of the past few months, all the strenuous efforts, the unremitting anxieties, had culminated in one vast burden which had at last overweighted her strength. Against her will the burden had been lifted from her, but now that it was gone she slept, and slept, and slept. No dreams pierced that intense repose. She lay without stirring, as though the ancient spell had been renewed and laid upon her. The room in which she lay overlooked the whole stone-paved length of the stable-yard, but no voice or stamping of hoofs awakened her. The cheery sounds of the coming day did not even vaguely penetrate her rest. Body and soul were wrapped in complete oblivion while hour after hour went by. There had been snow in the night, and the sun arose upon a world of dazzling whiteness. The toy fir trees were mantled in it. The stable roofs gleamed in 1,000 sparkles. She had pulled up the blind before lying down, and the reflection lit up the room with an overgrowing brightness. She opened her eyes at last, quite suddenly, and stared at the oak-beamed ceiling. The next instant she turned sharply on her side, aware of a furtive movement in the room. Someone, a man, was on his knees before the grate, stealthily coaxing the fire to burn. She had a glimpse of brown leggings and a rough tweed suit. There were spurs on his heels that shone like silver. His red-brown hair was on a level with the bars at which he was softly blowing. As she moved, a flame shot up in response to his efforts, and he turned, still kneeling, and looked at her. "Say, you've had a real good night for once," he said in a voice of soft approval. "How do you feel yourself this morning?" Maud, crimson-faced, searched for words and found none. It was one of the most difficult moments she had ever had to endure. Jake glanced at the fire, pushed the poker into it, and got to his feet. He came to her side. "Don't be mad with me," he pleaded humbly. "Someone had to light the fire, and old Lovelace is busy." He smiled as he said it, and when Jake smiled, he was hard to resist. Maud suddenly found the difficulties of the situation swept away. With Jake in a docile mood she found it comparatively easy to deal. "Thank you," she said after a moment, and with slight hesitation extended a hand to him. "It was kind of you to light the fire, though I could have done very well without it." He took the hand very respectfully. She even had a faint suspicion that he also was secretly embarrassed. "The room faces due north," he said. "It had to be done, though I hoped you wouldn't wake." "Thank you," she said again, and withdrew her hand from his steady, all-enveloping grasp. How is Bunny?" He smiled again with more assurance. His strong white teeth were very good to see. "He had a splendid night. I've got him up and dressed. He is downstairs waiting for you to take him out." This piece of diplomacy obviously came to Jake as an inspiration. His smile broadened at the brightening of her face. Maud raised herself on her elbow and pushed the thick hair back from her forehead. "You are very good," she said gratefully. "Please will you go now, and let me get up?" He turned at once to the door, but paused as he reached it. "Say, Maud," he said tentatively, "there's a breakfast tray waiting for you. May I bring it up?" "Oh, please don't," she said hurriedly. "I never breakfast in bed. Besides—" "I'll put it outside the door, then," said Jake, and was gone. She heard him clatter down the uncarpeted stairs, whistling as if well pleased with himself, and as she reviewed his unceremonious behaviour, she decided to treat it with the simplicity with which he evidently regarded it himself. There was that advantage in the situation, at least. His character and his conduct were wholly without subtleties, or so she imagined. When he dumped down the breakfast tray in the passage a little later, she called her thanks to him through the closed door, as though he had been an old and intimate friend. Perhaps, after all, she had been over fanciful the night before. She ate her breakfast with a growing sense of reassurance, dressed, and went downstairs. Something of an ordeal here awaited her in the form of an encounter with Mrs. Lovelace, who greeted her deferentially, but with a reticence that certainly did not veil any goodwill. She presented her with the household keys, with the stiff remark that Mr. Bolton had desired her to do so. Maud received them with an odd dismay. Somehow she had not visualized herself as the mistress of the establishment. "Mr. Bolton also wished me to take your orders for dinner, ma'am," said Mrs. Lovelace, with stiff dignity. "He is accustomed to dine in the middle of the day, but I was to tell you that if you preferred a late dinner, it was all one to him." The slight emphasis on the last word did not escape Maud, and she saw at once that Mrs. Lovelace could not be considered equally indifferent on the subject. "But of course we will dine in the middle of the day," she said at once, and was rewarded by a faint flicker of amiability on the old woman's severe countenance. "That is as you please, ma'am," she said with less formality, and Maud felt that she had scored a point. She escaped from the interview at length with a sensation of relief, and hastened to Bunny, whom she found awaiting her with some impatience. The boy was in excellent spirits. He had enjoyed having Jake in attendance, and unhesitatingly he let her know it. "Why, there's no trouble at all in being lifted by him," he said. "And, by the way, he says you're not to lift me any more. It's too much for you. I'm ready to go out now, but he will put me in the chair. He said you were to call him. He's somewhere in the stables." Bunny's fashion of expressing himself was not a diplomatic one. Maud did not argue the matter, but as she went in search of Jake, a deep resentment kindled and burned within her. So this was to be the first consequence of her rash step, the gradual removal of Bunny from her care. Bunny, her Bunny, for whose dear sake she had made the sacrifice. Out in the stable yard she came upon Sam Vickers sucking a straw the while he cleaned a saddle. He greeted her with a smile, and informed her that the boss was in one of the loose boxes round the corner. Maud followed his directions, passing down a narrow passage between stalls to an open stone-paved space beyond that was surrounded by loose boxes. Here she paused, catching the sound of voices, and uncertain whence they proceeded. A bony red setter came up to her and poked a friendly nose into her hand. She bent to fondle him, and as she did so, she heard Jake speaking in a building close to her. She turned towards the voice with the intention of joining him. But so turning, she heard the words he uttered and stood petrified. For Jake, albeit with the utmost calmness and deliberation, was speaking a language that made her blood run cold. His words came with a fluency and distinctness that made them all the more terrible. If he had been stuttering with rage, she felt it would have horrified her less. She stood rooted to the spot, white-faced and powerless, while the kindly setter fawned about her knees. She thought the soft voice would never stop. Someone had done wrong, and was being cursed for it with appalling thoroughness. Such oaths as Jake uttered she had never before heard or dreamed of, and the scathing cruelty of his speech was like a stinging lash. No remonstrance or protest of any sort was offered in return. But after what seemed to her an intolerable length of time, there came the sound of heavy shuffling feet, and a small sandy-haired stable lad of about 17 came blundering out into the yard. His face was crimson and screwed up like the face of a crying baby. He sniffed emotionally as he went past her. Maud remained where she was. She was sick with disgust. Her whole being, physical and mental, was in revolt. She wanted to turn and go, but something kept her there. She stood like an outraged princess, clothed in a dignity that was wholly unconscious, while despair, grim, relentless, forced a way to her quivering heart. This was her husband. This coarse-mouthed brute, this monster of evil eloquence. This was the man to whom she had fled for protection, to whose chivalrous instincts she had entrusted herself. Oh, what had she done? And then, suddenly, he came out upon her, striding forth, his riding whip clenched in his hand, his brows drawn in a ruddy, threatening line. He saw her, and in a moment, magically, his face changed. The cruel lynx-like vindictiveness went out of it. He came to her smiling. "Hello, Maud," he said. And Maud shrank visibly, so that he could not fail to see; then drew herself together, instinctively summoning her pride. "I came to look for you," she told him with icy aloofness. "Bunny is waiting to be moved." "Right-o," said Jake. He moved towards the passage by which she had entered the yard, and she walked beside him, very pale, very erect, yet tingling with a disgust that almost amounted to loathing. They went a few yards in silence, then silence became a burden. She spoke. "It is really quite unnecessary to trouble you. I am fully capable of moving him myself." He turned his head towards her. "Say, Princess, what's wrong?" he said. She quivered afresh at his tone. It had the possessive quality that she so dreaded, was beginning to abhor. She did not answer, and he passed on with scarcely a pause. "I know you can lift the boy, but it's very bad for you, and not over good for him. Where's the point of it, anyway, when you've got me at hand to do it for you?" "It is quite unnecessary to trouble you," she said again. "Unnecessary and absurd."
"All right, my girl," he said unexpectedly. "Call it just one of my whims, and humor it."
She felt herself flush. His tone, though perfectly good-tempered, had been almost one of command. As they emerged from the stone passage into the outer yard, she gave abrupt rein to her indignation. "I really cannot submit to any interference in my care of Bunny. I told you so last night, and I meant it. He has always been my especial charge, and I cannot give him up." Jake's eyes were upon her, vigilant, intent, dominant. He spoke in a drawl that sounded to her slightly derisive. "Say now, what will you do if Bunny is cured?" She turned her face sharply from him. What would she do, indeed? But the thing was an impossibility. She put the thought away from her. "I am not discussing that," she said, speaking with a grim effort at calmness that cost her all her strength. "It is the present with which I am dealing now. I believe you mean to be kind, but—" "You don't say," interjected Jake softly. "But," she said again with emphasis, "it is a mistaken kindness. I am very grateful to you for your help, but really you must let me do my share." An involuntary note of wistfulness in the last words softened the look in Jake's eyes. He even smiled a little as he said, "Bunny being the only person in the world for whom you entertain the smallest spark of affection." She looked at him quickly. "He is all that I have," she said, in a low tone of protest. "That so?" said Jake deliberately. "Well, I'm sorry." She felt the flush deepen to crimson in her face, and she quickened her steps as they neared the house, longing to put an end to an encounter that had brought her nothing but discomfiture. Jake lengthened his stride. He looked no longer at her, but straight ahead with the eyes of a man who reads the future. Evidently the prospect was a pleasing one, for the faint smile still lingered about his lips. She was thankful that he had not observed that painful blush of hers. At the door of his house he paused, and stood back for her to precede him; and so standing, suddenly and softly, he gave utterance to the thought in his mind. "Say, Maud," he said into her ear, "some day, when the boy is well and off your hands, I'd just enjoy to see you with a child of your own in your arms." She started away from the whispered words, started and quivered like a wild thing trapped. For a single instant her eyes met his in open, passionate revolt. Then swiftly she passed him by. Jake followed with his lips pursed to a whistle, and a certain hard glitter replacing the dream in his eyes. 20. A friend of the family. Someone was whistling in the stable yard with elaborate turns and trills to the accompaniment of a horse's hoofs that danced upon the stones. It was Christmas Day, and from the church halfway down the hill there came the gay peal of bells. The stable doors were all closed, and the yard was in perfect order. There was no one about beside the solitary whistler on horseback, and he, it seemed, had no intention of prolonging his solitude, for he was heading his horse straight for the spotless white gate that led to Jake Bolden's dwelling. He was a young man with a swarthy face of undeniable ugliness that yet possessed a monkeyish fascination that was all its own. His eyes laughed out of it with a merry wickedness, odd eyes, one black, one grey, that gave a most fantastic expression to his whole countenance. They were not trustworthy eyes, but they were full of humour. He had a comedian's trick of working the brows above them, so that his features were scarcely ever in repose. He sat in the saddle as one completely at home there, But there was no grace about him. His limbs seemed to be fastened on with wires, like the limbs of a marionette. Reaching the closed white gate, he stooped from the saddle, and with the end of his riding switch lifted the catch. On the little finger of the hand he thus extended he wore a slender gold ring in which was set a single sapphire surrounded by diamonds. He walked his horse up the footpath to the door, and on this he beat a rousing tattoo, still without dismounting. During the pause that ensued he whistled a few more elaborate bars of his melody, and then, coming to a break, bent and knocked again. The door opened in haste, as if agitated by the second summons, and Mrs. Lovelace, red-faced from her kitchen fire, appeared curtsying in the entrance. "So sorry to keep you waiting, my lord. The girl's gone to church. And will your lordship be pleased to walk in? We'd only heard this morning of your lordship's return, and we'd not hardly expected to see your lordship up so soon." "A Merry Christmas to you, Lovelace," said his lordship, with that most engaging grin of his. He leaned towards her confidentially. "Take this for love of me in honor of the occasion." He slipped a coin into Mrs. Lovelace's hand that caused her to curtsy again ecstatically, and wish him every blessing she could call to mind on the spur of the moment. But he laughed easily and cut her short. "Hear, hear! But I can't stop to listen. Where's Jake Bolton? Is he in?" "Well, no, my lord. I'm sorry to say Mr. Bolton's gone to church." "Sorry? Oh, come, Mother Lovelace, spare my morals. I always thought going to church was an innocent amusement. Don't disabuse me of my childish fancies. But what's the good of my walking in if the boss is out and you are cooking the turkey? Unless you're wanting someone to come and turn the spit." Mrs. Lovelace raised hands of horrified protest. "How your lordship do carry on, to be sure! No, no, my lord. I was only thinking that you'd maybe fancy a glass of my cherry brandy with the wind in the east as it is. I'm sure as Mr. Bolton would be wishful for me to make the suggestion." "I should prefer the cherry brandy by itself," said Lord Saltash, with a mischievous chuckle. "But I won't stay now. Thanks all the same. I suppose he'll be back some time. I've never known Jake to go to church before. Is he courting, or what?" Mrs. Lovelace opened her small round eyes to their widest extent. "Why, can it be as your lordship hasn't heard?" "Heard? Heard what? Tell me quickly," urged his lordship. "This suspense is too horrible." "About Mr. Bolton's marriage, sir," explained Mrs. Lovelace, looking suddenly prim. "What?" ejaculated her listener. "You don't say Bolton's been caught?" "The marriage took place last Sunday, my lord," said Mrs. Lovelace, still looking prim, but plainly enjoying her role of informant. Lord Saltash slapped his thigh with a yell of laughter. "Poor old Jake! And who is the bride?" "Mrs. Bolton, my lord, is the stepdaughter of Mr. Shepherd of the Anchor Hotel," said Mrs. Lovelace. "Is she, though? What's she like? Pretty?" Mrs. Lovelace pursed her lips. "She is a lady, my lord, own daughter to a baronet." "Oh, I say," protested Lord Saltash, "you're cramming me." Mrs. Lovelace looked shocked, but at the same time flattered by the accusation. "Indeed, my lord, it's the truth," she protested. "And her brother, Sir Bernard Bryan, is in the house at the present moment. He, poor young gentleman, had the misfortune to be afflicted with a hump back." "What? What? What? My good woman, do you know what you're talking about?" Saltash's mobile brows came suddenly low over his eyes in a heavy scowl that added years to his appearance. He leaned nearer to her. "What?" he said again. Mrs. Lovelace paused, debating which of her statements he desired her to repeat. But ere she could make up her mind, Lord Saltash dropped with a thud to the ground. He threw his horse's bridle over the gate-post and turned to enter. "Just ring up one of the stable lads and tell him to walk Moscow up and down till I come," he ordered, his voice no longer bland, but curt and imperious. "I should like to see this brother-in-law of Bolton's, so show me in." Mrs. Lovelace turned before him and scurried down the passage like a startled hen. Lord Saltash strode after, a figure of medium height, sudden of movement, unimposing of carriage, yet withal possessing that nameless something that denotes high breeding. It was said that there was a strain of royal blood in the Birchester family, and this member of it had long been dubbed the Merry Monarch by his intimates. There was about him an inherent arrogance that no one dreamed of resenting, so essentially was it a part of himself. He entered Jake's sunny parlor with absolute assurance, though the frown still drew his forehead. "Lord Saltash," announced Mrs. Lovelace. And "Hello, Bunny," came from Lord Saltash in the same moment, as he strode forward to Bunny's sofa with the confidence of one entering the presence of an old friend. Bunny's quick cry of "Charlie" fully justified this attitude, and Mrs. Lovelace withdrew with a very greatly enhanced opinion of the importance of the Bryan family. "He might have been greeting his own brother," she said to herself, as she trotted back to her kitchen. There was certainly no cordiality lacking in Bunny's reception of the visitor. He clung to Lord Saltash's hand with shining eyes upraised. "I say, what a bounder you are to have stayed away all this time. I thought you'd have come back long ago. Maud's married. I suppose you know." "Married to Jake Bolton?" There was a peculiar intonation in the question. Lord Saltash was smiling as he uttered it, smiling with drawn brows. "Yes, and he's the best of good fellows. But I wanted her to wait for you all the same," said Bunny with the candor of the confidant. "It was no good talking, though. She couldn't wait." "How long has she been married?" Lord Saltash's tone was settling into studied indifference. "Only a few days," Bunny told him. "Only since Sunday." "Was it so urgent as that, then? She isn't generally in such a desperate hurry." Bunny looked uncomfortable. "You see, it was that brute of a shepherd at the Anchor. The Mater married him, you know. Thought she was going to do a good thing for us all. I think it has turned out all right so far as she is concerned, but he was a perfect beast to Maud and me." Lord Saltash nodded comprehension. "I never did think your mother was over-endowed with wisdom," he commented. "And how did you come to know Bolton? Is he a friend of Shepherd's?" "They're in the same lot, though I don't think Jake likes him." "Jake's a good sort, isn't he?" said Bunny almost pleadingly. "He's been jolly decent to us." Lord Saltash was gazing before him through eyelids that were slightly contracted. "I believe he is quite a good sort," he said after a moment, without enthusiasm. "And Maud, is she in love with him?" "Good gracious, no," said Bunny. Lord Saltash turned towards him sharply. "You're very emphatic. Why?" "Well, she isn't," Bunny asserted. "Jake knows she isn't." "Oh? And what may Jake's sentiments be?" "He's gone on her, of course," said Bunny. "But he isn't nearly so pally with her as he is with me. Why, he even smacks my head sometimes." He spoke with genuine pride. Lord Saltash laughed. "Oh, Jake's a great disciplinarian," he said, "or he wouldn't be where he is. But look here, does he know that I am, so to speak, a friend of the family?" "Yes, I told him," said Bunny. "What did you tell him?" "Told him that you and Maud were chums, and that if she married anyone she ought to marry you." Bunny's tone was blunt, his face somewhat red. Lord Saltash laughed again. The drawn look had wholly gone from his eyes. He worked his brows up and down with astonishing agility. "That pleased him, I'll bet," he remarked flippantly. "And so he decided to get married the next day, did he, and damn the consequences?" "Oh, no, it didn't come off then. We had a big row with the shepherd beast first, and it was after that Maud went off and fixed it up with Jake on her own. It was a pity you weren't there, Charlie. She'd have married almost anyone to get away." "Any scoundrel," laughed Lord Saltash. "Well, old chap, do you know, between you and me, I'm not sure that she hasn't done better for herself than if she had waited for me to come along. Marriage has such a nasty way of taking the gilt off the gingerbread, and I must admit I always liked the gilt the best. Now Jake, good soul, prefers the stuff itself. In fact, I'm not sure that he isn't a bit of a beast in some ways. He looks it. But possibly Maud likes beasts." "Indeed she doesn't," said Bunny with quick warmth. "And as for Jake, he's a brick. I see a good deal of him, for he's taken me on at night now, so I ought to know." Lord Saltash got up and strolled to the window. "Yes, he must be rather a brick," he said after a moment. "Doesn't Maud think so?" "No, Maud's furious because Jake won't let her lift me any more. I expect she is jealous," said Bunny with some complacence.
And she doesn't like being bossed. You don't object, apparently." Lord Saltash sounded indifferent, even slightly bored. "Oh, I'd sooner be bossed by a man than a woman any day," said Bunny. "Besides, Jake's a sport. I like him." "He's a gentleman," said Saltash unexpectedly. "Not exactly," protested Bunny. "He doesn't profess to be that. My dear chap, a gentleman is born, not made. Jake's sound. It's more than most of us can say. I wouldn't part with him for £1,000. Lord Saltash turned from the window with a pleasant smile on his ugly face, and broke into a careless whistle. Bunny watched him fidgeting to and fro with a slightly puzzled frown. He had expected something more dramatic than this easy acquiescence to the ruling of fate. He was sure in his own mind that the Lord Saltash of to-day loved his sister as much as had the Charlie Burchester of other days, and he could not understand the serenity of his attitude. "I suppose you'll wait and see Maud?" he said presently. "I suppose I shall," said Saltash with a baffling grimace. "Are you going to eat your Christmas dinner without visitors?" "Yes. The matter was coming, but that Shepherd bounder turned awkward at the last minute, and as we none of us wanted to go there it fell through. They've got some show on at the Anchor. We're well out of that." "And you consider this a change for the better?" questioned Lord Saltash. "Rather. I wouldn't go back for £50. Neither would Maud. It's much nicer up here than down by the sea, too," said Bunny with enthusiasm. "I suppose you haven't been to the castle?" said Lord Saltash, coming back to the fire to stand before it. "No. Jake said something about taking us some day. But it's not much good my going. I'm such a log." The old bitterness suddenly sounded in Bunny's voice. Lord Saltash lightly poked him with the end of his riding switch. "I'll take you round myself some day, you and Maud. I'm off for a ride now, when I've had a look round the stables. I shall be back in an hour or so, in time to see the virtuous Jake when he comes back from church." He turned to the door therewith, and fell to whistling softly the tune to which he had entered the stable yard a short time before. Opening it, he glanced back to wave a careless adieu, then passed whistling out. "Well, I'm jiggered," said Bunny. "Anyone would think he didn't care a jot." Which was precisely the impression that Lord Saltash had intended to convey. End of chapters 19 and 20. Part 1, chapters 21 and 22 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. The Old Life. That Christmas morning was like a dream to Maud. To find herself in church with Jake by her side was a circumstance that she had been very far from expecting, and the experience was so unique that it seemed scarcely real. It was by his suggestion that they were there, and he had overruled her hesitation as to leaving Bunny with a masterly skill that had enlisted Bunny himself on his side. So they had gone, like a sober married couple, as Maud said to herself, though the thought of Jake as her husband was somehow one that she invariably failed utterly to grasp. She found it impossible to give her undivided attention to the service with the perpetual consciousness of his presence at her side. She could not tear her mind from him. He came between her and her devotions. And yet he himself seemed to be wholly absorbed. Not once did those watchful eyes stray in her direction. He followed the entire service with reverence and a steady concentration that she envied but could not emulate. When it was over and they were walking back, he drew a deep breath and remarked, "That's the first time I've been in church except for our wedding for 20 years. Maud looked at him in amazement. "So long as that?" He nodded. "I used to go regularly till my mother died. After that I went to sea and got out of the way of it." There fell a silence upon his words. The color that was always so quick to rise in Maud's cheeks spread upwards to her forehead. It was with an evident effort that she said finally, "You haven't told me anything about your mother yet, Jake." He turned his head slowly towards her. "It didn't strike me that you would care to hear," he said with simplicity. She conquered her embarrassment with difficulty, but her voice was curiously devoid of enthusiasm as she said,
I am interested, of course."
"Really?" said Jake. "I don't know why you should be. She was a very fine woman, and she killed herself with hard work when my father failed as a farmer. That's about all her story."
"Oh, Jake, how dreadfully sad!" There was quick sympathy in Maud's tone. She put out a shy hand to him as they walked. He took it, held it fast for a moment, and let it go.
"A woman will always attempt the impossible," he said, "for the sake of any one she cares for. You would do the same for Bunny. I saw that the first day I met you. I've seen it 100 times in different parts of the world, and I guess it's one of the greatest things in life."
Maud uttered a sharp sigh. "I don't see anything great in doing what one must," she said rather sadly. "It is very nice of you to admire women, but I expect it is chiefly because you don't understand them." Jake's frank smile appeared at her words.
"I'm not disputing that most women need a burden of some sort," he said gently. "I guess that's just a woman's way. She wouldn't be happy if she hadn't one."
"And yet you want to take mine away." The words were out almost before she knew it.
She repented them even as they fell.
Jake's smile passed, and an odd, dogged look took its place.
"I reckon that's different," he said. "You've carried too heavy a burden all your life. Do you know, Maud?"
His voice softened, though his face remained unchanged.
"The first time I saw you, I recognized that look of desperate endurance in your eyes that my mother used to have. It cut right through me. And you were so young, which made it worse."
"I don't feel young," she interposed.
"I know," he made answer. "You've missed it all. But when you're stronger, happier, you'll find you're not so old. There are quite a lot of good things in the world, even for middle-aged folk like you and me."
She uttered a little dubious laugh.
"Yes, that's so," he asserted in that calm, confident drawl of his. "And that brings me round to what I've been wanting to say to you. I don't want to deprive you of anything worth having, but I am wanting, real badly, to make a sound man of Bunny as soon as may be. Reckon you're wanting that too."
Her heart gave a thick hard throb. "Of course," she said rather breathlessly.
"Yes, of course," agreed Jake imperturbably. "Well, I had a letter last night from Capper, one of the biggest surgeons in the world. I had the good luck to do him a small service once, and he can't somehow forget it. Now he's coming to England in a few weeks, and he'll look me up. I've told him about Bunny, and he's sort of interested. Say, Maud, it would be a mighty big thing to let him examine the little chap and see what he thinks."
Maud's face was very pale. She walked in silence. Jake glanced at her.
"You'd be afraid?" he suggested.
"I don't know," she said in that same breathless tone. It seems rather soon. And suppose he failed."
"My dear," Jake said gently, "Capper won't fail. He'll either tackle the job and carry it through, or he won't attempt it. That's the sort of man he is."
Maud dropped back into silence. The road at this point was somewhat steep, and she was gasping for breath. Suddenly Jake reached out, took her hand, and pulled it through his arm.
"All right, my girl, all right," he said kindly. "We won't hustle any. I shan't say another word to Bunny on the subject till you have made up your mind what you'd like done. Now you lean on me. I'll pull you up."
She did not want to lean on him, but for some reason she could not at once withdraw her hand. They mounted the hill side by side. Jake said no more upon the subject. He evidently regarded it as closed. As they turned in at length at the white gates, he said, "I was wondering if your mother could be persuaded to come up to tea if I went and fetched her with the dog cart. We couldn't squeeze Shepherd into that if we tried." She knew that he made the suggestion solely for her pleasure, and a sudden warmth kindled within her. "You are good to me, Jake," she said gratefully.
"Oh, rats," said Jake. "Being good to you is all one with being good to myself. I'll go then as soon as dinner is over. Now who in thunder—" He stopped abruptly, gazing straight ahead. A momentary frown drew his level brows and passed.
"Hello," he said in a soft drawl. Maud was looking ahead, too. She saw a man's figure moving towards them over the stones of the yard. She heard the ring of spurs. And suddenly she stood still, white to the lips, panting, unnerved. It could only have been for a second, that pause of hers. For at once she was aware of Jake's hand pushed lightly through her arm, leading her forward. "I guess I don't need to introduce Lord Saltash," he said. "You've met before." Yes, they had met before, met and parted, and the memory of it stabbed her to the heart. She moved forward, as it were, mechanically, under Jake's guidance. She had known that this ordeal would have to be faced, but it had taken her unawares. She was unprepared. But the moment she heard his voice, his laugh, her agitation was gone. There was a subtle camaraderie in Lord Saltash's greeting that smoothed the way. She remembered with a pang that it had ever been his custom to take the easiest course. With his hand holding hers, and his ugly face laughing its debonair welcome into her own, she could not feel tragic or even disconcerted any longer, even though with his other hand he clapped Jake on the shoulder. "So you've gone and got married, have you?" he said, his eyebrows working with monkeyish rapidity. "How original of you! I won't be banal enough to congratulate. It's such a bore to have to reply to that sort of thing. Let me wish you a happy Christmas instead. Ma belle reine des roses, je te salue. You are more faultily faultless than ever." He made her a sweeping cavalier's bow, and lightly kissed her hand. She laughed without effort. "How odd to meet you like this, Charlie. I thought you were still abroad." She was not even aware of uttering his Christian name, so naturally did it rise to her lips. It seemed to her suddenly that the old cruel barrier had been removed. Since they could never again be lovers, they were free now to be friends. Surely the same thought had struck him also, for his odd eyes smiled intimately, confidentially into hers, ere he turned in his lightning fashion to Jake standing solidly by her side. "You knew we were old friends?" Jake's eyes, red-brown, intent, watched the swarthy mobile face without the smallest shade of expression. "Yes," he said in his slow, soft voice. "I knew." Maud glanced at him quickly. How much did he know? Had Bunny ever confided in him upon the subject? But his face, absolutely composed and normal, told her nothing. He accepted the hand that Lord Saltash extended, looking him full and straight in the face. And through her mind, unbidden, there ran the memory of that strange story of treachery that Jake had once told to her and Bunny. Looking at the dark, keen countenance of this man who had once been so much more to her than friend, she tried to visualize his double, and failed utterly. Surely there could be but one Charlie Burchester in all the world. "What are you trying to see?" laughed Lord Saltash. "I carry neither my virtues nor my vices in my face, being long past the ingenuous age. Have we time to go round the stables? Or is your Christmas turkey clamouring to be eaten?" Maud shot a swift look at Jake, who after a momentary pause said, "I can go round with you now, if you wish, my lord." Saltash made a quick grimace. "That's very obliging of you, Bolton. But don't let me interfere with your domestic arrangements. I can come over again later." It was then that Maud very quietly intervened. "If you care to join us at dinner, I'm sure we shall be very pleased, and you can go and see the stud afterwards." "What? Really?" said Lord Saltash. "Of course I shall be delighted. There are to-morrow's events at Greydown, Bolton. I want you to post me up with the latest. Sure I shan't be in the way?" He put the question directly to Jake, who replied without haste or hesitation. "I reckon no guest of ours could be that." There was nothing in his manner to indicate if he were pleased or otherwise by the arrangement. He seemed to be in a mood of extreme reticence, and Maud wondered, as they walked to the house, if she had vexed him by taking upon herself to extend hospitality to his patron. But then it had been the only course open to her. Surely he must see that. She and Charlie were such old friends, they could not begin to be strangers now. Yet the doubt worried her. Jake was plainly not upon very intimate terms with Lord Saltash. Or was it her presence that caused constraint? She wished she knew, but she had no means of ascertaining. She could only do her best, ably seconded by Saltash, to smooth over any slight difficulties that might arise from a situation that was certainly none too easy. Despite her efforts, she could not fail to note that Jake was more self-contained, more unresponsive, than she had ever before seen him, and for a time she felt her own manner to be strained and unnatural in consequence. Lord Saltash plainly noticed nothing. Throughout that Christmas dinner he was just as gay, as debonair, as audacious, as he had been in the old days, complimented her with his usual effrontery, provoked her to laughter with all his old quick wit. She found it impossible not to respond, impossible not to expand in the warmth of his good comradeship. She seemed to be drawn into a magic circle of gaiety that could not last, that was all the more precious because it could not last. Bunny also was well within that charmed region. He was full of animation, eager, excited, even merry. She had an uneasy fear that he would pay for his high spirits later, but for the time she had not the heart to check him. She understood his feelings so thoroughly. It was so good to have Charlie with them again, and to bury all the troubles of the past, so good to see the flower of friendship spring from the dead root of passion, so good to be on easy terms again with this man, whom, in spite of everything, she could not but regard as a kindred spirit. They had always been sympathetic. They looked upon much in life with the same eyes. They had the same tastes, the same intuitions, often the same impulses. Yes, he had shown himself unworthy. There was a fatal flaw in his character. He was wild, lawless, immoral. But he was her friend. Somehow she could not feel that anything could ever alter that. They had been too near, too intimate. He had become like one of the family. She could not regard him in any other light. He had wounded her to the heart, but yet, with a woman's odd faithfulness, she forgave him, pitied him, understood him. Only upon that one point she had stood firm. Her innate purity had arisen as an angel with a flaming sword, dividing them. She had not been able to overlook his sins and marry him. She had known him too well. Too well. Possibly, even, she had loved him too well also. But all that was over now. The pain was stifled, the sacrifice was past. She could suffer herself to accept his easy friendship with no dread for the future. She could let herself be at ease with him once more, knowing herself to be beyond his reach. Once, very sorely, she had been tempted to yield to him, but that temptation could never occur again. Her marriage was a safe anchor from which she could never break free and drift out to sea. She could afford now to be kind, since henceforth no more than kindness could ever be expected from her. And it was so good to be with him again. With all his waywardness and instability, Charlie Burchester was the most satisfying friend she had. He never wearied her. He always caught and charmed her mood. He was so rarely sensitive, so delicately alive to every change of feeling. There was even something almost uncanny sometimes in the way he read her woman's heart, a feat for which he himself accounted by declaring that they had been born under the same star. It all came back to her as they sat at the same board on that Christmas day. It was just as if there had never been any rift in their friendship. The memory of the man's passionate pleading and her own anguished refusal had faded into an evil dream. They were back once more in the old happy days of comradeship, before he had ever spoken to her of love. Only Jake's presence held her to the present, and when at the end of the dinner he rose to carry out his suggestion with regard to fetching her mother in the dog-cart, she felt, as soon as the door closed upon him, that the old life she knew and loved had wholly returned. She and Bunny and Saltash were just children together, and they settled down to enjoy themselves as such. 22. The Faithful Widower. Lord Saltash's desire to see the stud evaporated completely during the afternoon. He stayed, and made himself extremely charming to Mrs. Shepherd, who returned with Jake, very fluttered and arch, to spend an hour, only an hour, or Giles would be so cross, in her daughter's new home. And when she left again under Jake's escort, it was already growing dark. "I've got to talk business with Jake, so I may as well wait till he comes back," said Lord Saltash comfortably, and they gathered round the blazing fire and sat in luxurious enjoyment. Undoubtedly Bunny had enjoyed himself that afternoon, but he had begun to grow restless and irritable, signs which Maud had learned to recognize as the heralds of a wakeful night. She wondered with some uneasiness if Jake would be able to manage him with his usual success.
"You haven't got a piano here, have you?" asked Saltash in a pause.
She told him no. In the old days they had sung duets together. She wondered if he remembered. He went lightly on. "You will have to use the one at the castle. You mustn't let your talents run to seed. Come up any day, you and Bunny. The place will always be open to you, whether I am there or not." She thanked him for the thought. "We should love to come. I have had no opportunities for playing for months, not since we left London."
"No?" he said. "I say, what made your mother come to Fair Harbor? It's a hole of a place to live in."
She felt her face burn in the firelight. She hesitated, and at once Bunny cut in.
"The mother always has an eye on the main chance," he said. "And she is a great believer in friendship. When things look black, she always likes to hunt up old friends and give them their opportunity." His meaning was not obscure. Maud made a quick movement of protest, but Lord Saltash's inconsequent laugh covered her discomfiture on the instant. "Poor Lady Bryan. I am afraid her luck and mine are made of the same rotten material. It tears at a touch. But I should have thought she might have chosen a sounder man than Shepherd of the Anchor for a husband."
"Isn't he sound?" asked Maud quickly.
Lord Saltash laughed again. "I could sell him up lock, stock, and barrel tomorrow if I wanted."
She started. "Charlie, you don't mean that?" He looked at her with a gleam of mischief in his queer eyes.
"Of course I do. The Anchor belongs to me, and all that is in it. It's mortgaged for considerably more than its value, and I hold the mortgage. Did he never mention that detail?"
Maud sat speechless. He stretched out a lazy hand.
"It's all right, Queen Maud. He is quite safe as long as he behaves decently to you and yours. He's something of a brute beast, I believe. Well, if he needs any salutary correction, you must let me know."
His ugly face laughed into hers. The light in his eyes was half mocking, half tender.
"It's good to know that there may be something left that I can yet do for you," he said. "The worthy Jake may have a stout right arm, but he is not a Croesus."
He turned the conversation in his easy, well-bred fashion, and her embarrassment died down. But the carelessly uttered information dwelt persistently in her mind, even though she found herself talking of indifferent things. It was strange that all her affairs should be so completely, and it seemed so irrevocably, under the direct control of this man whom she had once so resolutely driven out of her life. Fate or chance had thrown them together again. A little secret tremor went through her. What would come of it? She had not attempted to touch the hand he had stretched forth to her. It had fastened upon the arm of the chair in which she sat, and rested there. Presently she looked down at it, her eyes attracted by the gleam of the ring upon it.
"Your own," murmured Saltash.
"Violets, blue as your eyes." He moved his hand in the firelight, and the sapphire shone in the midst of the diamonds, like a deep blue flame in the heart of a leaping fire. He drew a little nearer to her.
"You sent it back to me," he said. "I have worn it, like a faithful widower, ever since."
Her heart contracted with an odd little pain. "Don't wax sentimental, Charlie," she pleaded, with a difficult smile.
"Would you prefer me heartless?" he said, but he withdrew his hand, and the sapphire burned no more.
They began to talk again upon ordinary topics, and the conversation turned upon the grey down steeplechase races of the morrow. 2 horses from the Birchester stud were running.
"Beauties they are, too," said Bunny with enthusiasm. "Sam Vickers swears they'll win." He uttered his quick, impatient sigh. "What wouldn't I give to see 'em do it?" "Why shouldn't you?" said Saltash. "I'll take you over."
"Will you?"
cried Bunny with shining eyes. And in the same breath,
"No, no," said
Maud quickly.
"Charlie, why do you suggest these impossible things?"
Saltash laughed. "I never suggest the impossible," he said. "Bunny, and you too, can come along in the car if you will. I can make him quite comfortable with cushions."
But Maud shook her head. "It isn't so easy as it used to be. And he gets tired so soon. Really, really, it can't be done."
"Oh, Maud, do shut up," broke in Bunny. You jaw like an old woman. Of course I'll come, Charlie. When will you be round?"
Lord Saltash looked at Maud with an impish expression.
"I am afraid you are in the minority, ma reine. But leave it to me. I'll undertake that no harm is done."
Maud rose suddenly from her chair. She stood upright, slender in the firelight. "I can't consent to it," she said with resolution. He sprang instantly to his feet. "You don't want to come?" he said. She met his challenging eyes with an effort. "Don't make things difficult," she begged in a low voice. "But if I got your mother to come too?" he urged. "She used to love race meetings." She turned her eyes away. "Neither Bunny nor I can go," she said steadily. "I say I will go," cried Bunny hotly. "I'm old enough to do as I like, and I won't be dictated to by anyone." Saltash turned back to him. "I'll take you one day, old chap. But the Queen's word is law, you know. We can't go in direct opposition to it. Moreover," with audacious simplicity, "it wouldn't be great sport for anyone if the Queen herself did not deign to accompany us." "She'll go fast enough if I do," said Bunny. "She sticks to me like a leech." "Lucky beggar," said Saltash. He glanced back at Maud. She was still on her feet, turned partially from him. It was evident that she did not mean to renew the friendly intercourse that his unwelcome suggestion had interrupted. "I must get back to my lonely castle," said Saltash. She turned then, as he had known she would. "No, don't go. Why should you? Till Jake comes back." He laughed into her eyes. "Now don't try to persuade me that you want me any longer. I know the signs too well. I'm going to walk down and meet Jake, as I must have a word with him about the animals. By the way, why don't you call him Jacob? The other is too frivolous for your august lips." There was a sting in the smiling question of which she alone was aware. She knew that he had it in him to be malicious at times, but she would not seem to notice. "Are you backing either of the horses running to-morrow?" she asked. He raised his agile brows. "But of course I am. Whoever went to a meeting without putting something on? And you don't suppose I would lay a wager against one of my own beasts, do you?" "You always back your own before anyone else's," she said. "Of course," he made prompt reply. "We've pulled off a good many events since Jake took command." "Yes," she said slowly. "He is a genius with horses." "Oh, quite useful," said Saltash carelessly. "Well, good night to you both. Many thanks for your kind hospitality. Don't forget the piano at the castle. Come and go exactly as you like. I will give orders to that effect." "You are very kind," she said. But the pleasant intimacy between them was broken. She knew that her refusal to go with him on the morrow had hurt him. He was in a mood to sting at a touch. She gave him her hand with genuine regret. "Good-bye, Charlie," she said gently. He took it with a gesture that made her remember that his mother had been a Frenchwoman. "Good night, ma chère," he said lightly. "When thou art dreaming, think of me." Her faint laugh had a note of bitterness. "But I never dream," she said. End of chapters 21 and 22. Part 1, chapters 23 and 24 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 23. The Narrowing Circle. When Jake returned at length, he entered an atmosphere so unmistakably stormy that he looked instinctively to Maud for an explanation. The room was lighted and the curtains drawn. She was sitting in the low chair by the fire doing some intricate crochet work with knitted brows. There was tension in her attitude, tension in the firm compression of her lips. Bunny lay on his sofa, hot-cheeked, fiery-eyed, beating an impatient tattoo with one hand on the table by his side. On the table lay the presents that he had received that day: a box of paints and sketching block from his mother, a book from Maud, a small telescope from Jake himself. But he was looking at none of them. His brows, too, were closely drawn. His teeth bit viciously into his lower lip. Maud did not raise her eyes at Jake's entrance. She seemed intent upon her work. He came and stood beside her. "I should have come back sooner," he remarked, "but Lord Saltash met me, and I had to take him back to the castle in the dog-cart." Her fingers moved very rapidly. "I thought perhaps you would dine with him," she said in a voice that sounded very cool and aloof. "Not I," said Jake. "Give me my own fireside, and my old clay pipe that doesn't go into aristocratic society." She raised her eyes momentarily. "Are you a socialist?" she asked. His eyes were unblinkingly upon her. "I guess not," he said, speaking with somewhat of a drawl. "I've seen life, lots of it, that's all. As to my politics, well, I reckon they're mine and no one else's. I think just what I like about everything and everybody." He turned those intent eyes suddenly upon Bunny. "What's wrong with the head of the family?" he asked. At once Bunny burst into speech. "Jake, it's infernal that I can't go to the races in Charlie's motor tomorrow. He's offered to take me. Why shouldn't I go? Hang it all, I will go." He banged his clenched fist upon the table with the last passionate words. Maud kept her eyes upon her work. Her hands, though they moved so rapidly, were not wholly steady. "He is not fit to go," she said. "That's not the reason you refused," flung back Bunny, who was rapidly working himself up to fever pitch. "You said no, just because you thought Jake would be jealous if you said you'd go. You're afraid of him, that's what's the matter with you. Afraid of his finding out that you're still in love with Charlie." He broke into his cracked, painful laugh, stopping abruptly as Jake left the hearth and stepped quietly to his side. "Don't touch me," he said, shrinking sharply back. Jake stooped. His face was grim. "My son, I'm going to touch you," he said. "I'm going to carry you straight up to bed. You've had more than enough excitement for today." "I'm not going to bed," cried Bunny, his voice high and defiant. "I'm not going for hours yet. Jake, leave me alone. Do you hear? You're hurting me." "Afraid you've got to be hurt," said Jake. He was slipping steady hands under the boy's writhing body. Maud had risen. She came swiftly forward. She touched Jake's shoulder, her face pale and agitated. "Don't, please, Jake," she entreated. "It does more harm than good." He did not look at her or pay the smallest attention. Bunny was already in his arms. Bunny, purple with rage, waving his arms in blind impotence. "P'raps you'd open the door for me," said Jake, in his slow, gentle voice. She went to the door. Somehow it was the only thing left to do. Jake followed her with his burden. As he did so, Bunny ceased to struggle, realizing the mastery of the steady arms that bore him, and spoke in a voice of tense hostility. "You beastly groom," he said. Jake said nothing whatever. He carried him firmly, unfalteringly from the room. Maud closed the door softly behind him and went back to her chair. But she did not take up her work again. She sat gazing into the fire with wide, troubled eyes. She was beginning to realize that old associations, old friends, could be nothing but a disturbing element in her life, beginning to wish with a yearning sadness that Charlie had not come back into it. She was tired, so sick at heart. As for Bunny, he had grown out of hand and would never be the same to her again. She was sure of it. She was sure of it. Nothing ever could be the same again in this new world that she had entered. It was a world of harsh realities, wherein dwelt no softening magic. The fate she had dreaded was surely closing in upon her. Whichever way she turned, she found a narrowing circle. A long time passed. She began to grow anxious. What was happening upstairs? Was it possible that Jake might, after all, lose his temper, and visit his wrath upon Bunny's rebellious head? Would he by any chance make use of that frightful language which she had heard him employ only a few days before to a negligent stable boy? Bunny's bitter epithet dwelt in her memory. Surely Jake would be something more than human if he did not resent it. And then, suddenly, she heard his square footfall on the uncarpeted stairs, and a great wave of agitation went through her. All her being quivered at the thought of him, his unyielding mastery, his utter confidence. Two eyes, one black, one gray, seemed to flash a mocking question out of the depths of the fire into which she gazed. Her heart gave a little quiver of misgiving that yet was oddly mingled with satisfaction. No, She was not wholly sorry that Lord Saltash had come back into her life. He was so subtly refreshing. He sounded deeps in her of which none other guessed. His gaiety of soul called back her vanished youth. Jake entered, and she turned her head, masking her embarrassment with a resolute effort. "Oh, Jake, come and sit down. I am so sorry this has happened." He pulled forward a chair and dropped into it.
"The little chap is overtired," he said. "He'll be better left to himself for a bit."
He spoke in a quiet, temperate voice. She realized with relief that he had not taken Bunny's bitter outburst seriously. She took up her work again. "He is always difficult to manage when he gets caught by one of these moods," she said. "And he is apt to say wild things." Jake began to fill his pipe, making no comment. Maud worked on for several seconds, still struggling against an uneasy feeling of shyness. After a little, in a low voice, she spoke again. "Jake, I think, with you, that if Dr. Capper will examine Bunny, and perhaps operate on him, it had better be done as soon as possible."
"That's so," said Jake.
She knew that he turned his head to look at her, and a hot sense of discomfiture surged through her. She worked with fevered speed, as if much depended upon it. Of course I want him to have every chance. I'm not so selfish as that. But the anxiety will be very hard to bear. I dread it more than I can possibly say." Her lips quivered suddenly. She became silent, still desperately making stitches that she could hardly see. She had not meant to make any appeal for sympathy. It had, as it were, escaped her from sheer embarrassment. She had never felt more utterly ill at ease in Jake's presence than she felt that night. He did not immediately respond, though she knew that he continued to watch her with those lynx-like brilliant eyes. But after a very decided pause, his hand, square and steady, came forth and stopped her fevered working.
"Sit still for a bit, my girl," he said. "Give yourself a rest."
She started sharply at his touch, but gave in at once, suffering him to draw the work from her hands.
"Say now," he said, "when you married me, I made myself a vow that you shouldn't be burdened any more beyond your strength. This anxiety you speak of, will it be harder to bear than to see Bunny suffering and not be able to help?"
She shook her head. Her eyes were full of tears.
"Guess you're overwrought," he said gently. "Why don't you lie down on the sofa? Perhaps you'd get asleep."
She mastered herself with an effort. "No, thank you. I am quite all right. Of course Bunny's welfare comes before everything, and always will with me. Do you know, I think I will run up to him and see that he has all he wants."
"No, my girl, no. You stay where you are," said Jake. "I've got him in hand. Don't you go making more trouble."
She glanced at him with quick uneasiness. "But is he happy? Is he comfortable? I never leave him for long when he is like this. Once he dragged himself right out of bed and onto the floor. He was worse for weeks after."
"He won't do that tonight," said Jake.
But she was not reassured. "He may. How can you tell? He can be quite violent sometimes."
"He won't be tonight," said Jake with unmistakable conviction.
"What have you been doing to him?" she said with quick suspicion. He put a restraining hand upon her, for she seemed on the verge of rising.
"Now don't you meddle," he said. "The boy will be all right. Only leave him alone. He won't come to any mischief because he can't. I've tied him down. No, he ain't uncomfortable," as she uttered a sharp cry of protest. "I saw to that before I put out the light and left him to come to his senses. He won't hurt, I tell you. You leave him alone."
But Maud was already on her feet. "How could you?" she panted. "How dare you?" He rose with her, still holding her.
"Now be reasonable," he said in a voice of soft persuasion. "I'm real fond of the little chap, and I'm trying to make a man of him. He knows that all right. It's discipline he wants, and discipline he's going to have. Don't you get interfering. You'll do more harm than good."
"Let me go," breathed Maud. She was white to the lips as she said it, white and desperate. Her eyes burned like two stars.
But Jake held her still. "Say now," he drawled, "aren't you a bit unreasonable? I've taken a lot of trouble to bring him into line. And as I tell you, I haven't hurt any part of him, except his pride, and that'll soon mend. Maud, my girl, now don't act the fool. Don't, I say, don't." She had made a sharp effort to wrest her arm free, but he frustrated it, taking her two wrists very gently but very decidedly into his square hold. "Let me go," she cried again, her pale lips trembling. How dare you hold me against my will? Jake, you forget yourself." He was looking at her with a hint of humor in his red-brown eyes. They were shining, too, shining with a hot intensity, as though the leaping flames of the fire were reflected there. But at her words he let her go very abruptly, and turned from her. He took up his pipe again, standing so that she saw only his broad back and gleaming hair, while she waited behind him in a palpitating silence. Some seconds passed before he spoke, and then, "All right, my girl," he said. "Have it your own way. I reckon he's your brother more than mine, and I know you have his welfare at heart. If you think it is to his interest to go and undo him, he ain't uncomfortable, mind you. I saw to that. I shan't interfere either way. Do whatever seems good to you." So he delivered himself, and having spoken, sat squarely down and pulled out his matchbox, as though the matter were at an end. She stood irresolute, facing him. "Well, aren't you going?" he said after a moment. And still she stood, feeling the strain to be past, yet not daring to relax her guard. Jake struck a match and held it to his pipe, looking at her whimsically between great puffs of smoke. "There, sit down," he said after a moment. "Leave the child alone for a bit. I'll go up to him myself before long." Casual as was his voice, the force of his personality reached and dominated her. It was certainly not of her own volition that she obeyed. She sat down again in the low chair before the hearth. "I know he will have a bad night," she said uneasily. "It won't be any the worse for this," said Jake with confidence. "And now, look here, my girl. I want to ask you something, just in a friendly way." Maud's hands clasped each other hard. There was no repose in her attitude. "What is it?" she asked in that aloof voice of hers that emanated from intense shyness rather than pride. Jake was smoking steadily. The heavy odor of his tobacco filled the room. "I don't want to give any offense," he said, "but it seems to me that Lord Saltash is on a footing of intimacy with you and Bunny that rather points to your not knowing the sort of person he really is." Maud's eyes grew suddenly darker. She looked him full in the face. "I know him too well to discuss him with any outsider," she said. "That's so," said Jake, slightly drawling. "Well, that certainly makes matters rather more complicated. I know him too. Awfully well. So well that I shall have to request you to keep the young man at a respectful distance, for he certainly won't stay there if you don't." Maud sat tensely still. Several moments of utter silence passed away. Then, almost under her breath, she spoke. "Are you absurd enough to be jealous?" Jake's eyes watched her unwaveringly through the smoke. "Would it be very absurd of me?" he asked gravely. "Utterly." She spoke the one word with a free disdain. He bent his head slightly. "Since you say so, it goes. At the same time, it might be well for you to remember that Lord Saltash invariably hunts for himself. He is not a man that any woman can safely trust. He has his points, maybe, but he is not sound." Very steadily he delivered his verdict, and Maud received it in an unbroken silence. More or less she knew it to be true, and yet very bitterly did she resent its utterance. It was as if he had exposed to her the worthlessness of a possession for which old sake's sake she treasured, though conscious that in itself it was without value. For she had never idealized Charlie Burchester. Even in the old days of close intimacy, she had always seen the feet of clay, though in her fond woman's way she had sought to overlook them. It was intolerable to have them pointed out to her by one whom she still curiously regarded as a comparative stranger. She had nothing to say on her friend's behalf.
Reason warned her that it would be useless to attempt to take up the cudgels in his defense. And so she sat in silence, inwardly burning, outwardly calm. Jake smoked on for several minutes, then quietly rose. "I'll go up and settle the youngster now," he said. "And you have made up your mind on the other subject? I am to write to Capper?" She did not answer for a moment. Her eyes were fixed upon the fire. He paused beside her, and again there came to her that sense of warmth, of bodily force, that seemed to reach her from the very center of the man's being, rushing out to her, enveloping her. She made a slight involuntary movement of withdrawal. "I have said so," she said. He paused no longer. "Then so be it," he said, and walked away to the door. 24. Brothers. "Is that you, Jake?" Outraged pride and sullen submission combined in the utterance of the question. The room was in complete darkness. "Yes, it's me," said Jake. He went forward into the darkness, feeling out before him. "Why don't you strike a match?" said Bunny. Jake found the bed and stood beside it. "Going to behave yourself, my son?" he asked. There was silence from the bed, a dogged, uncompromising silence. Jake stooped. Feeling over the boy's body, he began to undo his bonds. "Say, Bunny, I reckoned you were a bigger man than this," he said. Bunny remained silent, stiff and unyielding. Jake completed his task and stood up. "If you're wanting to tell me to go to blazes, you may as well say it as not," he said. "I'm not," growled Bunny. "But you've no right to treat me like a dog. I'm not used to it." "A damn good hiding is what you're most in need of," said Jake in his soft, imperturbable voice. "You'd learn a lot that way. There's too much pride in your family, my son, and it ain't always the proper sort of pride either. It's likely to lead you into difficulties." He paused a moment, then bent again, his hand moving lightly upwards over the bedclothes. "Say, Bunny, climb down a bit. Climb down," he said. "I can't get within a mile of you on that high horse of yours." There was a hint of coaxing in words and action to which Bunny, taken by surprise, made instant, almost involuntary response. With a swift, passionate movement, he caught the persuasive hand. "Old chap," he said, and stopped, breaking off short. There followed a few pulsing seconds, during which Jake's hand was pressed hard against a burning face. Then, very suddenly, Bunny cast his pride wholly from him and burst into choking tears. Little feller," said Jake, and gathered him into his arms that were full of motherly comfort. He sat down on the bed, so holding him, rocking him a little, soothing him in the darkness that seemed to banish all barriers, and link them in a brotherhood more close than either had anticipated before that moment. Bunny's surrender was complete and unconditional. He clung fast to Jake with whispered words of penitence. "I'm always like that when I feel bad. I've had that filthy neuralgia in my back ever since tea. It makes me want to bite and kick. I didn't mean to be a beast to you, Jake. I take back all I said." "You'll forget it? Say you'll forget it." "I have forgotten it," Jake assured him. "Don't you fret now." Bunny burrowed into his shoulder. "You're so beastly good to a fellow. But you're right, quite right, about the hiding. I only wish you could give me one. It's just that I want." "No, no," Jake said tenderly. "I wouldn't lay a finger on you." "You would if I were sound," protested Bunny, strangling a sob. But Jake shook his head. "No, sonny, no. I was wrong. It ain't the treatment for a soft-hearted little chap like you. I've been used to dealing with roughs, and I'm rough myself. I try not to be, but there it is. You've sensed it, and so has Maud. But, I say it now, and I'll stick to it, I'll never use violence to you as long as I live." "Jake, old boy, that's rot. I'd like you to smack my head sometimes," blurted forth Bunny, still in the accents of distress. Jake laughed a little. "Well, maybe I'll do that now and then, seeing we're brothers." He was rubbing the head with a caressing hand as he spoke. "You know, I've got a sort of liking for you, little pard.
and I want you to grow up a man." "How can I?" said Bunny very bitterly. "It ain't the body that makes the man," said Jake gently. "Physical conditions don't matter 2 cents. Reckon if you were to be a cripple all your days you could still be a great man. But please God you won't be a cripple always. My friend Capper, you've heard me talk of him. He's coming over from the States, and maybe he'll be able to put you right. We'll give him the chance, Bunny? We'll get him, anyway, to come along and look at you." Bunny's frail body had begun to tremble. He held very fast to Jake's arm. "Oh, Jake," he whispered. "Guess it's a big proposition," said Jake. "But you've got spunk for anything. I'm going to send him a letter right away. Maud views the matter as we do. She says the sooner the better." "Whatever made her say that?" said Bunny curiously. "She was thinking of you," said Jake. "She thinks more of you than of anyone else in the world. Reckon you owe her a mighty lot, Bunny. Ever thought of that?" "Reckon she'd be rather lost without me," said Bunny perversely. "Not for long," said Jake. "She would," persisted Bunny. "If I were to get well, she'd be glad for my sake, but she'd be utterly miserable for her own." He spoke with the shrewdness that years of passive observation had wrought in him, a shrewdness that somehow lifted him above the plane of ordinary unthinking boyhood. Almost instinctively Jake responded to it. He spoke to Bunny as though he had been a man. "She won't be miserable when she has children of her own to look after," he said. "That's what she wants, and what I want, too. They'll make all the difference in the world to her." Bunny was momentarily surprised. This was a possibility that had not occurred to him. "Oh, that's the idea, is it?" he said. "What's the matter with it?" said Jake. "I don't know," said Bunny. "Somehow I don't seem to realize that she actually is married to you." "She doesn't realize it either," said Jake rather shortly. "That's because you don't make love to her," said Bunny wisely. "Why, you don't even kiss her, do you?" "I haven't." Jake's voice was an odd compound of humor and dissatisfaction. "Why on earth don't you?" said Bunny. "You'd better ask her," said Jake, somewhat grimly. "Aren't you friends?" There was quick sympathy in the boy's voice. "I know Maud is a bit difficult to get on with. She was very odd even to Charlie this evening, when he wanted us to go to the races with him. Why shouldn't we have gone, Jake? She knew I wanted to, and she used to like it herself." An echo of resentment sounded in the question. Bunny had plainly not wholly buried his grievance. "I'll take you one day, my son, when you're stronger," Jake promised. "And Maud, too, if she's keen. I didn't know she was. She didn't tell me so." "She doesn't tell you everything, does she?" said Bunny, giving him a squeeze. "Reckon she's half afraid of me," said Jake. "What reason did she give for not going with Lord Saltash?" "Oh, none. She just said we couldn't. Charlie wasn't best pleased about it. Charlie can be rather hot stuff when he isn't pleased." Jake uttered a dry laugh. "Did he make himself unpleasant?" "No, but he cleared out almost at once. You see, he always used to be able to twist Maud round his little finger, till she broke with him." Jake's arms suddenly grew tense about the slim, boyish body he held. "Say, young feller, will you tell me something?" he said. "Of course, if I can," said Bunny. "Just this. Only this," said Jake, his voice sunk to a whisper. "Have you any real reason, any good reason, for believing that Maud still cares for this old flame of hers? Honestly now, was there any truth in what you said downstairs?" "Oh, Jake, I'm beastly sorry I said it." Bunny turned a distressed face upwards, pressing his hot forehead hard against Jake's neck. "All right, you needn't answer." Jake's words seemed to come from between his teeth. "It's what I suspected all along. It won't make any difference in the end, so you needn't be upset about it. I always knew I was taking chances." "She'd soon forget him if you started making love to her," Bunny assured him. "Why don't you, Jake? Why don't you?" Ah, why don't I?" Jake uttered again his dry, somewhat scoffing laugh. "Perhaps I'm waiting for someone else to make the running. But don't you bother your head about that, my son. I shall get home on the straight, or perish in the attempt." He stooped and laid Bunny gently down on the pillows. "I'll light your lamp now and leave you. Maud will be up with your supper directly." But Bunny clung to his arm. "You'll come back, Jake. You'll sleep with me?" "Oh, yes, I'll sleep with you. If Maud will let me." Jake's voice held ironic humor. "But it's a sore point, I warn you." "Of course she'll let you. She can't help herself. She knows I'm 10 times more comfortable with you to look after me. It's jolly decent of you, Jake." Bunny hugged the arm a little closer. "Sure you've forgiven me for being such a beast?" "Shucks, lad, don't think any more about it. We're all beasts sometimes, though we don't all take the trouble to be sorry afterwards." Jake stooped abruptly and kissed his forehead, a token received by Bunny with a satisfaction as great as his surprise. "Be decent to Maud, little chap," he said. "Remember, nearly the whole of her life has been one big sacrifice to you." "Oh, I know she's a brick," Bunny said quickly. "I'm awfully fond of her, of course. I suppose you're fond of her too, Jake?" He put the question with slight hesitation, not wholly certain as to whether Jake would welcome it, yet oddly desirous of a reply. Jake had withdrawn his arm. He stood by the bed in the darkness, only dimly visible to Bunny, a square, powerful figure of rock-like strength, endued with the hard endurance that springs in the wilderness and is the natural heritage of beasts and savage tribes, coming but seldom upon the sons of adoption. He did not speak at all for several seconds, and Bunny began to wonder if he had given offense. Then suddenly he stretched out his arms with a wide, fierce gesture, as of one who would seize and hold in the face of any odds. "My God!" he said, and in his voice was a deep throb as of a force that rose unfettered from the very heart of the man. "I worship her." In the awed silence that followed the words, his arms fell. He stood a second or two as one in a dream, striving to grip afresh the realities of life. Then, quite calmly, he turned aside and crossed the room to light the lamp. Bunny, watching him, marveled that the kindling flame revealed only the resolute face and steady eyes of the man he knew. For it seemed to him that another man had spoken in the darkness. End of chapters 23 and 24. Part 1, chapters 25 and 26 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 25. Misadventure. Lord Saltash had the satisfaction of seeing one of his own animals a winner at the Grey Down meeting on the following day, a circumstance which plainly gave him the keenest pleasure. He joined his trainer at the conclusion of the event and warmly congratulated him. Jake was himself well pleased. He had worked hard for the victory, and the horse was a particular favorite with him. But he did not betray any especial gratification at his patron's openly expressed approval, receiving it with the reticence that Maud had remarked in him the day before. Lord Saltash, however, seemed bent upon breaking down all reserve. He treated him with easy familiarity, chatted upon 1,000 subjects, received suggestions with cordiality, and finally, when the races were over, insisted upon motoring him home in the open car which he invariably drove himself when at Birchester, and which was the terror of the countryside. The evening was chill and mist-laden. "With your permission, we'll go steady," said Jake, as they left the teeming racecourse behind. "What, nervous?" laughed Saltash. "I have a wife to think of," was Jake's unmoved reply. "Oh, to be sure." A hint of mockery ran through the words. "What an artful fox you were to go and get married on the sly like that. If I'd known, I'd have come to the wedding." "It wasn't much of an affair," said Jake, "and it had to take place at short notice, or I should have told you about it." "Perhaps it wouldn't have taken place at all if you had," laughed Lord Saltash. "You know the legend of young Lochinvar?"
and his dark face screwed up into a comic grimace.
"I presume you know my reputation?" "Almost as well as I know you, my lord," said Jake dryly.
Saltash sent him a sharp glance through the gathering twilight. He was driving swiftly, but well.
"Nobody ever really knows anybody in this world of noughts and crosses," he observed lightly after a moment. "It's a queer place, Bolton, and it isn't always the fellows that gather the fruit that enjoy the eating thereof. Ever reflected on that truism?" "I reckon it couldn't apply to me in any case," drawled Jake, turning up his collar and settling into it with square deliberation. "Because you're one of the favored few?" questioned Saltash.
There was an unmistakably jeering note in his voice this time. A faint smile came into Jake's face. His eyes stared straight before him.
"Maybe so," he said. "But my opinion is, if a man can't hold his own, well, he deserves to lose it."
Saltash laughed aloud.
"It isn't always brute force that counts, most worthy cowpuncher. There is such a thing as brains." "You don't say," said Jake in a tone of gentle incredulity. And in a moment, "Do you mind reining in a bit? We're coming to a crossroads."
"You're mighty nervous," jibed Saltash.
"It's safer," said Jake imperturbably.
They dropped into silence with one consent. Saltash was obviously inclined to recklessness, though he seemed for a while to be trying to restrain the impulse. They shot through the gathering darkness with ever-increasing speed. Jake made no further protest. He sat sphinx-like, gazing straight ahead through the misty windscreen. The distance from Greydown to Fair Harbor was scarcely 10 miles. Lord Saltash chose the shortest route, bumping through by-lanes, whizzing round unexpected corners, shooting uphill like a rocket, dropping down again like a thunderbolt. He drove with a skill that was in its way magnificent, but the entire run was a series of risks such as only the driver could enjoy. It was evident that he speedily forgot the presence of his companion, and Jake did not remind him of it. Perhaps he deemed it inadvisable to divert his attention in any way from the task at hand. For nearly a quarter of an hour of rapid traveling he spoke no word. Saltash was humming to himself an old tune with a waltz refrain which seemed to give him considerable pleasure. They were drawing near the outskirts of Birchester Park when abruptly he broke off and spoke. "I want you to come up to lunch on Sunday. You and Maud and the boy." He spoke jerkily, almost curtly. Jake turned his head. "Have you put the proposition before my wife?" he asked. "Oh, I asked her to come, of course," said Saltash carelessly. "I didn't mention any particular day. Why? Have you any reason to suppose she would refuse?" He laughed as he said it, but there was a challenging note in his laugh. Jake passed the question by. "It is real kind of your lordship to think of it," he said. "I can't, of course, answer for my wife or the lad, but I shall be very pleased to come." Saltash made a curious sound, half of ridicule, half of exasperation. "If she doesn't come, I shall know whose doing it is," he said with a touch of malice. Jake was silent. Impatiently Saltash turned towards him. "Look here, Bolton," he said aggressively. "It's no manner of use your raising any objection to the intimacy between us. It began long before you came on the scene, and it's going to continue. Understand?" "Look where you're going," said Jake. "Or else jam on the brake." He uttered the words with a sharpness so unexpected that Saltash started. As a consequence, the car swerved and instantly skidded in the mud, jerking the wheel from his hold. In a moment they were halfway up a steep bank at the side of the road, and a moment after, with a crash of splintering glass, they were over, flung headlong into the roadway. "Damn!" said Jake. "Damnation!" cried Lord Saltash with violence. "It was your fault. What the devil did you startle me like that for?" He sprang up with the agility of a monkey, unscathed and furious. Jake remained seated in the mud. He was panting a little, but his speech when it came was unhurried. "What the blazes did you want to drive at that preposterous speed for, you all-fired fool?" he said. "Eh? What?" Saltash stamped in the mud to relieve his feelings. "Do you dare to say it was my fault?" "I say you're an all-fired fool," said Jake with the deliberation of one who has come to an unalterable decision.
You can draw your own conclusions from that."
He proceeded to get up with an effort so obvious that Saltash's attention was caught. "Hello? You're hurt, are you? Where?"
"I reckon that's what I've got to find out," said Jake. "Maybe it's no worse than a broken head. What about you?"
"Oh, I'm all right," Saltash declared impatiently. "I say, are you really hurt, man? Curse this dark. Wait while I strike a match."
"Curse everything," said Jake wholeheartedly. "I wonder if there's a lamp not smashed."
Saltash struck a match and regarded him by its flare. "Great Scott!" he ejaculated in dismay. For the illumination had revealed to him that which he had certainly not expected to see, one side of Jake's face streaming with blood. Jake strove ineffectually to staunch the flow with a handkerchief.
"I don't know where the mischief is exactly," he said. "Somewhere above the temple, I fancy. Don't alarm yourself, my lord. I always bleed like a pig. It's my nature to."
A faint grim smile drew his mouth with the words. He looked at Saltash with eyes of steady mastery.
"Let me hold that match," he said. "P'raps you wouldn't mind locating the mischief."
Saltash, genuinely disturbed, complied with his suggestion, and discovered a deep jagged cut on Jake's forehead. "I say, this is a bad business," he said as the match went out. "Are you feeling bad?"
"Oh, not in the least," said Jake dryly. "Sorry to give you so much trouble."
"My dear fellow, I'm sorrier than you are," declared Saltash impulsively. "I've driven for 10 years and never had a smash before. Here, strike another match and let me see what I can do." It was no easy matter to bandage adequately under such conditions, but Saltash was not without a certain rudimentary skill. He went to work with businesslike promptitude, and had succeeded in securing a handkerchief round Jake's head with a firmness calculated at least to check the flow of blood, when the sound of wheels warned them of the approach of some vehicle. It proved to be the dog cart of a farmer known to them both, who was himself returning from the races; and Saltash was relieved beyond measure to bundle Jake into the cart and see him depart for home. He remained with the overturned car till help should arrive from the stables. Jake also was not sorry to find himself jogging homeward, unpleasant though he found the jogging to be. He was nearer to collapse than he would have allowed. He sat with his head in his hands, struggling desperately against a deadly sense of weakness that threatened every instant to overcome him. His companion was full of solicitude. "Whatever will your missus say?" he said as they drew near the stables. Jake roused himself. "Don't drive in," said Jake. "Put me down at the gates. I must make myself respectable before I go in."
"Lor bless you, man, if she's a woman of sense she'd sooner know the worst at once," declared the old farmer. "Don't ever try to hide anything from your wife. It don't pay. I've been married 3 times, so I ought to know." But Jake adhered firmly to his intention of descending at the gates, resolutely declining all further help. And there his friend left him, driving away with the reflection that there was sure to be someone about to give him a hand. As it chanced, there was no one in the stable yard when Jake entered it. He staggered forward over the stones like a drunken man, his cap pulled forward over his face, feeling vaguely out before him with his hands. His brain was reeling, and he did not know how he covered the ground or maintained his balance. So dazed was he that he did not even realize that he reached the white railings before his home, and only awoke to the fact when he had been leaning upon them for some time. With an immense effort he pulled himself together and made his way to the door. Here the thought of Maud made him pause. She must not see him like this. Then, reflecting that she would almost certainly be safe upstairs with Bunny, who had not left his room that day, he fumbled with the door, opened it, and entered. All was quiet within, with the quiet of a well-ordered household. The passage was dimly lit. Slowly he made his halting way along it, reached the stairs and stopped at the foot, leaning on the banisters while he summoned his strength. At last, heavily, like a man in a trance, he began to mount. The stairs seemed endless. Once or twice he stumbled. At the top he slipped and came down upon his knees. "Oh, damn!" he ejaculated with weary vehemence. At the same moment Bunny's door opened, and he heard the light tread of a woman's feet close to him.
She was coming towards him, moving swiftly, when suddenly something seemed to strike her. She stopped dead, recoiling as from a thing unclean. "Jake!" she said. He heard the frozen horror in her voice and thrust out a groping hand. "It's all right, my girl. Don't be scared. I didn't mean you to see me like this." She drew back from him sharply, speaking no word, gazing at him in the dim light with eyes of wide abhorrence. "It's all right," he said again, and with a laboring effort managed to blunder to his feet. She drew back still further. He saw her slim white figure standing before him, erect and rigid against the wall. He caught the blazing scorn of her blue eyes. "Say, Maud," he said in confused apology, "you're looking kind of vexed. It wasn't any fault of mine. It was that fool Saltash." He spoke the name with difficulty. His tongue felt dry and powerless. "Guess I want a drink," he said. She spoke then, briefly and witheringly. "You had better go to bed and stay there till you feel better. There is plenty of water in your room if you want it." Her words were icy. He felt as if she had flung the water of which she spoke full in his face. And then, suddenly, the truth flashed upon him, and he uttered a laugh. "Columbus," he said, "I believe you think I'm tipsy." She did not attempt to contradict him. "You had better go to bed," she reiterated. He put up a trembling hand, but it was only to draw the cap down further still over his face. "I reckon I'd better," he said, and staggered past her to his room. The door closed behind him, and Maud turned, white and quivering, from the scene. "Oh, God!" she whispered passionately. "What have I done? What have I done?" 26. The word unspoken. It was late that night when Mrs. Lovelace called Maud out of Bunny's room with a white scared face to tell her that Lord Saltash was below asking for her. "He wanted Mr. Bolton first," she said, "but I told him as I didn't know if he was back, and then he said something about a slight motor accident, and seemed surprised like that Mr. Bolton hadn't come home." "It's all right, he is home," Maud said. "There is no need to be anxious about him." She hesitated a moment. Then, "Tell Lord Saltash so," she said. "I think I won't come down now. He will understand." Nevertheless, after she had dismissed the old woman, something prompted her to go and listen at Jake's door. She was convinced in her own mind that there had been no accident. Charlie had seen her husband's condition, and was anxious to know if he had returned home safely. That was the explanation, doubtless, and she felt she could not face him. She listened intently, but she heard no sound. Jake was sleeping, no doubt, sleeping heavily. An overwhelming disgust came upon her. She turned, shuddering, away. Mrs. Lovelace came wheezing back. Lord Saltash had gone. Was Mr. Bolton all right? Should she fetch him anything? No, Maud was quite sure he wanted nothing. He was asleep, and Mrs. Lovelace had better go to bed. But she herself remained up till long after, in dread of a summons for Jake from Sam Vickers or some other of the men at the stables. Probably they all suspected what had happened, but she felt that at all costs she must prevent the shameful certainty reaching them. It was too horrible, too lowering to her own personal pride. Very strangely, it was that overpowering sense of shame that first made her realize the man as her husband. He had dragged her into the mire, and though her whole soul revolted, she felt with a sinking despair that she could never be clean again. She was bound to him for better for worse, and nothing could ever set her free. She was, as it were, identified with him, and the evil of his nature must lie upon her like a taint. There could be no escape for her, loathe him as she might. She lay down at last, sick at heart and full of a great bitterness. Life was horrible, life was repulsive. Whichever way she turned, some evil monster crouched across her path. Bunny was restless and querulous throughout the night. He was deeply hurt by Jake's desertion, and though he forbore to say so, he plainly regarded his sister as a very poor substitute. "I shan't get up till Jake comes to see me," he announced in the morning. And Maud went down to fetch his breakfast with a reluctant promise to inform Jake of this intention if she saw him. She hoped very earnestly that she would not see him, but her hope was not to be fulfilled. Coming from the kitchen with Bunny's breakfast tray, she almost ran into him. He had evidently just entered the house, and was hanging up his cap on the rack that stood in the darkest corner of the passage. He stood back for her to pass him. "Good morning," he said. Her face was burning. So great was her agitation for the moment that she thought she must drop the tray she held. Jake evidently thought so too, for he reached out and steadily took it from her. "I'll take up this," he said. "I want to see the little chap. Do you mind going into the parlor? I shall be down directly." He spoke in his customary slightly sing-song drawl. She longed to refuse, but could not. With an inarticulate murmur she turned aside. In the parlor the fire burned brightly. She went and stood before it, striving desperately for composure. She would have given all she had to escape the coming interview. But she knew she could not, knew she must face it, listen to semi-humorous excuses, possibly a good-natured apology for an offense which she regarded as inexcusable, hideous. With all her strength she fought for self-control. She must make it clear to him, must somehow make him understand that this thing had raised up a barrier between them that could never be broken down, an immovable obstacle to all intimacy, a perpetual stumbling block to friendship. He had brought it on himself, and never, never, never could it now be otherwise. They had never been very near, but now they were as far asunder as the poles. No kindness from him could ever make her forget. She heard him descending the stairs, and braced herself with a throbbing heart to meet him. But she was trembling in every limb. She did not turn to greet him as he entered, but kept her face resolutely averted. He came in, closed the door with evident purpose, and drew near to her. She shrank at his coming. A quick, involuntary shudder went through her. She stiffened herself instinctively. He spoke in his voice a soft, half-wheedling note of remonstrance. "Say, Maud, it ain't altogether reasonable to condemn a man unheard." Her breath came short. She would not look at him. With a quivering effort she spoke. "I don't see any point in discussing the obvious. I am bound to believe the evidence of my own eyes." "Without doubt," conceded Jake, "and they testified to my being screwed last night." "You can't, with truth, assert that you were sober," she said. Jake did not make the assertion. He stood considering. After a moment, "Do you object so strongly to the sight of me that you can't bear to look at me?" he asked. His tone was faintly humorous. She resented it on the instant, hotly, almost fiercely. It was so exactly the attitude she had anticipated. "I do object, yes," she said, her voice low and vehement. "I can't think how you can have the effrontery to speak to me until I give you leave." "That so?" he said. There was insolence in his tone this time. She turned and faced him. Then she saw a large cross of strapping plaster across his temple. She looked at it a moment ere defiantly she met his eyes. "I suppose you are going to make that your excuse?" she said. "I was," said Jake imperturbably. She bit her lip. His utter lack of shame made her pitiless. "If I hadn't met you on the stairs last night, I might believe you," she said. "You're real kind," he rejoined. "As a matter of fact, I didn't cut my head open tumbling upstairs, but I reckon that detail won't interest you. You'll think what you want to think, whatever I say. And p'raps, as you say, there's not much point in discussing the obvious. Shall we have some breakfast?" His eyes shone with a mocking gleam into hers. She was sure he was laughing inwardly, though his mouth was grim. "I shall breakfast upstairs," she said coldly. He made a slight movement that passed unexplained. "Oh, I think not," he said suavely. "It won't hurt you any to sit at a table with me. I am a very ordinary sinner, I assure you." Something in his tone made her flinch. The color went out of her face. She turned without a word to the table. They sat down, and he helped her to food, she knew not what. There followed a silence that she felt to be terrible, a silence through which it came to her, for the first time in her experience, that Jake was angry. She looked at him no longer, but she felt as if his eyes were upon her unceasingly. "What about coffee, Mrs. Bolton?" he said suddenly. She gave a great start. The coffee urn was in front of her. She proceeded to pour out for him, the cup clattering in the saucer she held. He did not move to take it. She rose, as if compelled, and carried it to him. As she set it down, his hand suddenly descended upon hers. He looked up into her face, faintly smiling. "Maud, my girl, don't be such a fool," he said. "Can't you see you're making a mistake?" She froze in his grasp. "Don't touch me, please," she said. I see things from a different standpoint. It may seem a small matter to you, but to me. She stopped. "Let me go," she said, with a nervous effort to free herself. But he held her still. "Say now, do you think you're wise to treat me like this?" he said. "You've got to put up with me, remember. Wouldn't it be to your own interest to give me the benefit of the doubt?" "There is no doubt," she said, speaking quickly, breathlessly. "You haven't tried to deny it. As to putting up with you," the hand he held clenched convulsively, "I have a little self-respect." "Call it pride," interjected Jake softly. She looked at him with eyes of burning revolt. "Very well, call it pride. And understand that if this shameful thing ever occurs again, neither Bunny nor I can stay with you any longer." Quiveringly the words rushed out. He had goaded her into uttering an ultimatum that she had never contemplated addressing to him at the commencement of the interview, and the moment that she had uttered it she knew that she had done wrong. The red-brown eyes uplifted to hers suddenly kindled. He looked at her with a fiery intensity that sent the blood to her heart in a wave of wild dismay. His hand closed like a steel spring upon her wrist. "So you think you'll make a fool of me?" he said, and in his voice there sounded a deep note that was like the menace of an angry beast. "All right, my girl. You just try it. You'll find it an interesting experiment, if a bit costly." "Are you coward enough to threaten me?" she said, through panting lips. "Reckon you've done all the threatening this journey," Jake rejoined, with a smile that made her shiver. "It wasn't exactly a wise move on your part, but p'raps you'll think better of it presently." He let her go with the words, and she went back to her place, outwardly calm, inwardly shaking. Jake proceeded with his breakfast in a silence so absorbed that it was almost as if he had forgotten her presence altogether. It was never a lengthy meal with him. He ate and drank with businesslike rapidity, not noticing that she did neither. Finally he rose. "I shall come in presently to see if Bunny wants to come down," he said. "But the little chap doesn't look up to much this morning. He'll have to take it easy." Maud did not respond. She sat rigidly gazing towards the window. Jake stood a moment, waiting for her to turn, but she made no movement. He came quietly round to her, bent over her chair. "Say, Maud, you aren't going to keep it up. That's not like you. I'll tell you all that happened last night, if you'll listen." She made a slight gesture of distaste. Her face was white and cold as marble. "I would rather not hear, thank you," she said, without looking at him. "I would rather you went away." Jake stood up. There was no longer any suggestion of anger or any other emotion about him. His eyes glittered like red quartz in the sun, but his brow was absolutely unruffled. "Well," he said in a very pronounced drawl, "I should have some breakfast if I were you, and see how I felt then. It's wonderful what a difference breakfast makes." He turned away with the words. She heard him go with relief. On the other side of the door was the red setter, Chops. He pushed his way in with a passing smile at his master, who had conferred the freedom of the house upon him since Bunny's advent, to Mrs. Lovelace's prim disgust. Jake made no attempt to hinder his entrance. He knew that Chops possessed privileges of friendship denied to himself. He closed the door upon him and departed. Chops, after a cursory glance round for Bunny, came to the feet of his mistress. He looked at her with soft, questioning eyes, Then, as she made no response, sat gravely down before her and rested his red silken head upon her lap. She looked down at him then. Her hand went forth to caress. He snuggled closer, sensing trouble, and breathed wistful greetings through his nose. His eyes, clear brown and full of love, looked up to hers. The rigidity went out of her attitude. She bent suddenly over him and kissed him, touched by the honest devotion and sympathy of those eyes. By the simple method of offering all he had, Chops had managed to convey a little comfort to her soul. End of chapters 25 and 26. Part 1, chapters 27 and 28 of The 100th Chance by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 27. The Token. "Why wouldn't you see me last night?" said Saltash. He sat on the corner of the table, swinging a careless leg, the while under quizzical brows he watched Maud arrange a great bunch of violets in a bowl. The violets were straight from the Birchester frames, and he had ridden over to present them. Maud was plainly in a reticent mood. She had accepted the gift indeed, but with somewhat distant courtesy. "It was late," she said, "and I was attending to Bunny." "Bunny?" He echoed the name with half-mocking surprise. "Does he still engross the whole of your energies? I thought you would have been more occupied with Jake." She stiffened ever so slightly at his words. "I only saw him for a few moments," she said. "What? Didn't he come to you to tie up his broken head?" said Saltash. "I nearly killed him, you know, but it was his own fault." "I am aware of that," Maud said coldly. "What?" ejaculated Saltash again. "Did he have the impertinence to tell you so?" She raised her eyes momentarily. They shone almost black. "He told me nothing," she said, her voice deep with a concentrated bitterness that made him stare. "He was not in a condition to do so." Saltash continued to stare. "He was talkative enough when he left me," he remarked. Her eyes gazed full into his. "Why should you try to deceive me?" she said. "Really, you needn't take the trouble." Comprehension dawned on his face. He laughed a little in an amused fashion, as if to himself. "What? Wasn't the rascal sober when he got back?" "You know he was not," she said. "I know he tumbled out of the car and cracked his head," said Saltash. "I dare say he'd been celebrating the mascot's victory. They all do, you know. But, my dear girl, what of it? Don't look so tragic. You'll get used to it." "Don't," Maud said suddenly in a voice that shook. "You make me sick." She bent her face swiftly to the violets, and there was a silence. Saltash continued to swing his leg, his lips pursed to an inaudible whistle. Suddenly he spoke. "Please remember that this is quite unofficial. I don't want a row with Jake." "You needn't be afraid," she said, putting the bowl of violets steadily from her. "No more will be said on the subject by either of us." "I'm not afraid." Saltash was looking at her hard with a certain curiosity. "But with my best friend tied to him for life it wouldn't, naturally, be to my interest to quarrel with him." She flashed him a sudden glance. "I think you had better not call me that, Charlie," she said. He laughed carelessly. "I'll call you my dearest enemy, if you like. It would be almost as near the mark." She was silent. He bent suddenly towards her, the laugh gone from his face. "Maud," he said, and there was a note of urgency in his voice, "you're not wanting to throw me over?" She shook her head very slightly. "I can't be on really intimate terms with you any more," she said. "You must see it's impossible." "No, I don't," he said. "Why is it impossible?" She did not answer. "Come," he said, "that's unreasonable. What have I done to forfeit your friendship?" She leaned slowly back in her chair and met his eyes. "I am quite willing to be friends," she said. "But, now that I am married, you mustn't try to flirt with me. I detest married women's flirtations." He made a wry grimace. "My precious Prude, you don't even know the meaning of the word. Did you ever flirt with anyone in all your pure, sweet life? The bare idea is ludicrous." Maud's eyes held his with severity, "No, I never flirted with you, Charlie," she said. "But I gave you privileges which I can never give you again, which you must never again expect of me. Is that quite clear?" He stooped towards her, his hand upon her shoulders, his dark face deeply glowing. "Oh, Maud the sincere," he said in a voice that vibrated with an odd intensity, half fierce, half feigned. "Dare you look me in the face and tell me that in marrying you have not done violence to your soul?" She looked him in the face with absolute steadiness. "I have nothing whatever to tell you," she said. He released as suddenly as he had taken her. "There is no need," he said. "I can read you like a book. I know that if I had been at hand when your mother brought you down here, as heaven knows I would have been if I had known, if I had guessed, you would have been ready enough to marry even me." He stopped, and over his ugly comic face there came a strangely tragic look. "You could have dictated your own terms, too," he said. "I'm not hard to please." "Charlie, hush!" Sharply she broke in upon him. "That is a forbidden subject. I told you definitely long ago that I could never marry you. You know as well as I do that it wouldn't have answered. You would have tired very quickly of my prim ways, just as you did tire in the old days when you fancied you cared for me. I couldn't have satisfied you. I'm not the kind of woman you crave for." "No?" He laughed whimsically. "Yet you know you are unjust to me. Always were. I don't know that you can help it, being what you are. But, if it had been my good luck to marry you, I would have been faithful to you. It's in my bones to be faithful to one woman. However, since she is denied me," he snapped his fingers with an airy gesture, "je m'amuse autrement. By the way, are you coming up to lunch at the castle on Sunday?" "I?" She raised her brows momentarily. "No, I don't think so," she said. "What, you won't? Jake's coming?" She lowered her eyes. "No, Charlie," she said firmly. "Bunny has had one of his bad attacks. He won't be well enough for any excitement, and of course I couldn't dream of leaving him." "How you do worship that boy," said Saltash, with a touch of impatience. Maud was silent. "Look here," he said abruptly, "why don't you have a proper opinion for Bunny? I'll lend you the wherewithal. I'm quite well off just now." She looked up then with eyes of frank gratitude. "Charlie, that's more than kind of you. But as a matter of fact, Jake has the matter in hand. He knows an American surgeon, a very clever man, a Dr. Capper, who is coming to England soon. And he is going to get him to come and examine Bunny. It is really very good of Jake." She spoke haltingly, with flushed cheeks. Saltash was watching her with critical eyes. "Oh, so the worthy Jake has the matter in hand, has he?" he said as she paused. "Wise man. I suppose it is no part of his plans to be hampered with a helpless brother-in-law all his days." She broke in upon him swiftly. "Charlie, that is ungenerous." He laughed. "My dear girl, it is the obvious. Were I in Jake's position, my first thought would be to relieve you of the all-engrossing care of Bunny. You don't suppose he married you just to make a home for Bunny, do you?" She rose quickly and turned from him. "Why do you try to make things harder for me?" she said in a voice of passionate protest. Saltash remained seated, still swinging an idle leg. "On the contrary, I am anxious to make everything as pleasant as possible," he said. But there was a slightly malicious twist to his smile, and his voice was suavely mocking, notwithstanding. Maud moved from him to the window and stood before it, very still, with a queenly pose of bearing wholly unconscious, unapproachably aloof. He watched her for a space, an odd dancing gleam in his strange eyes. At length, as she made no movement, he spoke again, not wholly lightly. "See here, Maud. As a proof of my goodness of heart, where you are concerned, I am going to make you an offer. This doctor man will probably want to perform an operation on Bunny, and it couldn't possibly take place here. So, if it comes to that, will you let it be done at the castle? There's room for an army of nurses there. The whole place is at your disposal, and Bunny's. And I'll undertake not to get in the way. Come, be friends with me. You know I am as harmless as a dove in your sweet company." He stood up with the words, came impulsively to her, took her hand, and bending with a careless grace, kissed it. She started at his touch, seemed as it were to emerge from an evil dream. She met his laughing eyes and smiled as though in spite of herself. "You are going to be friends with me," said Saltash, with pleased conviction. She left her hand in his. "If you don't suggest impossible things," she said. He laughed carelessly, satisfied that he had scored a point. "Nonsense! Why should I? Is life so hard?" "I think it is," she said sadly. "It's only your point of view," he said. "Don't take things too seriously. And above all, stick to your friends." She looked at him very earnestly. "Will you be a true friend to me, Charlie?" He bent, pressing her hand to his heart. "None so true as I," he said. She caught back a sigh. "I want a friend, terribly," she said. "Behold me," said Saltash. She drew her hand slowly from him. "But don't make love to me," she urged pleadingly. "Not even in jest. Let me trust you. Let me lean on you. Don't trifle with me. I can't bear it." Her voice trembled suddenly. Her eyes filled with tears. Saltash made a quick gesture as if something had hurt him. "I am not always trifling when I jest," he said. "That is the mistake you always made." Maud was silent, struggling for self-command. Yet after a moment she gave him her hand again in mute response to his protest. He took it, held it a moment or two, then let it go. "And you will consider my suggestion with regard to Bunny?" he said. She replied with an effort. "Yes, I will consider it." "Good," he said. "Talk it over with Jake. If he doesn't view it reasonably, send him to me. But I think he will, you know. I think he will." He turned as if to go, but paused, and after a moment turned back. With an air half imperious, half whimsical, he held out upon the palm of his hand the sapphire and diamond ring which till that moment he had worn. "As a token of friendship between us," he said, "will you take this back? No, don't shake your head. It means nothing. But I wish you to have it. And, if ever the need should arise, the need of a friend, remember, send it to me." She looked at him with serious eyes. "Charlie, I would rather not." "It isn't sentiment," he said with a quick lift of the brows. "It is a token. Just a token whereby you may test my friendship." Then, as she still stood dubious, "Here, take it. He is coming." He almost thrust it upon her, and wheeled round. She did not want to take it, but the thing was in her hand. Her fingers closed upon it almost mechanically as Jake opened the door, and as they did so she was conscious of a great flood of color that rose and covered face and neck. She turned her back to the light as one ashamed. Jake came in slowly, as if weary. Saltash greeted him with airy nonchalance. "Hello, Bolton. I came round to inquire for you. How's the broken crown?" Jake's eyes regarded him, bright, unswervingly direct. "I reckon that was real kind of your lordship," he said. "I had it stitched this morning. I am sorry I omitted to send help along last night." Saltash laughed. "Oh, that's all right. I hardly expected it of you. As a matter of fact, the car didn't turn over as you supposed. I soon righted her. You were a bit damaged, eh?" Jake's eyes were still upon him. There was something formidable in their straight survey. "So the car didn't turn over," he said after a moment. "No. If you'd hung on a bit tighter you wouldn't have been pitched out. Old Harris brought you safe home, did he? No further mishaps, by the way?" "None," said Jake. He advanced into the room and stopped by the table. His riding whip was in his hand. "I came home too dazed to give an intelligible account of myself," he said, speaking very deliberately, wholly without emotion. "My wife imagined that I was not sober. Will your lordship be good enough to convince her that she was mistaken?" "I?" said Saltash. "You, my lord." Jake stood at the table, square and determined. "I was in your company. You can testify, if you will, that up to the time of the accident I was in a perfectly normal condition. Will you tell her so?" Saltash was facing him across the table. There was a queer look on his swarthy face, a grimace half comic, half dismayed. As Jake ended his curt appeal he shrugged and spoke. "You are putting me in a very embarrassing position." "I am sorry," said Jake steadily, "but you are the only witness that I can call." "And why should she accept my testimony?" said Saltash. "Evidence given, so to speak, at the sword's point, my good Bolton, is seldom worth having. Moreover, if she had seen my crazy driving last night, she might have been disposed to doubt whether my own condition were above suspicion." "I see," said Jake slowly. He still looked hard into Saltash's face, and there was that in the look that quelled derision. "In that case there is nothing more to be said." Saltash made him a slight bow that was not without a touch of hauteur. "I quite agree with you. It is an unprofitable subject. With Mrs. Bolton's permission I will take my leave." He turned to her, took and pressed her hand, sent a sudden droll smile into her grave face, and walked to the door. Jake held it open for him, but very abruptly Saltash clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Come along, man. I'm going round the stables. I'm sorry you got a sore head, but I'm off to town this afternoon, so it's now or never. By the way, we shall have to postpone the luncheon party till a more convenient season. I've no doubt it's all the same to you." He had his way. Jake went with him, and Maud drew a breath of deep relief. She felt that another private interview with her husband just then would have been unendurable. She sat down and leaned upon the table, feeling weak and unnerved. Not till several minutes had passed did she awake to the fact that she was holding Saltash's ring, that old dear gift of his, tightly clasped within her quivering hands. 28. The Visitor. "I do hope as I don't intrude," said Mrs. Wright, passing her handkerchief over her shining forehead. "I didn't mean to take the liberty of calling, Mrs. Bolton, but your husband met my Tom the other day, and something he let fall made me think perhaps you'd be finding it a bit lonely, so I thought I'd come up on the chance." "It was very kind of you," Maud said. She sat with her visitor in the little dark front room in which Jake kept his business books, his whips, and all the paraphernalia of his calling. It was a bare, office-like apartment, and reeked horribly of Jake's tobacco, but Bunny was lying in the parlor, and he had strenuously set his face against admitting the worthy Mrs. Wright there. It was extremely cold, and Maud felt pinched and inhospitable. The grate was full of shavings, the whole place was cheerless and forlorn. It was a room that she scarcely ever entered, regarding it in fact more as Jake's office than an alternative sitting-room. Mrs. Wright, however, stout, red, comfortable, did not feel the cold. She sat with her umbrella propped up against her chair, and regarded her stiff young hostess with much geniality on her homely face. "You do look like a princess in a cottage, my dear, if you'll allow me to say so," she said. "And how are you getting on? I hope Jake's a good husband to you. I feel sure he would be. He's such an honest fellow. I often says to Tom, 'Give me a plain honest man like Jake Bolton,' I says. 'He's a man in 1,000. I'm sure you think so yourself, Mrs. Bolton." Maud, not knowing quite what to say, replied with reserve that she had no doubt he was. She was wondering if she could possibly offer Mrs. Wright tea in that dreadful little room of Jake's, and if she ever would get rid of her if she didn't. Mrs. Wright, serenely unconscious of the troublous question vexing her soul, went comfortably on. "I've often thought that if it had pleased the Almighty to send me a daughter, Jake's just the man I would have chosen for her. I like them eyes of his. They're so straight. But mind you, I think he has a temper of his own. Mayhap you've never met with it yet." She looked at Maud slyly out of merry little slits of eyes, and chuckled at the flush that rose in the girl's face. "He certainly never loses it in my presence," Maud said stiffly. Mrs. Wright's chuckle became a laugh. "Lor, my dear, you needn't be shy with me. He worships you. Now don't he? I saw that the first time I laid eyes on you. That was when you was waiting for him to come and take you in to supper, and my Tom came first. I said to myself then, 'Ah, Jake, young man, it's plain to see where your fancy lies.' And I laughed to myself," said Mrs. Wright, still chuckling.
for I couldn't help thinking he was ambitious to lift his eyes to a real lady. Not that in my opinion a man who is a man isn't good enough for any woman, and I'm sure you think the same. And then, you know, he's that fond of children, is Jake. The wonder to my mind is not that he's married now, but that he stayed single so long."
"He is very fond of my young brother," Maud observed.
"Ah, is he now? The poor little lad is a cripple, isn't he? Many's the time I've watched you go by my shop window. It's the wool shop at the corner of East Street, with one window that looks over the sea. I used to wish you'd drop in to buy something, my dear, but you never did. P'raps now you'll manage to find your way round there some day."
"Thank you," Maud said, "but I so seldom go anywhere. My brother takes up all my time." Mrs. Wright's rubicund face took a look of disappointment, but she still smiled. It was a face that lent itself to smiles.
"It isn't to be expected that he'd want to come," she said, "but I'd be very pleased to see you both at any time. What a good sister you are to him, my dear. I hope as he appreciates you."
Maud's heart smote her suddenly. She realized that she had been ungracious. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Wright," she said, with more cordiality than she had yet shown. "I will try to run in some day." Mrs. Wright looked enchanted on the instant.
"My dear, I'd be delighted. Come any time of day, just when it suits you. Tom and me, we live alone now. He's such a good son. He keeps a hairdresser's saloon, you know, at the side of the shop. That's how we come to know Mr. Bolton. He comes as regular as possible every third week to have his hair cut. Such a head of hair it is, hair such as a woman would give her eyes for. It's to be hoped he'll get a little daughter some day, as'll take after him. Your eyes and his hair, wouldn't she be a picture?"
Maud's geniality passed like a light extinguished. She became statuesque. "How soon the light goes," she said, with a glance towards the darkening window.
"Yes, don't it?" said Mrs. Wright.
There fell a silence most unusual with Mrs. Wright. With an effort Maud dispelled it. "We are very much interested in the horses. You heard of the Mascots' victory at Greydown?" Mrs. Wright came out of her silence, shook herself together, as it were, and smiled again.
"Now isn't that nice for Jake? He's that wrapped up in the animals, and to have you interested in 'em too. Now I should be jealous of 'em if it was me."
It was at this point that Jake himself threw open the door and entered, stopping short within the room in surprise to find it occupied.
Mrs. Wright laughed aloud. "There now, you didn't expect to find me in possession, did you? Howdy do, Jake? What's happened to your head?"
Jake advanced with extended hand.
"Hello, it's Mother Wright," he said,
and to Maud's amazement stooped and kissed her.
"If this isn't a real pleasure. But what are you doing here? My head made a hole in the road coming home from the races the other night, and it is still too sore a subject for discussion." "Now, Jake," protested Mrs. Wright.
"Fact," he assured her, with the candid smile that Maud had seen but little of late. "But now what are you doing in here, I want to know? This place is like a vault. Come along into the parlor and have some tea." He had not so much as glanced at Maud. She spoke suddenly with nervous haste. "Bunny is in the parlor, Jake. He may be dozing."
"We'll soon wake him up," said Jake.
He drew Mrs. Wright's tightly gloved hand through his arm and turned to the door. But she held him back, laughing.
Jake, you've forgotten something."
"What's that?" said Jake. She told him, amid many fat chuckles.
"Why, you've kissed me, and you haven't kissed your wife. Come now, that's not right, and you but just married. I know you're wanting to, so don't be shy. I've been a bride myself, and I know all about it."
She would have withdrawn her hand from Jake's arm, but he would not suffer it.
No, he said with a careless laugh. "We don't do our kissing in public. Guess it isn't a genial enough atmosphere either. Come along, Mother. You'll perish in here."
He led her from the room, still without glancing in Maud's direction, and drew her along the narrow passage to the door of the parlor. Maud followed with a stateliness that veiled a burning embarrassment. She listened for Bunny's voice at the opening of the door, and instantly heard it raised in cracked remonstrance. "Here, I say! Don't bring anyone in here! Oh, it's you, Jake? I thought it was Maud. I thought—" His voice suddenly ended in what she felt to be the silence of disgust, and Jake's accents, very measured, very determined, took up the tale. "This is my young brother-in-law, Mrs. Wright, Sir Bernard Bryan, commonly called Bunny. Well, Bunny, my lad, I've brought you a visitor to tea." Bunny growled an inarticulate response, and Mrs. Wright covered all deficiencies with her cheery chuckle. "So nice to see you so cozy and comfortable, my dear. I hope as I'm not intruding too much. Do you know, Jake, I don't think I'd better stop to tea. It's getting dark, and Tom'll be wondering." "Let him wonder," said Jake. "I'll see you home all in good time. You know you always have tea when you come to see me. It's seldom enough you come, too. Maud," for the first time he addressed her directly, and in his voice was a new note of authority such as she had never heard before. "Order the tea, will you? We will have it at once." It was a distinct command. Maud's delicate neck stiffened instinctively. She crossed the room in silence and rang the bell. The summons was answered with unusual promptitude by Mrs. Lovelace, who entered with the supper cloth on her arm, and was greeted by the visitor with much joviality. "How is it I never see you round our way, Sarah? Have you quite forgotten your old friends?" "Not at all, Mrs. Wright, ma'am," said Mrs. Lovelace, dexterously flinging her cloth over the table. "But I've been a bit busy, you see, what with one thing and another, and me time's been occupied." "What on earth are you spreading that cloth for?" here broke in Bunny, in irritable astonishment. "We never have that for tea." Mrs. Lovelace looked at him with dignity and hitched one shoulder. "We always has a good spread when Mrs. Wright comes to see the master," she said, in a tone that conveyed a distinct reproof for ill-timed interference. Bunny subsided into sullen silence, and Mrs. Wright laughed again. "I remember as it always used to be a heavy tea," she said. "But I don't suppose a young gentleman like you would know what such things mean. Now I do hope you won't put yourself out on my account, Mrs. Bolton. It's true I'm not accustomed to drawing-room meals, never had tea on my lap in my life. But there, you might say as I haven't got much lap left to have it on. Is that sardines you've got there, Sarah? Ah, you always remember my pet weakness. Well, Jake, my dear, I haven't congratulated you yet on your marriage. I hope it's going to be a very prosperous one. I don't doubt as you've got a wife to be proud of, and I hope you'll pull together well, and make each other happy and comfortable, and may you have your heart's desire, Jake, which, if I know you properly, isn't very far to seek." "That's real kind of you, mother," said Jake somberly. He had seated himself near Bunny, whose brows were drawn in an ominous scowl. In spite of the fire that roared up the chimney, the atmosphere was very far from being a genial one. Jake's eyes, compellingly bright, were fixed upon Maud, who, though burningly conscious of his regard, refused persistently to raise her own. She was bitterly resentful of Jake's attitude. It placed her in an intolerable position from which she felt herself powerless to break free. She had no desire to treat this impossible old woman churlishly, but somehow Jake forced her to a more acute realization of the great gulf that stretched between them. She could not even pretend to be cordial in his presence. She sat tongue-tied. Mrs. Wright, however, chatted on with the utmost complaisance. She was plainly quite at her ease with Jake, and she kept the conversation going without any effort, despite Maud's obvious embarrassment and Bunny's evident impatience. She made a hearty meal, urged on by Jake, who presently bestowed the whole of his attention upon her, seeming to dismiss his wife and brother-in-law from his mind. "I really must be going," she declared at length, having detailed all the local gossip she could think of for his delectation. "You shouldn't encourage me so, Jake. I'm sure you'll all be tired out." "I reckon you're just the most welcome visitor that ever darkens my doors," said Jake, rising with her. "Now you're not to hurry. I'm going to tell them to put the horse in." "No, no, Jake, my dear, don't you.
I'd sooner walk. I would indeed. It does me good, and it's too cold tonight for driving. No, and I'm not going to let you see me home, either. I'd know the way blindfold, and I'm not that nervous. Oh, there now! What's this?" Mrs. Lovelace had just thrown open the door with some pomp. She entered bearing an enormous bunch of violets, which she proceeded to present to Maud with the ceremonious announcement: "Lord Saltash's compliments, ma'am, and will you do him the honour to accept these?" "Oh my, how lovely!" cried Mrs. Wright. Maud said nothing. She took the violets and held them up to her face. Jake glanced at her momentarily, and thence to Mrs. Lovelace, who had come forward to help Mrs. Wright into her cloak. "Is Lord Saltash at the door?" he asked. Mrs. Lovelace gave a start, as if something in the query surprised her. "No, sir. The flowers was brought by a groom," she said. Jake said no more, but something in his silence sent the ever-ready colour flooding Maud's face and neck. She bent a little lower over the violets, saying no word. Mrs. Wright came clumsily into the breach. "But aren't they lovely, to be sure? Never did I see such beauties. And the scent of 'em, why, the room is full of it. Isn't that kind of Lord Saltash, now?" "They have a great quantity at the castle," Maud said in muffled tones. She held the flowers for Mrs. Wright to smell, and at the same moment Jake reached forth and took them from her outstretched hand. "You take 'em if you like 'em, mother. We get more of 'em than we want," he said in leisurely tones, and thrust the bouquet forthwith into her astonished grasp. "Oh, my dear!" cried Mrs. Wright, between dismay and delight. But they was a present to Mrs. Bolton. I couldn't, really. No, that I couldn't." "Take 'em," Jake said. He was smiling a smile of deadly determination, and his leisurely utterance held something of a fateful quality that induced Mrs. Wright to hush her remonstrances and turn appealingly to Maud. The latter was standing erect and still, with eyes of burning blue fixed steadily upon emptiness. She made no response whatever to her visitor's unspoken appeal. It seemed that she did not even see it. "It's all right, mother," smiled Jake. "You take 'em home and enjoy 'em. As a matter of fact, Maud and I are getting a bit fed up with 'em ourselves. Yes, I'm going to see you home. I'd rather." "And I'd rather not, Jake," Mrs. Wright asserted with sudden decision. An odd expression of sternness had come into her jolly countenance. It sat very strangely there. She came close to Maud, and as the girl extended a stiff hand in farewell she took it and pressed the flowers into it. "They're not Jake's to give," she said, "and I'm not going to deprive you of 'em. Thank you kindly for a very good tea, Mrs. Bolton, my dear. And now I'll wish you good-bye. If there's ever anything as I can do for you, you must let me know." The words, the tone, were full of kindly comprehension, a sympathy too subtle for outward expression. Maud looked into eyes of shining friendliness, and as if a sudden shaft of sunlight had caught her heart, her bitterness melted into something that was near akin to gratitude. She held up the violets with a smile. "Wait a moment," she said. "I would like you to have some of them." She untied them with the words, divided the great bunch, and gave back a generous half into Mrs. Wright's plump hand. "Now that's very good of you, dear," said Mrs. Wright. "I shall just treasure them violets. They'll make me think of you whenever I look at 'em. They're just the colour of your eyes. Good-bye, and thank you most kindly." It was then that Maud did a thing that amazed herself, impelled thereto by that subtle sympathy which she had so little expected to meet. She bent her stately neck and kissed the red smiling face uplifted in such honest admiration to hers. "Good-bye, Mrs. Wright," she said, "and thank you for coming. I shall try to come and see you one day, when I can make time." "Any time, dear, any time," beamed Mrs. Wright. "Drop in just whenever you feel inclined. I'm most always there." She gave a hearty hug with the words, and then, as if afraid that this demonstration had been too ardent, she turned and trotted to the door. "Good-bye, Jake. Good-bye. There now, I've forgotten Sir Brian. You must excuse me for being so stupid."
"Oh, don't trouble," said Bunny with ironical courtesy. "Pray don't come back on my account." She looked back at him from the threshold, a very motherly compassion on her jolly face. "Poor little lad," she murmured pityingly. "How sadly he looks, to be sure. Good-bye, then, Sir Brian. I won't come back. Now, Jake, I'll let you see me to the doorstep. No further. The moon's up, and Tom will be sure to come and meet me." She started down the passage with Jake behind her, her voice dwindling as she went. "I'm so glad as I've seen your princess, Jake. I think she's lovely. Mind you're very good to her. She's high born, you know, Jake, my boy. Better class than you and me. I never see any one so proud and so dainty. You be kind to her, my lad, and see you treat her like the lady she is." Jake's reply, if he made one, was inaudible. "Common old hag," growled Bunny from his sofa. Maud said nothing at all. Her face was hidden in her violets, and she was as one who heard not. End of chapters 27 and 28. Part 1, chapters 29 and 30 of The 100th Chance, by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 29. Her Other Self. It was on an afternoon in mid-January that Maud found herself for the first time in the precincts of Birchester Castle. She had heard nothing of Lord Saltash since his departure for town, though gifts of flowers arrived at regular intervals from his hothouses, and it seemed that his absence would be indefinitely prolonged. She almost hoped that it would be so, for though he was practically her only friend, his presence was not an unalloyed pleasure. She felt more at ease when he was away. On this particular afternoon she had left Bunny wrapped up in his long chair and lying in the summer house that overlooked the field where Jake was occupied in breaking in a wild young colt. The day was fine and unusually warm. Bunny was in a contented mood, and since Jake was close at hand she did not see why she should not leave him for a space. He had been needing her less and less of late, and though his behaviour towards herself had undoubtedly undergone a considerable improvement, it was becoming very evident to her that he vastly preferred Jake's masculine companionship to her own. He was in fact so devoted to Jake that he would endure correction from him without a murmur, a state of affairs that Maud vaguely resented, without knowing why. They were such close allies that she often felt herself to be superfluous. Neither by day nor by night was her presence any longer essential. She knew that she ought not to regret this, for it meant that Bunny's health was very materially improving, but yet at the heart of her there often came a pang. She missed his dependence upon her with a poignancy that was very hard to bear. And so for the first time that afternoon she decided to avail herself of Lord Saltash's permission to use the piano at the castle. She had an intense love of music and a natural gift for it, which she had never been able to develop very freely. Charlie was musical too. Some of her happiest hours had been spent at the piano with him in the old days. He was an accomplished musician himself, and he had given her many a lesson and valuable hint. She sometimes thought that it was over the piano that her heart had first gone out to his. She did not want to recall those happy times they had had together. They lay far behind her with her buried youth. But the longing to make music was strong upon her. It had risen out of her loneliness like a fiery thirst in the desert, and she yearned to gratify it. And after all, why should she not? Charlie was away. There was no one to know or care how she spent her time. It was obviously and unquestionably her own. Jake had wholly ceased to take any interest in her doings. He treated her as the most casual acquaintance. When he greeted her he never so much as touched her hand. He was everything to Bunny, he was nothing to her, and every day it seemed to her that he drew a little further away from her. She had tried to make overtures more than once, but he never seemed to understand. He would look at her in his straight impenetrable way, and pass deliberately on to some other matter, whether with intention or not she could never wholly decide. He had never tried to be kind to her since the day she had refused to hear his preferred explanation. A great bitterness was growing up within her. She felt as if he had deprived her of all she cared for, and given her nothing in return. It was in part this bitterness of spirit that drove her to Birchester Castle that day, and added thereto an intense and feverish desire to escape, if only for an hour, from the atmosphere of her daily existence. She felt as if it were crushing out her individuality, and she longed desperately to be herself, her best and happiest self, if only for an hour. So, with no word to any but Bunny of her intention, she passed up the long fir avenue to the castle with the winter sun sinking red behind her. The great stone building frowned upon her as she drew near. She approached it with a certain awe. The dark windows seemed to gaze at her. The massive entrance yawned to receive her. She stepped into the echoing Gothic porch, and found herself confronted by a massive oak door. The electric bell at the side of this, however, was reassuring, and she rang it without hesitation. While she waited for the door to open, she amused herself by examining the gargoyles that surmounted the pillars of the porch, jeering demon faces that made her shiver. There was about the place an ecclesiastical dignity at which those faces seemed to mock. The thought of Saltash went through her. Saltash, in a derisive mood, was strikingly like one of these. The door opened with noiseless state, and an ancient manservant stood before her. He looked at her with grave inquiry, and with a touch of nervousness she explained her presence. "I am Mrs. Bolton. Lord Saltash is away, I know, but he has given me permission to use his piano. I thought I should like to do so this afternoon." The old man stood back and bowed before her. "Come in, madam," he said. She entered with a curious sensation of unreality, and found herself in an immense stone hall, carpeted with rich Persian rugs, and splendidly warmed by a great fire that roared in an open fireplace. The sense of ecclesiastical austerity completely vanished as soon as the door closed behind her. The whole atmosphere became luxurious, sensuous, Eastern. There were some wonderful pieces of statuary, some in marble and some in bronze, placed here and there, that were of anything but monastical design. One in particular, in a niche in the stone wall, caught Maud's eyes as she followed her guide. A nude female figure with wings, one of which was spread like an eagle's pinion, as though to soar, while the other trailed back, broken, drooping, powerless. It was a wonderful marvel, and she paused before it almost involuntarily. The arms of the figure were outstretched and straining upwards, the head flung back, and in the face such anguish, such longing, such passionate protest, as thrilled her through and through. The old butler paused also. "That," he said in his decorous monotone, "is Spentoli's fallen woman. His lordship prefers to call it the captured angel. A very valuable piece of sculptury, I believe, madam. Quite one of the features of the place. His lordship sets great store by it, and it is universally admired by all visitors." "It is wonderful," Maud said. But yet she turned her eyes away almost immediately. There was something about that mute, agonized figure of womanhood that she felt she could not bear to look upon except in solitude. The butler stumped on down the great hall, and she followed, to a grand oak staircase that divided into two branches halfway up, and led to a panelled gallery that ran along three sides of the hall. Solemnly they mounted. A high oak door confronted them at the top, which the old man threw open with much ceremony. "The grand piano, madam, is over by the west window," he said, and with another deep bow withdrew, closing the door without sound behind her. Maud went forward into the room. The first impression she received was of great loftiness. It was a huge apartment, oak-panelled, and with a floor of polished oak. The whole of one side of the room was lighted by south windows that looked out over terraced gardens to the pine woods of the park. At the end was a turret in the western angle of the wall, and here stood the piano, full in the glow of the sinking sun. There were two fireplaces in the room, and in the one nearer to the piano a red still fire was burning. A low couch stood before it, and a great tiger skin, the only rug in the whole vast place, was spread on the hearth. There were other couches and strangely shaped divans in the room, but no chairs, and only one small table. The whole effect was spacious and Eastern, curiously attractive to the senses, and yet curiously elusive. Maud went over to the uncovered floor, treading lightly, with a feeling of having entered an enchanted land, a feeling not wholly pleasant of being caught in a fairy web of subtleties, from which one might not find it easy to escape. The whole atmosphere breathed of Saltash. She was sure he had designed every elusive detail. The piano was thrown invitingly open. A French song was on the rack. It had the appearance of having been placed there but a moment before. A sudden doubt assailed her, a sensation as of having walked unwittingly into a trap. Some force had drawn her hither, some magnetism had surely been at work. The impulse came to her then to turn and go, yet she resisted it. Later it seemed to her that she had lacked the motive power to do aught but move straight to the piano and drop into the music stool before the keys. Her hands went out to them, and suddenly she was playing, at first very softly, then with gathering tone as she felt the instrument respond to her touch, till at length all sense of strangeness left her, and she began to sing the little French ditty that once had been one of her favourites. She had never heard her own voice to greater advantage than in that lofty music room. It was a mezzo, sweet rather than powerful, with a ringing bell-like quality that Charlie had been wont to compare to the tentative notes of a bullfinch. He had always declared that she was afraid of the sound of it, but this was certainly not the case to-day. The glad notes left her lips true and free and bird-like. The heart within her had suddenly grown light. The song came to an end. Her fingers began to wander idly over the keys. She played a dreamy air with an old-world waltz refrain, too lost in her trance of delight to realize what she played, and again, half unconsciously, she was singing, as she had sung long ago, before the gates of youth. There has fallen a splendid tear from the passion flower at the gate. She is coming, my dove, my dear. She is coming, my life, my fate. The red rose cries, she is near, she is near. And the white rose weeps, she is late. The larkspur listens, I hear, I hear. And the lily whispers, I wait. Softly, sweetly, the notes stole through the room, wandered a while and ceased. There fell a pause, and the girl's eyes rested dreaming on the long dark line of pine trees red-flushed in the glow of sunset. Then, still following her dream, she sang on. She is coming, my own, my sweet, were it ever so airy a tread. My heart would hear her and beat, were it earth in an earthy bed. My dust would hear her and beat, had I lain for a century dead, would start and tremble under her feet, and blossom in purple and red. And then she was singing the refrain, and while she sang it she awoke. Come into the garden, Maud, for the black bat night has flown. Come into the garden, Maud, I am here at the gate alone. I am here at the gate, alone. She stopped suddenly with the conviction that a man's voice had joined hers in the singing of that refrain. Yet if this had been so, the accompanying voice ceased as abruptly as her own. She found herself sitting in absolute silence, with every pulse racing, every nerve strained to listen. No sound came to her. The whole great chamber was as still as death. The fire burned red and silent. There was not so much as the ticking of a clock to be heard. And yet it seemed to her that eyes watched her from some vantage point unseen. She had a firm conviction that she was not alone. She controlled the curious excitement that possessed her, and slowly set her fingers once more on the keys. She played the old refrain again, singing it very softly, listening intently while she sang. This time she was sure, quite sure, that a man's voice hummed the air. She went on to the end and suffered her hands to fall. "Charlie," she said without turning. There came a slight sound behind her, the click as of a spring catch. She looked round and saw him standing against the high panelling of the wall. "What a childish game to play," she said with lips that slightly trembled. "We are all children," observed Saltash. "We may think ourselves mighty clever, but the fact remains. Greetings, my Queen Rose. I am enchanted to see you." He came forward, his black brows working comically, his queer ugly face smiling a welcome. In spite of herself Maud smiled in answer. "But why did you pretend you weren't at home?" she said in a voice of protest. He laughed as he took her hand. "But I wasn't," he said. "I motored down on purpose to receive you. Are you so disappointed?" She shook her head, but she still looked at him somewhat dubiously. "You know, Charlie," she said, I like people to behave quite straightforwardly, and to tell the truth."
"Heavens above!" laughed Saltash. "Why so grievously moral? Well, look here, let me be quite honest, and admit that it was wholly by chance that I came down here to day. Chance, or the beneficent will of the gods, call it what you will. And, my dear girl, don't be prudish now you are married. Remember that though it is a state of bondage, there are certain liberties attached that are well worth having. Now you are going to play and sing to me, while I smoke and admire." He turned from her, and threw himself upon a low settee in the window embrasure. The scent of his cigarette came to her aromatic, Eastern, fragrant of many subtleties. She breathed it as one who inhales the magic of the gods. "Now play," he commanded, his strange restless eyes upon her. "Play as the spirit moves you. Never mind me. I am of no account." She had done it often before in the old days. It was not difficult to do it now, with the spell of his personality upon her. Her own spirit responded instinctively to the call of his. The sympathy between them became communion. She began to play, and playing, lost herself in the music as one inspired. Saltash lay without moving, as if half asleep. He also seemed as one under a charm. And Maud played on, seeing visions, steeping her soul in romance, forgetful wholly of the chain by which she was bound; forgetful also of her companion, or perhaps so merged in his individuality as to be unaware of any dividing line. It was the old sweet dreamland that had always held them both. Time passed, and the red sun with it. The early dark began to fall, the shining visions to wane. She came out of her trance at last with a deep sigh, and suffered her hands to fall. Instantly Saltash sat up. "Bravo, ma belle reine! Your touch is like velvet to the senses. You have scarcely sung to me at all. But no matter. You have closed the gates now, and we can't go back. But wasn't it good? Come, be honest, and say so." She lifted her eyes to his, with something of her dream still lingering there. "It was very good," she said. "And you'll come again?" he insinuated. The dream began to fade. With her right hand she picked out a nervous little air on the piano, saying no word. He leaned towards her. "Maud," he insisted, "surely you'll come again?" "I don't know," she said slowly. "Surely," he said again. Her eyes grew troubled. "Charlie," she said, her fingers still softly pressing the keys, "I can't come here when you are here. I like to come. Oh, yes, I like to come. But I mustn't." "Why not?" said Saltash. "Afraid of the cow-puncher?" She shrank, and struck a sudden discordant chord. "I am not afraid of anyone, but I must think of appearances. I owe it to myself. I should like to come sometimes and play. But with you here I can't." "All right," he said abruptly. "I'll go." Her eyes flashed up to his. She took her hand from the piano and gave it to him. "You are going to be a true friend to me, Charlie," she said. He smiled rather wryly. "My friendship is to take a somewhat negative form, it seems to me, but perhaps it will stand the strain. Have you heard anything yet about the American doctor?" She shook her head. "No, nothing." "And you have not laid my proposal before Jake, I gather?" he pursued, boldly keeping her hand in his. "Not yet," she said. "Have you given the matter your own august consideration?" he asked. Her hand began to fidget for freedom. "I have thought about it, Charlie. I have not quite made up my mind. But you mustn't be hurt if I say no." "I shan't be hurt," he said, slowly relaxing his hold so that her hand slipped free. "But I shall think that your love of propriety somewhat outweighs your love for Bunny." She flushed, and turned aside to take up her gloves in silence. He stood and watched her. "That is so like you," he said, after a moment. She glanced at him. "What do you mean?" He laughed lightly, but without mockery. "Your stately silences. Do you know, I remember you best by your silences. It is there that you differ from all the rest of your charming sex. Other women, when they are misjudged, clamour for redress. You endure in silence, too proud to complain. I wonder if Jake has realized your silences yet."
Maud stiffened a little. "I must be going," she said. "I promised Bunny I would be back to tea."
"I'll walk back with you," said Saltash.
She shook her head. "No, I would rather go alone."
"Why don't you tackle the situation boldly and ask me to tea?"
She was walking down the long room, and he sauntered beside her, smoking a cigarette, careless and debonair. "I think it wiser not, Charlie," she said.
He laughed. "As you will. But remember, life is short. We may as well enjoy ourselves while it lasts. Did old Billings show you up here? He is the one respectable feature of this establishment."
"Yes, he certainly is respectable," she agreed with a smile. "But where were you when I came in? You didn't come through this door."
He laughed again, in a fashion half mocking, half secretive. "That is my affair, ma belle reine. Some day I may show you several things. But that day has not dawned yet." He threw open the door, and they found the great hall below them ablaze with electric light. "I suppose I may accompany you downstairs," he observed.
"What a wonderful place it is," Maud said. Her eyes went almost involuntarily to the statue that had arrested her attention on entering. It shone from its niche with a white splendor that seemed to give forth light.
"My captured angel has the place of honor by night and by day," said Saltash. "I have been wanting you to see her, or perhaps it would be more correct to say, I have been wanting to see you together. Have you ever met your other self before?"
"My other self?"
She looked at him interrogatively. He made her a quizzical bow. "Have you never seen that face before?"
She descended the stairs and approached the statue. They stood together before it. She had desired to see it in solitude before, but with Saltash by her side that desire had left her. They viewed it from the same standpoint, in that subtle communion of spirit that had always characterized their intercourse. And she saw, as he saw, her own features carved in the marble, piteous, tragic, alive.
"Poor captured angel," murmured Saltash softly. "So fair of face, so sad of soul."
She did not respond. She felt as if in that recognition something had pierced her heart. It was like a revelation of things to come. So for a while she stood, gazing upon that tragic figure of broken womanhood, and finally, in silence, turned away. He went with her to the door, but he did not offer a second time to accompany her further. On the threshold she gave him her hand in farewell. "You will come again?" he said. She met his strange, unstable eyes for a moment, and fancied that they pleaded with her. "Not to see you, Charlie," she said, and was conscious in a vaguely troubled way that the words cost her an effort. His eyes flashed her a laugh. "No, not to see me," he said lightly. "Of course not. Just for your own enjoyment. You will enjoy that piano, you know. And you can have it all to yourself." She smiled in spite of herself, even against her will. "Very well," she said. "I will come again some day. And thank you very much."
"Oh, don't do that," he protested. "It spoils everything."
She released her hand and turned from him, still smiling.
"Good-bye," she said.
"Farewell, Queen of the Roses," he made light response. She passed through the wide stone porch and out into the dark of the winter evening. 30. The Rising Current. It was very dark along the avenue of pine trees, darker than she had anticipated. She almost wished that she had allowed Saltash to accompany her. She went as quickly as she dared in the gloom, conscious that it was growing late. The road wound considerably, and she could not see the lamp at the gates. Overhead a rising wind moaned desolately through the pines. They swayed and creaked as though whispering together. Very soon the lights of the castle were obscured behind her, and she was in almost total darkness. She pressed on with an uneasy suspicion that it must be later than she had thought. Doubtless Jake had wheeled Bunny back to the house long before. Bunny knew whither she had gone, so they would not be anxious about her. But they would wonder why she was so late. The afternoon had fled away like a dream. She began to quicken her steps somewhat recklessly, but the road curved more abruptly than she realized, and she presently ran into the grassy bank, nearly falling into the outstretched arms of a fir tree. She recovered herself sharply with a gasp of dismay, and paused to try to discern more clearly the winding of the way. It was at this point that there came to her the sound of advancing footsteps. Someone was approaching with a slow, purposeful stride that suddenly sent the blood to her heart in a quick wave of something that was almost apprehension. She stood quite still, and waited. Nearer and nearer came the leisurely tread. Instinct, blind and unreasoning, prompted her to draw back into the shielding recesses of the tree with a desperate desire to escape notice. It was a footfall that she had come to know, and, why she could not have said, she did not want to meet Jake at that moment. With a very curious dread at her heart, she stood and waited. He came to within a couple of yards of her, and stopped. "You can come out," he remarked dryly. "It's just you I've come along to fetch." His voice was perfectly quiet and natural, but there was that in the words that fired within her a burning indignation. She came forward and faced him in the gloom. "Why should you take that trouble?" she said. She saw his eyes glitter in the darkness, and knew that they were upon her with a lynx-like intensity. "I reckon I have the right," he said in his slow way. "You've no objection, I presume?" Her cheeks burned hotly in the darkness. She knew that he had her at a disadvantage. "I am fully capable of taking care of myself," she said, beginning to walk on down the dim avenue. He fell into his easy stride beside her. "Is that why Lord Saltash left you to walk home alone?" he said. She clenched her hands in the darkness. "What do you mean?" "I think I am right in concluding that you have spent the afternoon with him," Jake said in his measured tones. Maud stood suddenly still. She was quivering from head to foot. "You are quite right," she said in a voice that she strove in vain to steady. "I think I have told you before, Lord Saltash and I are old friends." "Yes, I am aware of that," Jake said. He reached out a quiet hand and took her by the arm, leading her calmly forward. She went with him because she could not do otherwise, but she would have given all she had at that moment to wrench herself free. There was no escape for her, however. She was forced to endure his touch, forced to go forward with him along a road that she could not see. He led her in silence, calmly, unfalteringly, with the utmost confidence. She was sure that those lynx eyes of his could see in the dark. But his silence speedily became intolerable. It seemed to her to bristle with condemnation. It goaded her against her will into speech. "Lord Saltash has given me his permission to use the piano at the castle. I did not know when I went that he had returned." "I could have told you that," commented Jake. Again her resentment rose to a flame burning fiercely. Yet his words held no insult. With all her strength she strove for calmness. "I did not know of it. In any case, I do not see that it was a matter of very vital importance. An hour at the piano is a great treat for me, and I shall probably go again." "For an hour?" said Jake. This time the peculiar intonation of his voice was unmistakable, not to be ignored. She flung him instant defiance. "For as long as I choose. My time is my own." He was silent a moment, but she was conscious of the tightening of his hand. At length, "All right, my girl," he said. "But remember, my claim to it comes before Lord Saltash's. Some day it may happen that I shall put in my claim. I have never been content to be passed at the winning post." Her heart quivered at the deliberate purpose with which he spoke. She walked on, saying no word. They were nearing the gates, and the glare from the two great lamps shone towards them, lighting the way. She braced herself, and made a resolute attempt to free her arm from his hold. "Easy, easy," said Jake. "We haven't got there yet. It's dark beyond those lights." She abandoned her effort, feeling that she had no choice. They walked on together silently. They reached and passed through the gates. The road stretched before them, steep and winding. "We'll cut across the fields," said Jake. He led her to a stile almost concealed in the hedge, and here his hold upon her relaxed. He vaulted the rail, and waited for her. He did not offer to assist her, though the step was high. She mounted in nervous haste to avoid his touch. But for the darkness she would have found no difficulty in springing down, but as it was, she misjudged the distance, slipped, and fell. She threw out her hands with a cry, and the next moment she was caught in Jake's arms. He held her fast, so fast that for a few palpitating seconds she felt the hard beating of his heart against her own. Then, in response to her desperate efforts for freedom, he let her go, without excuse, without apology, in a deep-breathing silence that somehow appalled her. They walked side by side along the field path, saying no word. There was a gate at the further end that led into the training field below the little orchard. As they reached this, Jake paused very deliberately and spoke. "I reckon I've got to prepare you for a visitor." "A visitor?" She stopped in swift dread of she knew not what. "A friend of mine," drawled Jake, with an odd touch of aggressiveness. "You're not precisely dead nuts on my friends as a rule, I know. But I guess this one may prove an exception. Dr. Capper turned up this afternoon. I left him having tea with Bunny." "Dr. Capper?" Maud gasped the name, scarcely conscious of speaking at all. "Dr. Capper from the States," said Jake, unmoved. "He chanced to be just leaving for this country when my letter reached him, so he thought he'd answer it in person and look us up first. He and Bunny are fast pals already. He's a regular magician, is Dr. Capper." But you never expected him so soon," faltered Maud. "Surely he won't want to examine Bunny yet." "Not before to-morrow, maybe," said Jake. "We can't expect to keep him very long, you know. He's a busy man. I've heard that people in this country simply tumble over each other to consult him. He could make a score of fortunes over here if he would. But he won't. He'll only take up the cases he fancies, won't waste himself over easy things. That's why we're so almighty lucky to get him." His easy, unhurried speech gave her time to collect herself. She forced her first involuntary dismay into the background, facing the sudden exigency of the situation with all the strength at her disposal. "Jake," she said, "this thing has come very suddenly, but, curiously enough, Lord Saltash was speaking about it only this afternoon. If there is to be anything of the nature of an operation, he has offered to place any part of the castle at our disposal. It is a very generous offer, and it would be an excellent thing for Bunny." "Then you have decided to accept it," said Jake. His tone was perfectly quiet and matter of fact, but it amazed her. She had expected a determined opposition. Disconcerted, she paused before replying. "I don't think it is especially generous," Jake said, and again it seemed to her that he was talking to give her time. "But it might be a good thing for Bunny. If you like, I will go up to-night and see Saltash about it." He opened the gate for her with the words, and she passed through with feelings too mixed to bear any analysis. "Am I to go?" he asked, as he dropped back into his sturdy stride beside her. "Please," she said in a low voice. His attitude was a complete puzzle to her. It seemed so utterly at variance with the absurdly jealous line he had taken but a few minutes before. But she could not ask for an explanation. The relief of finding him prepared to act in unison with her on this point was too great. She did not understand either his motives or his actions, but she was thankful to find that there was to be no battle of wills between them. After all, his motives were not of paramount importance. As they walked through the last field, she tried to banish her embarrassment and recover her normal composure of mien. But strive as she would, she could not wholly reassure herself. Nor could she forget the fast holding of his arms, and the strong, deep throbbing of his heart against her own. That moment had been a revelation to her upon which she dared not dwell. They reached the dark orchard, and passed up the dim path to the house. Jake went straight up the steps to the French window of the parlor, from which a cheery, welcoming light shone forth. He raised a hand to the catch. "Wouldn't it be better to go round?" Maud said. She was suddenly trembling all over in an agitation that seemed to possess her body and soul. Jake did not pause. Steadily he raised the latch. "Come right in," he said. The door opened, the light poured out upon them. There came to her the sound of Bunny's cracked, difficult laugh. She entered in front of Jake, dazzled, hesitating, uncertain. Instantly a man's voice greeted her, A quiet, casual voice, with an unmistakable New York accent.
"Ah, I guess this is the lady of the house. I am very pleased to make your acquaintance, madam. Mr. Bolton will have told you who I am."
Tall and gaunt and meagre, he bent over the hand she offered him, holding it in a strong, sustaining clasp. She looked at him rather piteously, aware of green eyes darting over her with lizard-like swiftness, eyes that shone intensely in a face that was the color of old ivory. She also saw a yellow pointed beard that for a moment prejudiced her, and the next was forgotten. "It was so kind of you to come," she said with a quivering smile. He smiled in answer, a sudden transforming smile that warmed her heart.
"I guess I followed my own inclination," he said. "Say now, you're cold. Bunny and I have been keeping up a good fire for you. Sit down and make your husband do the waiting."
His manner was so kind and withal so courteous that Maud's embarrassment passed like a cloud. She came to the fire, pulling off her gloves and stretching her fingers to the blaze. Bunny accosted her with eager eyes. "Maud, he's going to overhaul me and see if he can do anything for me. Maud, can't he do it tonight? I won't sleep a wink if he doesn't." Her heart sank inexplicably. She seemed to have stepped into a new atmosphere that seethed with possibilities that somehow frightened her. She was as one in the grip of a force indomitable that hurled her headlong towards a goal she dreaded. She leaned upon the mantelpiece, looking towards Capper with more of appeal than she knew. "You are much too kind," she said. He pushed up a chair for her.
"Say now, there's no need to hustle any," he said. "I suspect there is no harm in my looking at the lad, but we won't take any further action at present. I've a lot to get through in this old country, and I'd just like to know right now if this is a case for me or not."
He patted the back of the chair with fatherly insistence, and she sank into it with a feeling of utter weariness and impotence. It seemed futile to battle any longer against the torrent that bore her. She was as a straw in the whirlpool of fate. "It is so good of you even to think of helping us," she said rather unsteadily. "Please make your examination whenever it suits you best. But Bunny is not a good sleeper. You will remember that, won't you?" Capper took up the cup of tea that Jake had prepared and handed it to her.
"Let me have the pleasure of seeing you drink this," he said. "I should like to make my examination tonight, if you have no objection. In fact, I have come down for the purpose. My time, madam, is more limited than any one on this side could ever be made to realize. I won't hustle you, but if I didn't hustle myself I guess I'd have to account some day for a waste of good material."
He sat down in a chair facing her with the words, and fell to cracking his finger joints one after the other with absent energy. It was a way he had, as Maud was soon to discover. "You have had tea?" she asked.
He nodded. "I am ready to get to work. I shan't want an audience. If I want anything I'll let you know. But I've a very decided notion that my patient and I will get on best alone."
Jake raised his eyes suddenly.
"That so, doctor?" he drawled. "Then I guess I'll carry the youngster up right now."
Capper looked at him with a smile, and pulled his beard speculatively. Bunny beamed approval. Maud drank her tea in utter silence, feeling as if it would choke her. The silence became prolonged, but she did not realize that anything was expected of her till Capper leaned slightly towards her and spoke.
"Have I your permission, madam?" he asked courteously.
She met his keen eyes, and was struck afresh by the kindly reassurance they held. "Of course," she said in a low voice. "I am very grateful to you."
"I hope some day you may have cause to be," he rejoined.
Jake went to Bunny's side. She saw the boy raise his arms as he bent and clasped his neck. A few muttered confidences passed between them. Then Jake's strong arms lifted the frail, impotent body as they alone knew how to lift. And in that moment it seemed to Maud that the beloved burden had been taken finally from her, and she was left to wander alone in a desert that was very dark and bare. End of chapters 29 and 30.